getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, got it, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. return.
Copy, negative return.
I got a condo in Manhattan. Baby girl, what's happening? You and your ass invited, so gonna get to clapping. Go pop it for a plan, pop it for me. Turn around and drop it for a plan, drop it for me. I'll rent a beach house in Miami. Wake up with no jammies. Lobster tail for dinner. Julio served that scampi. You got it if you want it. Got it if you want it. Said you got it if you want it. Take my wallet if you want it now. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. I'm talking trips to Puerto Rico. Say the word and we go. You can be my flica. Girl, I'll be a flico, mamacita. I would never make a promise that I can't keep. I promise that your smile ain't gonna never leave. Shopping sprees in Paris. Everything 24 carats. Take a look in that mirror. Now tell me who's the fairest. Is it you? Is it you? Is it me? Is it me? Say it's us. Say it's us. And I'll agree, baby. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. You say you want a good time. Well, here I am, baby. Here I am, baby. Talk to me, talk to me, tell me what's on your mind. If you want it, girl, come and get it. All this is here for you. Tell me, baby, tell me, baby, what you tryna do? Gold jewelry shining bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title, I was waiting to see who was going to say it first. Nelly stumbled into it first. We don't talk about Bruno. I was waiting to see who was going to do it first. Come on, Nelly. Get with the program. All right, so the title for the day today is Important Market Events to Take Note of. I think that there's something important coming up here, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Dow Jones Industrials today. So we're going to take a look at it here real quickly because I think there's something important to kind of acknowledge and perhaps maybe what the future has in store for the market. So I'm going to pull up a chart here for you guys, and I'm going to kind of post this up. This is a weekly chart, so I want you to remember that each candlestick is a week's long worth of data. And so you can see back here, this was our top that we found back in 2022. And then this is obviously currently where we're at, and I've got a box showing up here. And I want to pull up something. I want to pull up the Ichimoto. Now I know normally I tell you guys, I only typically use Ichimoto on 1 hour and 3 hour. And in this particular case, I think on when using Weeble, we don't have a choice for 3, so 4 hours is what I have to use. But you can use it on a lot of different time intervals. It doesn't really make a difference. It depends on what kind of position you're looking to hold. Because it can give you, it's a great indicator for a lot of different time frames. But I think, for swing trades, I think those lower time intervals like 1 to 3 hours would be perfect. But just taking a look at Ichimoto real quick here on this, we've got the sell signal starting to happen on a weekly chart and I didn't check any other time intervals. I was only looking at the weekly specifically for one particular thing that I was looking for. And it didn't take me very long to see what it was that I was looking for in this chart here. And you can see some of the pattern that was unfolding back here during this period of time where we were reaching tops is unfolding very similarly, not exactly the same, but very similarly right now. And of course, so okay, if that's the case, then did Ichimoto show us back here when that period of time was where the Dow Jones was going to start falling or dropping? And what you end up having is, and I always tell you guys, there's 30 different things you're looking for. You want to see lagging line running into price line, which right here is a point. Conversion crossing base is another bad one, or price falling below base. Any one of those 3 things tends to be a very, very bad outlook on the futures of whatever it is whatever you're looking at, right? And those are the things you're looking for that show a change in direction, or just the opposite of those would be price lagging line rising above price line, conversion rising above base, and price rising above base and conversion. So those are and not being inside of a cloud, obviously, right? You don't want to make trades inside clouds. So those are the kind of rules that you're looking for this indicator here. And you can see back here that the very first time that the lagging line touches the price line is right here. Now the lagging line lags. It's simply a representation of price movement exactly. It's just lagging by 26 periods. So if you were to count forward on this and say when did that lagging line first touch the price line, you count forward 26 periods from that point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, right about here, or 1 point just before you have price breaking below the baseline. Not fully, but actually it did. I think closing was 34,580. Base was, yeah. So this week right here, price did close below base. It would have closed below base here as well, but this is much further down below base. Now price did come back up one last time. It found that one last push before actually making the big dip there. But the signal of the lagging line touching price line happened right about this point right here, and one of the tops was already in at that point. So it wasn't much longer after that. It was about 7 weeks later. About 7 weeks later, you have price falling down, and we had that slump from basically January of 2022 to about September of 2022. Big slump there in the Dow Jones. So what do I see happening right now? Right now, lagging line is very quickly approaching price line. But price is already starting to make those first initial touches on the baseline. That's scary. That's very, very scary, because if price doesn't jettison upwards and stay away from this, then it could have a reversal heading the other direction. And so if we come back here and we say, was there a point where we had like 3 different touching points that were very, very close to touching the baseline? We did. We had 3 points that were touching the baseline right here, and then price suddenly went back up and reached some all-time highs before breaking into some major lows or moving down. And so I'm looking at this and I'm going like, okay, well, where could we potentially be seeing price movement breaking through or starting to head down? And I think it would be in this box region if we were to kind of take this as an example from the past and say, like, about when would that be? I think this might be it here. There could,
I think if I move this box any further forward, the cloud becomes way too big for it to be able to drop through. I think it'd be more likely to drop through this area than later, but it's possible it could be later. But anyways, what we don't want to see is price dropping below the baseline, and we certainly don't want to see conversion crossing base or lagging line touching this price line. There's something interesting that's going to happen here very, very soon. And I know I don't like talking about other stocks here, so I'm going to try very, very carefully to not mention any specific stocks. But what I'm going to show you here is that something's going to change on the Dow Jones Industrials. For those of you who are unaware of what the Dow Jones Industrials is, it's essentially the top 30 most heavily it's the blue chips of the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ is what it is. So it's the 30 most I'll just read what this says here. The 30 companies included in the Dow Jones Industrial Average are listed below. The list is sorted by each component's weight in the index. The weight of each company is determined by the price of the stock. A $100 stock will be weighted more than a $30 stock. If a stock splits, its corresponding weighting in the Dow Jones will be reduced, as its price will be about half of what it was prior to the split. This is the list of the 30 companies and their weighting for the Dow Jones Industrials. And as I scroll through this, there should be one on here that's missing that should raise all kinds of red flags for you. You should be like, wait a minute, why is that company not on here? And what I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you right now, that man back there is not real. Yeah, there's something not on here. And the thing is that particular company is going to go through a split very soon, a 10-for-1 split. And when that split occurs, that company is going to replace the very last place company on this list. It is. This last one on the list is going to come off, and that other one is going to replace it. And what that's going to do is it's going to cause a lot of institutions to be forced into buying that stock. Forced buying. It is, if there were something bad that was going to happen to that stock at any point after it got added to the Dow Jones Industrials, talk about major bag holders. Major bag holders. Because institutions are forced to buy it. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about, like, is that forced buying going to potentially cause, in the Dow Jones Industrials, when you take a look at the numbers over here, is it going to cause this to do anything unusual? Are we seeing price hit on the baseline for the very first time, and is it going to suddenly rise really quickly and then fall very quickly thereafter? I think that is a very strong potential. And I know there's a lot of people out there who are very patiently waiting to see what's going to happen with the market because they're not sure which direction it's going to go. But I do have a support and resistance line here showing up here. It was a source of resistance from the past, and it becomes a point of support for the future. And I've kind of got my box drawn up for where I think this is potentially going to start trending downwards here. Hodor says they're already split. I didn't know when the split was going to occur, but if they're already split, then maybe they're going to be added to the DJI very shortly. But if you're wondering, like, how reliable is this indicator for looking at prices and trends, right? So here you have the 2020 COVID. And I don't think anybody would say or suggest at any point in time that this was going to be something that they would have seen coming at all. And so if we go back 26 points here, we'll count this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. When this candle... And you can see it in the price right here because it's just simply a representation of price movement from the current point in time showing up on the chart, right? So this movement right here on the lagging line is this candle. When this crossed the price line, it signaled the rest of this. the rest of this was signaling and saying, yep, you better watch out. It's nasty looking. So this indicator is a very, very strong indicator and can tell you when certain events are about to occur. You can see back here, same kind of thing. Price line is moving down through the base here. And then it did come rising back up for one last jump up and before falling back down. And this is during the 2018 move down that it had. We can go back a little bit further. We can look at this one here. Here is where we have price touching base right here, but didn't quite break through. Touching base. And then this price movement right here causes lagging line to touch the price line, and very shortly thereafter, price starts moving downwards and continues to just fall. And once it moves through that green cloud there, it continues to fall further. And this would have been the 2008 housing market crash, whatever you want to call it. And then we'll go back a little bit further, and we'll go back to 2000. This is a hot mess. So here would be the first point at where price movement would have broken through the baseline, signaling that something was coming. The lagging line agreed by touching the price line. There was one last bump up in price movement before you had an eventual continuating falling in price until you lead out to 2001 that just kept on falling. So there does seem to be instances where price can rise back up before at least one last time prior to falling through a green cloud, and that may be what we're looking at right here, where we see price just now starting to touch baseline. If price starts to fall below the baseline at any given point on any of these weekly candles here, that's obviously going to cause this lagging line to start dipping down below. We don't want to see lagging line touching price line. That's your indicator for a failure in continuation of movement upwards. And so it could be very, very close. This box could potentially be moved out a little bit further. I need to see about a week or two. I need to see about a week or two more's worth of data before I'll know for sure. But I think that event of NVIDIA moving into the DJI is and forcing buying is going to be a significant event. All right. Let's see here. Continuing. Yeah, I'm just making up words. I don't know. Does that word even exist? I don't know. Let's see here. So that's what I got for you guys for the day today. I know it's beyond past numbers time, but I wanted to kind of just point that out to you that I see some interesting events that are occurring in the marketplace that I think are going to create some momentary periods of volatility, and both up and down. All right. Let me see here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Good morning, Jay. Let's see here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to sign up for that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And what else here? Let me clean my glasses off. Oh, yeah. Make sure you guys are getting those statements on your portfolio so you have those for your records. I need to do that for mine as well. I'll probably do that maybe tonight. And anytime something major changes on your account, you should probably get a record of that from your broker. It's usually just a couple clicks to get a statement sent to you, either through a PDF or some other format. And you can just keep those in your records because you never know when your broker's, accidentally going to lose your information. Or maybe your information changes and you don't know why. So it's good to have a reference point to be able to go back to and reference and say, like, this is what it was. I didn't do anything. Why is it now suddenly telling me something different? And then you can ask your broker a question about it. And say, this is the statement you sent me. I didn't make any changes. Why is it saying this now? All right, my glasses are clean. Ish. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for numbers. Starting in the top left-hand side of the day, there was nobody. One last congratulations, me, pat on the back. Yay. For winning last week. Everybody got the price prediction correct yesterday. One person was off by a penny. That was Rex, just missing it. One single penny. It sucks, but it happens. So nobody got any extra bonus points. So we are starting off the week. Unfortunately for Rex, I was right next to him in price predictions. So otherwise he would have been probably standing by himself down there at that 488 price prediction that he had. I just noticed the option page is all jacked up. Hold on 1 second here and I'll fix that. There we go. Short exempt volume. What did we have for volume yesterday? I gave you volume prediction just before market open of 10 to 30 million shares. Towards the end of the day, it was starting to look like there was a chance that we may actually see just a tiny bit more volume than that 10 to 30 million. But let's see here what we ended up having. Short exempt volume in total was 549.6 thousand. I'm just going to put 549. We were down 2% yesterday. Utilization is currently showing 68.46%. That's back up. Volume yesterday was 27.3 million shares, so that 10 to 30 million prediction was good. We have max pain. Let's see what max pain is. It was 450 as of yesterday. There was a lot of call option occurring yesterday at different price points and put volume. But I don't think it's going to change. I think max pain is going to stick at 450 here. It's still 450. The week ending 6/28 is 450. And maybe I'll go 3 weeks out. 7/5 is 450. So no change to max pain there. GME's max pain yesterday was 27.50. This one I do expect to drop a little bit. I'm going to guess 26 is going to be new max pain right now. Ooh, wow. It actually dropped quite a bit more than that. So what this tells me is that there was a lot of call positions that were probably closed out as that price movement occurred yesterday. So with max pain at 22.50, they closed at 25.22. There's still a lot of options that are in the money right now that are well over the max pain, and facers as a result are probably getting ripped off a little bit here. But with the closing price at 25.22, that's certainly over the max pain of 22.50. Max pain for next week is showing up at 23. Part of our reason maybe for some of our move down yesterday on GME would have been due to closing of call options, perhaps. 628, ending 628 is $23, and ending 7.5 is $25. And I want to look at one specific date out in the future on AMC before I move on. 9/20. Max pain for AMC is $4. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. All right, moving over to volume and the exchanges that they traded through. On a normal day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We had 57.32% going through off-exchange. EDGX was at 10.19. The combined total, 67.51%. So it was about 3.51% higher than it should have been, or what I would consider to be maybe like a normal day. So there was probably some price discovery lost to off-exchange volume trades. CHX volume in total was 10,661 shares. That's nothing really significant there. For GME, CHX volume was 50,639. Anything over 30,000 is a lot. So still a lot of shares being returned on GME. Total amount of shares available to be borrowed. It looks like as of yesterday afternoon, we had some additional amount of shares that were borrowed. So 200,000 is about where we left off at. There was 200,000 shares available to borrow. It looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares, but that was after hours. So I'm going to count those towards yesterday, and that puts us at 1.2 million borrowed yesterday. But everything going forward from that, I'm going to count towards today. So there's been 100,000 shares. There was 50,000 shares overnight returned, 100,000 shares borrowed, and then 300 returned. So there was 1.2 million shares reported borrowed by IBKR yesterday. Today, just 100,000 so far. The fees have dropped a little bit to 2.11 from yesterday, and rebates gone up a little. I will look at GMEs real quick here. Rebates a positive number and fees are under 1%. Oops, wrong one. Institutional ownership. Yesterday was being reported on AMC at 85.429 million. That's still the same, no change. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data after I move some pages around. All right, let's take a look at options. In open interest, the highest amount of open interest that we had yesterday for calls was at a $6 strike. That is still the case. Yesterday we had 42.5 thousand contracts. It's now 46.2, so it went up. Highest amount of put volume yesterday was at a $4 strike with 42.6 thousand contracts. That increased to 43.5, so almost 1,000 contracts increase on that. So the market's suggesting that it thinks price could go both directions. There's call options that are still building at higher call strike amounts, and puts also increasing below. So the market seems to be convinced both directions. So there's a lot of hedging going on both ways. Put the spread between the put and the call largest amounts right now is a $2 spread, $4 for the puts, $6 for the calls, suggesting a closing price maybe around $5 by the end of the week, which is still higher than the $4.50 that Max Payne is suggesting. That'll be interesting to see if the options do not clear that up before the end of the week is over. I'm going to scroll down through the page here just so we have a historical documentation of this week's and next week's option open interest. And then we will take a look at GME's numbers. Highest amount of call volume closest to the current call price, or the strike price of where price closed, is the $25 strikes with 33,000 contracts that are in the money There's 70,000 contracts at 30, 10,000 contracts at 26. Highest amount of put volume is at a $25 strike price as well, with 23.7 thousand contracts. So you can imagine there's going to be some of these puts are probably going to want to see price driving underneath 25 before the day is over to help those to go in the money. There is 15,000 contracts in the money of puts at 30. If you see volume starting to pick up on those, it would either mean somebody's buying in the money put contracts or that they're closing them out. I'm not sure which. I said in the money. Those are out of the money. Sorry. Puts would want to see price drop below 25. Why would they be buying in the money puts? That wouldn't make any sense. Or out of the money puts. At 30. Is that right? No, price is below 30, so these are in the money. Sorry, I say it backwards. These are in the money. With price below 30, those puts are good. I don't know why buying in the money puts would be kind of odd. And so I think if we did see volume at 30, we would probably be suggesting that these are closing out, afraid that the price is going to move up and cause those to no longer be in the money. 60.4 thousand contracts at 20. And there's a snapshot of all the option contracts that are open. Let's take a look at Ortex. Utilization on AMC drove up yesterday from 63.44 to 68.46%. The on-loan amount increased from 57.56 million shares to 63.41. I'm not even going to try to get I'm going to have to get out my calculator. $5.85 million shares newly loaned yesterday. Ortex usually estimates about a third of those as in new short interest, so we're probably looking at like close to around, it's probably like 1.9 million shares in new short interest. Let's just verify. They are estimating the estimated short-term interest of the free float rose from 14.54% to 14.94%. So 0.4. Oops. 368. So what did I do wrong there? I did some math wrong. Oh, it should be 1.47 million shares. I know what I'm pretty sure I did. I should have done this and times the 368 point. Yeah, 1.47 million shares is what they're estimating. So a little bit less. They underestimated on the amount of short interest. I was expecting to see more like 1.9. The on-loan average age per day slightly dipped from 30.39 days to 30.09. That would be as a result of a bunch of brand new loans being taken out, 5.85 million of them. It will cause that to dip a little. Security lending volume day over day dropping from 15.67 million to 9.45. Taking a look at GME's numbers. Utilization spiking up day over day from 39.46 to 45.43. The on-loan amount also driving upwards from 42.33 million shares to 47.67. As a result, the estimated short share interest of the free float rose to 11.49 to 11.82. And the on-loan average age per day should be dropping with an event like this occurring, but it didn't. It actually went up. It went up from 14.87 to 15.29, which means there's a massive disparity between the newly loaned position's age, which is 0 at that point, and the amount of shares that are on the books already. And we kind of saw that a little bit in some of the positions that were returned. We could tell that they were newer positions, not older positions. And so that would explain perhaps maybe why that's moving upwards. Security lending volume did drop day over day from 26.91 million to 14.08. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day today is at 440. There's currently 460.8 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 44.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 155.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. GME did trip SSR yesterday, so SSR is on for today. It would trip it again today at $22.70. What was max pain again? Max pain is $22.50. Go figure. All right. Let's see here. There's currently 521,000 out of the money calls versus 152.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 291.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 56.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME was third on the list yesterday and had a beautiful 64.85% buy to 35.15% sell ratio. The dip was definitely getting purchased yesterday, as we could see it through those numbers. AMC did not make the list of most heavily traded stocks by the end of the day. MMRI, when we finished out the day yesterday, was 280.01. It's now 281.14. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, when we finished out the day yesterday, was 0.489. This morning it's 0.485. We started out the day yesterday at 0.464. We've been seeing these numbers become more and more inverted, which does not show signs of a healthy economy, regardless of what we may be being told. Taking a look at the VIX this morning is showing, I feel like this is the same value from yesterday. I'm starting to wonder if this is not getting reported correctly. July 24th. Wait, what? Okay, month. That should be about right. July of 24, it's a month out. That should be right. It's showing 14.33. So overnight it's saying that it was up 0.07, which means the market should be just slightly down. And they are kind of slightly down right now. So, all right. Well, the VIX is reporting the future should be around 14.33. And yesterday it closed at 12.75. So it should be moving up again. The Nikkei is down 0.07, Hang Seng down 0.12, and the Nifty 50 up 0.44. Depending on what you're looking at in the marketplace, some things are up, some things are down. The Nasdaq 100, for example, is up 0.15, but the Russell 2000 is down 0.29. Mixed messages. The Mag 7 this morning, 3-year green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from closing price yesterday will get a shout out. Does not appear that anything meets that criteria. Gold is down 0.24 and trending down. Silver is down 1.06 and trending down. Well, it's consolidating right now after a trend down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.12 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.22. I'm on a weekly chart here, and I'm going to go back down to 1 minute and then get rid of my Ichimoto. Yeah, the US dollar is trending up. It's at 105.56. I'm waiting for it to break 107. Oil is up 1.48. Has not yet traded. I'm sorry. It's not yet traded this morning. SPY is down 0.02. There was a little bit of a gap down in the pre-market open. It came back up, recovered some of it, and then it's trending back down again. We're getting our pokey stick of volume in right now, so we'll rush through some of these other ones. Tesla is down 0.27 and trending down. Amazon is down 0.08 and consolidating after a trend down. Cinemark has not yet traded. Doge is down 1% and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.22, trending down. Yeah, we're right on the precipice of seeing this make a break, I think. GME is down 1.54% and trending down. HYMC is breaking even in the pre-market this morning after trading 7 shares. Not enough to really note. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood is down 0.72 and trending down. AMC is down 0.92 and is currently, I'm going to call it consolidating right now. And our pokey stick of volume came in at 115,000 shares, giving us a grand total of 132,000 shares traded so far this morning. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 136,000 shares. We're on a very low volume pace for the day today. I can't imagine this is going to be suggesting anything higher than what we had yesterday. I might change my prediction to 15 to 35 just to give myself just a little bit more breathing room on the volume prediction, but we are definitely getting low volume predictions. I won't give you that total volume prediction until just before market open when I do price predictions. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 44.14, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 42.57, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 46.08, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.95, which is average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion's below base, but price has got red cloud ahead of it. That price likes to drive through red clouds north. If we were to see price starting to move up, we want to see conversion crossing base and lagging line crossing price line, and price moving or not being inside of a cloud. The top of the cloud for the day today is going to be around $5.20. It was temporarily at $5.55 from yesterday, but today we get to drop down that price to $5.20. That's a much more realistic price for being able to hit and see buy pressure showing up. The 4-hour cloud might actually be in agreement with this. The lagging line is technically above price line for the first 8 hours of trading for the day today, but then we'll run into the price line. So we've got to get prices actually got to come up before the end of the day is over to around $5.50 at the very least to get that lagging line back up above price line. But do note that would be around the price point where we would be in a cloud. So we need to really kind of break above the cloud, which is going to be around $5.65. So the 1 hour and the 4 hour do not quite agree, but they are getting closer and closer to being in agreement. Seeing a push past 520 wouldn't be that much further to get to 560. But that number drops drastically going forward into the rest of this week, down to about 545. I say drastically, 15 cents. Drastically, 15 cents less than what it was. It's still 15 cents less, and it puts us that much closer to a match with the 1 hour cloud where we could get some additional buying pressure at the same price of 520. Or that's not the same price. A closer price of those 2 points in being in agreement. Excuse me. That cough came out of nowhere. I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking about what I would kind of anticipate to see price do. This move that we've had over the last 4 trading days has been extremely regular. I'm not sure if you're seeing it or not, but a little bit of upwards momentum for like the first period of the day, followed by downwards momentum, upwards momentum, downwards momentum. In this particular case here, it didn't. The downwards momentum did not retrace everything and more than what the upwards momentum was, but every other following day behind that, this has the upwards momentum leading into market open and not at market open. But then this is the only day that has that upwards momentum happening before market open and then downwards after. Everything else has that like first 3 candles on a 1 hour candle. So first 3 hours kind of momentum upwards followed by that downtrend. Is this institution scalping here? You know, creating FOMO within the first 3 hours of trading only to drive price down further to try and scalp off of those orders that are being placed during those periods of time? It's possible. Do I think we'll see a continuation of that trend going down? So we broke out of a wedge that was a 6-day trading long wedge yesterday, and you can see we definitely broke when price did pass through this level of support. We did break down below that. There might be one more day of continued downward momentum on this. Let me just kind of get a trend channel on this and figure out where it's heading towards. What do I want to? I guess I'll do this. So we could potentially maybe see a close around like 4. I don't want to count that. There we go. So this is a close at around 517. Then we had a close around 490. And potentially we could see another close at around 475-ish. The question is does it break out of this trend today? I don't think so, because the pre-market volume isn't spiking. The pre-market volume is suggesting something very, very similar to what we saw in maybe price movement. So maybe we see a 2% down move today, or 2 to 3% down today. Let's just bank on 2.5 and see what that gives us. Let's see here. Is that right? $476. That's really close to the 475 number that I gave you guys. What I'm looking for right now specifically is kind of a double bottom off of this right here. So something that where we finally see price bouncing at around like maybe 460, anywhere right around 460 maybe. But we're getting what appears to be a rising, maybe double bottom. And if that's the case, then we could see some strong movement upwards today. This is a tough one. I think we either close at we either have a continuation of this move downwards and we close it around 475, or we get a really strong push today that may take us and retest that 524 level. I think with max pain being 450 for this week, though, I think the institutions are going to really try and push this down here. So I'm gonna lean towards that. I'm gonna go with that 476 close. You can see how there's a little bit of a, so if I look over just this period of time here, like this, where the wedge is at, you can see that there's a little bit of a gap here in volume that maybe needs to be filled. It doesn't need to be, but it could be filled. So seeing a test of 524 and a rejection off of that a couple times to kind of fill in some of that volume there before seeing a continuation upwards is a strong possibility. But then you see also that there's volume here that's low that maybe want to be tested. So if I zoom back out here, how low is that actual volume in contrast to the past? Does this need to be filled in? I say no. Printed a TD9. I might change my, we'll see just before market open. I might change my price prediction a little bit just before market open, but I'm going to head over to the back of the big tramp. Let me put this back up. And they're off. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Japan Ape says, what indicator is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? It's called TD sequential on here, and all it is it's looking for a let me read it off to you, but it's looking for a continuing trend in one direction of price continuing to close within I think it's like a 3-period time lower. So it's looking for consecutive 9 points that are going lower. I think 3 of the 9 the 3 previous to the current one that's being measured has to be lower than the previous 3. So, but let me pull it up here and I'll read it, the exact trading signal to you. It says the TD sequential is an indicator that identifies a turning point in the price trend of an asset or an index. Essentially, on any time frame, if the chart of an asset shows 9 consecutive candles above or below the closure of 4 candles. Oh, it's 4 candles, not 5. 4 candles prior, then it prints a TD9. So it's going to have it's basically showing a trend. If you're familiar with statistical process control or SPC, I think that's the rule of 7. In this particular case, they're using the rule of 9. Apex is going like a baller. 475 to 575. Yeah, I'm still not sure. I need to see which direction the market's going to be heading for the day before I want to commit to one direction or the other. Yeah, it shows up on the charts there whenever they do show up. I mean, you can look at it at any different time interval and see those candles. It's pretty reliable. I mean, I wouldn't say there's any indicator out there that's like 100%, but it is definitely a reliable indicator. The question really becomes is when you have a reversal going back the other direction, how far is that reversal going to be? Is it going to be 3 points? Are you going to have one data point that's higher back up? You never know. It could be a very quick reversal in the other direction for a single data point before continuing back down again. And that's enough. That's all it takes to reset it. Apex says, I'm just taking in years of market fuckery on today's price prediction. But of course, if I see something in the next hour, I might change my mind. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's part of the rules. You can do that. I see we had somebody in here by the name of DTB Streams. I don't agree with that statement that Ryan Cohen killed the squeeze. That's the same kind of attacks that people put on Adam Aaron. I don't believe that's the truth. I mean, yesterday's price. I mean, here's the thing, and I actually blocked somebody on Twitter like just the other day for this because I was just like, I mean, how can you even make this kind of a statement? But I'm gonna look for my replies here. Like, I mean, if you listened to yesterday's shareholder meeting for GME, there was nothing in there that was bad news. There was nothing in there that would have suggested that the price movement should look like this at all. Nothing. Nothing should have suggested that occurred during that meeting that this should have been the case at all. But what's even more damning about all this is that a totally non-related stock had the same movement at the same time. We didn't, and we had great news over the weekend. 2 of the top earning days of the year in 2024, back-to-back breaking records on Friday and Saturday. And yet, when GME holds their shareholder meeting, AMC goes down. If you think that this is a Ryan Cohen thing, you're not on the same team as me. You're not. You're trying to convince people of something that you're trying to convince people that the CEO is responsible for this kind of price movement. What, Adam Aaron was responsible for these price movements yesterday? He didn't even do anything except for tweet great stuff out yesterday. And this. Like, there's no way you could suggest that this is related. So if you want a sign of pure market manipulation, and then this is it right here. It's craziness. Moonlit Rift says, raises $4 billion in cash to crush short thesis, must have killed his squeeze. I know exactly. There's nothing that could convince me otherwise. you're obviously not playing for the same team I'm playing for, because if you think that's the case, like the idea that you would even come up or conjure up the idea that RC was responsible for any kind of change in price, it's got to be one of two things: either you're playing for the other team, or you lost a shit ton of money in option contracts and you're just a little salty. And I get it, I understand, but that was your dumb decision to go ahead and YOLO on a bunch of stupid call contracts when everybody was pumping them over the weekend because of IV being high. What else did you, I feel like probably 93% of the people that were watching yesterday knew that was going to happen yesterday. Like, nobody missed price predictions yesterday. Not a single one of us on AMC, even though we could have suggested, we could have all bought into to the idea that price was going to absolutely pump, but every single, did anybody have an average price prediction yesterday that was higher than, let me see here. We closed at $4.99. Did anybody have a price prediction that was higher? Hold on a second here. Let me see. Okay, Apex did. Apex had a price prediction for movement upwards in price. But everybody else did not. Everybody was suggesting in the price prediction besides Apex that we were going to see price moving further down. It's just craziness. Like, you wouldn't see that coming. Like, you didn't realize that with a shareholder meeting that the price would go down? Where have you been for 3 years? It doesn't make any sense. It's like welcome, newbie. Your first rodeo, apparently. Casey, you forget one thing. What do I forget? Ooh, Dav. I don't want to say it. I really didn't want to say it, but I am completely in agreement with you on that. The fact that those tweets came out when they did, right as that was, Dav, completely agree with you. So I'm going to read what Dav said here. The timing of Adam's tweets after not tweeting for a while, right before the GME meeting, tells me they're both compiling evidence. And I would tend to agree with you. When I saw that yesterday, when I saw his tweets come out, and then when everything unfolded the way that it did, I was like, you know what, they're fishing. I legitimately feel like both AMC and GME are fishing for they're looking to catch the rats in the barrel, or the kids with their hands in the cookie jar. And I think yesterday was a perfect example of catching somebody in the process of manipulating in a market, and this is going to look really bad. Because they'll know exactly, especially with the consolidated automated. I always forget what the T stands for. Tracking, whatever. Anyways, the CAT system. With that in place now, I think there's going to be a chance that there's a really good chance that they could probably make a case that, like, hey, look, you need to look into the orders that were placed during this period of time, from this time to this time, because the price moved with nothing that occurred that would have suggested the price should move in that direction all at the same time. It was a coordinated event. And I think you can build a very, very strong case on something like that, especially with two different stocks that aren't even related moving at the same time in the way that they moved. Hazel, it wasn't strange. Actually, it wasn't strange at all. The price, Hazel, you need to go look up what causes the price to trigger for halts. because it didn't move the amount that it needed to move within a certain period of time. So it's time based. And if the price doesn't move over a certain amount in a certain period of time, then those halts will never happen. So, but don't, be careful, because you're suggesting something that was nefarious when there literally was nothing nefarious about that price movement yesterday. There shouldn't have been any halts. It happened the way that it should have happened. I didn't see anything in there that should have suggested there should have been a halt. Trail. Thank you, Dario. It's so funny because I was literally thinking trail in my head just now, and then I looked down and I saw your consolidated damn it, now I can't even automated trail. Wait, now I can't even remember. Let's see. Let's see. Audit. Consolidated audit trail. I don't know why I can't. For some reason or another, it just doesn't want to stick in my head. This is why I always hate acronyms so much, because they just never get stuck in my head. I would much rather just say everything out fully, and then that way I can remember it and not have to resort to it. Because if I just say cat all the time, it's never going to sink in what it actually stands for. Eric Jones says, typically if AMC is down early for the week, it's good for us by the end of the week. I used to actually track that stuff, like what percentages we had based off of certain movements on certain days, like whether, percentage-wise, whether or not that was going to be a good thing for us or not. It's interesting you would say that. What's your tracking period of time that you have for that data? How far back does that go, that analysis? I used to run that report back in, 2021, 22, somewhere in that time frame. And my tracking period, do I have that pulled up? Which one do I have that pulled up on? Let me look here real quick. I like this massive tracking sheet where I would take the closing price of well, I took all the information, but I would post it in there, and it would spit out a percentages telling me which what were the chances of seeing a red or green day based off of the previous day's close. Yeah, I don't. It's in another. Hold on a second. Let me take you to the other page here. I got to open up another Excel spreadsheet. I'm trying to remember what I used for. Actually, I wonder if it's this one. It's not that one. Give me 1 second. I just want to see which chart I had this on. Oh, green, red. Here it is. I just found it. I literally called the file green, red. I was pulling data. The data I was pulling was back from 20. I pulled data as far back as 20. How far back did this go? 2017? That can't be right. Yeah, it's not right. I pulled back. I was pulling data from December of 2019 all the way through January of 2022. And based on the information that I would plug in, it would give me how many days were green, how many days were red during that period of time, the inverse of that number, and then it would give me percentages as to what our chances were of seeing a red versus green day based on previous day's closing amount. It also gave me a percentage of what days were most likely to be red, what days were most likely to be green, as a percentage. But I had like at least a year's worth of data all compiled into this spreadsheet here that I've got open right now to give me that information. I'm just curious what your time span is you're tracking on that. Roaring Kitty's meme this morning. Let's check it out. I did not know he had one yet. Oh, that's yesterday's. Yeah, that's yesterday's. We don't talk about Bruno. Jay says it's break time. Thank you.
Good morning, Casey. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, John. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too shabby. How are you?
It's okay. We have a heat wave here, and things are very, very hot. And
That's
humid.
right. You were talking about the heat wave. What kind of temperatures are you looking at? And
45.
translate it for me, because I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit. In Celsius,
Okay.
I don't know what it is in Celsius, but I need Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Right now we have 26 Celsius. It feels like 33.
All right, I'll do the math because it's my stupid system that's jacking it up. So, 26 point, what was it? I'll look it up.
20. It feels like 33 Celsius, and afterwards in the peak, it's gonna go 4 p.m. and 5 p.m.
That's
It's
80
gonna
degrees.
feel like
That's only 80 degrees. 26.3 is 80 degrees. Come on. That's not, they
Canada,
can't.
for Canada, it's
That's
burning Canada.
Oh my gosh, dude! You should be
4, 5,
outside throwing
4 and 5 p.m.
frisbees and having picnics and blowing bubbles.
I grew up with this temperature. You know, in Greece, this is the all year round, most likely. But the thing is, 4, 5 p.m. it's gonna feel like 43, 44, 43. Let's say.
Okay,
43 Celsius.
43. So that's going to be, oh, holy crap. Now that's hot. That's 109. That's 100. That's nearly 110. Yeah, that's hot. That's why I'm saying you better start enjoying this 80 degrees, because once are you literally saying it's going to be 110 up there?
Yep.
Wow. I didn't.
Tomorrow. In the peak, 3 to 5 o'clock. Yeah.
Wow. What's your temperature swings like over there?
Oof. This is not normal. Usually, this is bad. Usually, it's 5, 7 degrees. Let's say now it's morning here, right?
Mhm.
It's 8:30 in the morning. So it's hot. Usually, it's 20 degrees, 22.
Which would be 71. That's close to what I keep for temperature in my house on a constant yearly basis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
I'm probably
in the
it's probably
peak of
22
the
and a
day,
half. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
yeah, in the peak of the day, it's gonna go 30, 33.
Yeah. 33 is like 91. 30 is 86. That's actually not that bad. I mean, that's actually a really nice summer, to
Yes,
be honest.
in a normal day. In a normal day, but today, let's say 8:30 in the morning, we
Yeah.
have 33 right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see where that would be an issue.
Yeah, but it's okay.
I'm sorry to hear that,
A
man.
lot of liquid. No, it's okay. Me, I used it. But the thing is the humidity. We have so much green here. It's the humidity. It's combined, and you can breathe.
Yeah.
It's okay. It is what it is. A lot of liquid, a lot of water. That's it.
Yeah. You'll be all right. You'll make it.
Yeah, we're gonna survive. We survived 3 years. What's one more?
That's right.
2 more, or who knows?
Dav is saying, final tin hat moment. I also think they told Kitty to go live because they're compiling evidence and needed him to prove he's not pumping the stock. Adding him to the board would ruin it too. Well, he doesn't have. I don't think he has enough of a position to be able to be added to the board. I don't think. I think he would need to hold at least like, I don't know. I would want to suggest maybe like 5% at least. And they gave off their share count not too long ago, and I didn't write it down. I should have, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty well. Let's see what it's saying here. This is saying outstanding shares at 426.22. 26.22. He would need to own at least like 21.3 million shares in order to be able to have, or probably be able to claim that he should have a seat on the board. Whether or not they add him as a board member anyways, I don't know. I think it would be a big mistake in my opinion, because then he would no longer be able to talk to investors. And I think that would be probably really bad. So, but
he's allowed to refuse it
yeah.
if he doesn't want to go.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. He wouldn't
All
need
right.
to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the best.
Yeah.
Basically, they're gonna get pissed in the people that they want to control the situation, because as soon as he's gonna accept it, like you said, he's not gonna be able to talk to the apes, to us, to the people.
Right.
But as soon as he's gonna refuse it, I guess
It might give him
turn,
some protection, though. I mean, I'm trying to look at it from both angles. Him being on the board could provide him protection against any kind of suggestions that he's manipulating stock price.
Yeah, okay, but why?
I don't think he wants on the
They-
board. I honestly don't think he wants on the board.
They're digging a lot. I think they're digging a lot.
I don't know.
It's just a regular person that he had some money and he just invests to the company he likes.
So here's the thing. I've toyed around with the idea of like suggesting I should run for the board for AMC. But every time that thought enters into my mind, and the first thing that I think of is like, what do I have to offer AMC other than the fact that I talk to shareholders? Nothing. I have nothing to offer the board. As a board member, I have nothing to offer the company. Anything. Nothing. Why in the world would I want to be on the board of directors if I couldn't talk to shareholders and I had nothing to offer the company? And that makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, none.
Just for the title.
Yeah.
Just for the title.
Yeah, I don't.
In the end,
I think
just for
that's super unhealthy, right? There's nothing healthy about that.
Yeah.
So, but I have thought about it though. There was a time where I actually had a group of people where I'd ask them like, "What do you guys think about me running for the board of directors?" And one person said yes. And it was that one person that made me just stop and think about, think about it and be like, rationalize in my head whether or not it was something that I should really even consider. And I think for the company, it would be a bad thing to do. It wouldn't help. I don't have any board experience.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons why it would be stupid.
I agree. Unless you're a CFO or you have degrees in management or marketing stuff like that,
Yeah.
why you want to go? I don't know. Sit in the board. I don't know, but I think they're pushing a lot. They want to investigate again. They want to do this. They want to do that. What's the matter? Because the guy, he talked to us and he's let us know his position about something he likes. So what? Because they cannot believe that he pulled out all the situation and he caught them sleeping awake. Right? I don't know. I see it like that.
Yeah. I gotta go to
So
break.
if yeah,
No,
I'm gonna
wait.
let you go
Just
to the break.
finish what you're gonna say though. Go ahead.
It's like us. Let's say now, the community. Eventually, one day, we're gonna win. So they're gonna want to investigate all of us. Why we stick
Yeah.
around and we love the stock, we support our stocks. What are they gonna do?
No, there's nothing they can do. We're not doing anything wrong. So
Exactly. So
yeah.
why they now it's only Rory Kitty that he's in the center right now because he did the big moves.
I think if there's anything, well, I kind of went back and was kind of reviewing some of the different stuff that was being said through the congressional hearing, and I think what they were implying is that he was using information that he had from his position working for a financial institution, being FINRA certified or as a regulator, or not as a regulator, but as a FINRA. He had some kind of FINRA certification, and I think they were trying to suggest that he was using his knowledge within the market to be able to manipulate price movements. And that's I don't think that's what
Yeah,
was
they
going on
wanted.
at all.
Yeah, they wanted to admit to that. I think they were pushing for that.
Yeah.
Just to admit it and say something that okay, we cut the guy. It's he manipulated the stock, not that they screw over the whole market and they want to do what they want to do right now. And because we have the info, we have the resources, we cannot play like them. It's like we cut them inside the cookie jar, not with a hand, inside the cookie jar.
Like full on. I feel like they were like
Yeah.
literally like waist deep in the cookie jar. It wasn't just like a hand or anything.
It's in the bottom of the cookies.
Yeah.
The cookies are on top.
They were looking for a prize at the bottom and weren't even looking for a cookie.
Yeah, stuff like that. They create that mess. Anyways, we'll catch up later.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna mention. I couldn't remember what it was that he had. Let me see if I can find it here. He had a license. He was a licensed securities broker registered with FINRA from July 2012 with no disclosed regulatory infractions. As of February 26th of 2021, Gill was no longer a registered financial broker. January 28th was his last day of employment with Mass Mutual, and a FINRA spokeswoman said a person registration is terminated when he or she is no longer employed by a registered firm. So I think they were trying to suggest that he had like inside information as to how business practices were being used to manipulate price movement, or it's like somebody saying, it's like somebody coming in and saying like, look, he used business practices to figure out how the market's manipulated, and he reversed the manipulation, and so he's in trouble because he was manipulating. It's like, it's so insane to suggest that. Somebody would come in and do something that would be the opposite of what the market's trying to do, which is manipulate it. I think it's funny.
Absolutely. Anyways, take a break.
Yeah, I need to. Let me just read through the rest of these. Robert, thank you for your vote of confidence there. I appreciate that, but I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. I'll tell you why, Robert. Robert, for me, it's one of the big things is that I think I want to be a part of documenting the whole history in here, and I can't continue to do what it is I want to do if I were to move that direction. And so I think that was like the big thing for me. It would have been me giving up on what it was that I was trying to do, and so I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to give up on that. It meant too much to me. It's like, imagine working on something for 3 years and you're just like, just piss it off into the wind and be like, well, that didn't work out. It's tough to do. Just give it all up for some board position, It's like, meh. How about after MOAS? Probably not. I've got other plans. All right, I got to go to break, so I'm going to head out of here. But John, thanks for stopping in, and I'll see you a little bit later.
We'll catch up later.
All right.
Enjoy the break. Bye.
All right. Don't forget, tomorrow, guys, is a holiday. Don't expect me to be on tomorrow because I won't be. So it is a federal holiday. A lot of you guys should have it off, and be safe. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world around you. I'm not saying don't have fun, but be safe. Be safe and be courteous and kind to people, because I feel like a lot of the stuff that's happening right now is really because people just don't remember how to have social interactions where, sometimes all it takes is just a smile. You bump into somebody and smile and say, "Excuse me," or, just kind of common politeness. Be kind. Love others. All right, I'll see you guys after break.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the weight in my head, I embrace the brick grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a world that I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys. So I got my price prediction in already. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stay with the number that I was kind of looking at earlier this morning, a 426 to 526 close for the day to day, which means I'm targeting 476 as a value. I've got Apex in already for 475 to 575 unless he changes it, which is okay to do. And let's see here. I have Twisty coming in. Twisty, good morning to you. If you're listening, I have Twisty looking at a 482 close. He's looking for 432 to 532. Let's see here. And Rex is going with the same numbers that he had yesterday, which is 438 to 538. So the only person who would be eligible for an extra bonus point without hitting it right on the head on their price prediction would be Apex. For having a unique price prediction on that 475 to 575 value. Looks like Apex is going to go with 470 to 570. Instead, he is changing it. Let me put you down. Sir, just because I went down... You're just going for the other side of this of the price movement for the day. I see what you're doing. All right, I'm gonna pop this Red Bull. It's about time to get the day started here. Apex says we have a 49-cent spread between us. I would have dropped mine down to 425 to 525 if Rex had gone. If that would have helped me give me a unique, not Rex, but Twisty, if that would have given me a unique price prediction, but it doesn't help me at all. So, and I don't really want to go down to 421. Rex is, or Apex is saying that's wrong. Let's see here. 44 cents. It should be a 44-cent range, is what I'm seeing. Yeah, there you go. I said it before you typed it. You just hear, you get it late, that's all. All right, so it is about time to get the market open. Let me give you guys a quick volume prediction here for the day today. I am seeing a little bit, let's see, what kind of volume are we looking at? Today is the 18th, correct? Yeah, okay. Let me plug some numbers in real quick and get you the volume prediction. I don't think it's going to be, I might slightly increase my prediction just a little bit, even though I think volume's going to be lower today. What is this value? 61,669. 144,369. So yesterday at this point in time, we had slightly less volume than what we're having right now. So I would imagine that maybe our volume today is going to be a little bit higher. Not too much. So I'm gonna increase my volume prediction today to, I did 10 to 30 yesterday. Today is going to be 15 to 35. Just because I don't want to feel like I'm so close to the bottom edge here. But it should be very, very close volume to what we had yesterday, maybe a slight bit more. And yesterday we had a total of, I think it was 27 million. Maybe I should hedge on either side of that. You know, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go 17 to 37. I'm going to start giving you guys some weird numbers. 17 to 37 for volume for the day today. And it's about time to get this market open and started. Just Say says, my prediction is 502 close. It's Jay Say, sorry. All right, let's do this. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. Defeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Decal. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I got a con, baby girl, what's happening? You and your ass invited, so gonna get to clapping. Go pop it for a plan, pop it for me. Turn around and drop it for a plan, drop it for me. I'll rent a beach house in Miami. Wake up with no jammies. Lobster tail for dinner. Julio served that scampi. You got it if you want it. Got it if you want it. Said you got it if you want it. Take my wallet if you want it now. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex trips to Puerto Rico. Say the word and we go. You can be my flica. Girl, I'll be a flico, mamacita. I would never make a promise that I can't keep. I promise that your smile ain't gonna never leave. Shopping sprees in Paris. Everything 24 carats. Take a look in that mirror. Now tell me who's the fairest. Is it you? Is it you? Is it me? Is it me? Say it's us. And I'll agree, baby. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry, shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. You say you want a good time. Well, here I am, baby. Here I am, baby. Talk to me, talk to me, tell me what's on your mind. If you want it, girl, come and get it. All this is here for you. Tell me, baby, tell me, baby, what you tryna do? Strawberry shining bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I was still trying to. That song ends way too quick. I was still trying to write out. We don't talk about Bruno. Poor Bruno. He was going nuts this morning. If I'm having buffering problems, guys, there's people doing yard work around here, so of course it's going to cause a little bit of a mayhem with my internet connection. I don't know why, but it always seems to happen when that happens. So. It's probably has something to do with the fact that I'm on those copper lines, I would imagine. But we're seeing a little bit of that push down this morning that we were kind of looking at before. Maybe today's going to be the day where AMC trips the SSR for the day. If that were to be the case, I've got on the page here the synthetic price failure at 445 and SSR trips at 440. So those things are lining up very, very close to the same. It's a possibility. If there is an increased amount of volume that's occurring, that's exactly how they'll be able to create more liquidity to be able to fill orders in the marketplace, especially if there's no shares in order to be able to borrow but there is shares to borrow, so it's kind of weird, right? We're seeing shares showing up that are available to borrow, but they're not borrowing them. They're just printing shares out of nothing. Those will become instant failure to delivers, though. Let's see what we got going on here. For the morning, for the title, I wanted to kind of discuss with you guys something interesting that I see happening in the marketplace going on. So the title for the day is important market events. It should have been. I'm gonna actually change it real quick here. Give me 1 second. I'll put it to event. I don't want to say events because there's really just kind of one event there, but there's several things that are kind of lining up here that I guess it's maybe events that are going to occur. But I'm going to take you over the Dow Jones Industrials real quick here, and we're going to take a look at that. Because I think there's something interesting going on. I'm going to show it to you on a weekly time interval. That is a very long time interval. There's a very significant level of what I would call, which was resistance. You can see that very clearly the price broke through a level of resistance, both on this rising level of resistance and this flat level of resistance that we had from the past, and broke through it quite nicely and moving upwards, and then started to stall out, and a little bit of consolidation going on right now. Will we see this continue upwards? Or is this going to have a reversal at some point here? Well, you guys know that I love Ichimoto. It's one of my favorite indicators because it does kind of give you an idea as to where buying and selling pressure may flip going the other direction. As you can see here, the lagging line is above price line. The conversion is technically above base, but price is testing over 4 weeks now, the baseline. If price were to close this week out below the base, then that could kind of be the signal for a potential reversal coming in. And you can see that the lagging line is probably only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks away from our current price on touching the price line. And when that happens, especially with price moving down underneath the base, it's going to trigger a big sell-off in the marketplace. And I've got my box here as a suggested breakout point, which is going to be somewhere towards the end of July to the middle of or beginning of September is this box right here. And I think there's a potential chance here that we see this maybe go back up one more time before moving into a downtrend, because we're looking very, very similar to what happened back here. A lot of this is looking very, very much the same here on price movement. And you can see what the eventual price movement did here after that rising double top that we had. And so I'm thinking that we're going to probably do something very, very similar to this. Or there might be 1/3 final rise that maybe takes it a little bit higher. But I'm really looking for this lagging line to see what it's going to do. It's obviously going to be based off of where current price is moving towards. Now, there's going to be something that's going to be altering this. What is the Dow? What is the Dow Jones Industrials exactly? Let me pull up this other page here. And the Dow Jones Industrials is 30 companies, including the Dow Jones Industrial Average, are listed below. The list is sorted by each component's weight in the index. The weight of each company is determined by the price of the stock. A $100 stock will be weighted more than a $30 stock. So basically, it's a bunch of blue chips stocks from the Nasdaq and the New York Stock Exchange, and that's what this makes up. I think there are some limitations on what this can include. Things like oh man, I forget what they are. Like hold on a second here. I think, like, is it transportation or something? I think it's like there's a few different categories that are not included in on this, but anyways, that's, who cares about that? That's not the point I'm trying to get to. This is showing you the weighted amount on this, and I'm not sure how accurate or up to date this is. This is off of slickcharts.com. Who knows what this is? I don't even know if this is accurate on some of these, but I do know that the one corporation that I see in here that is supposedly going to be replaced by something that's not on this list is this one at the very end down here. So it's being suggested that this one's going to fall off, and we'll possibly see NVIDIA taking its place on this list. Now, what happens when that happens is that it's going to force a lot of institutions to start buying NVIDIA, and that's going to create a lot of buying pressure on it when that happens. And how heavily weighted will it be? Well, remember, it's going to be based off of price, right? A lot of it's going to be based off of price within the stock. And so if we were to take a look at the price of NVIDIA after it has done its 10-for-1 split, NVIDIA is currently trading, I think it's like 130. Hold on, let's see. 131, right? So it's trading at 131. So where's that going to put that on our list on here? So in 131, it's going to kind of put it right about here. So it's going to be on the bottom third of the list here. So it's going to be in the last 20 or 10, the last 10 stocks on the top 30. But it's going to cause a lot of buying pressure. There's going to be a lot of institutional buying going on. And if something were to happen to NVIDIA at any given point, that's going to have some kind of drastic effect on the Dow Jones Industrials numbers. Oh, the market's looking red right now. There's only one green one, NVIDIA. Now some of these things are starting to make a little bit of sense. Like, why were they pushing price? Why were they pushing price so high on NVIDIA Maybe it's because they were trying to get this positioned into the Dow Jones Industrials so that it would force institutional buying. Why? Because if they wanted to create a bunch of bag holders on something and suddenly see the price drop out from underneath it, then you would want to see something like this pushed onto the Dow Jones Industrials, forcing institutions to buy into it, and then you can dump the price. Kind of interesting, right? What would that do? Oh, it would have a major impact on the rest of the market, and you would see the Dow Jones Industrials probably starting to drop as a result, and a lot of other things might lose value as well. And so I'm really kind of watching this. I'm going to be watching this very, very heavily. Let me put this on a daily chart. I didn't look at this earlier, and I meant to. A daily chart on this is suggesting that we are nearing a red or a green. Remember, price likes to go up through red, down through green. We are nearing a green cloud here, which is suggesting that we may see price starting to dip back down. There's a little bit of a red cloud here and then a continuation of green. So we may be seeing price turning around within the next week or two, heading back down on the Dow Jones Industrials. And it could be even sooner. But here's the thing. On the daily chart here, lagging line is already underneath price line. Conversion's already underneath base. There's no reason for this to be continuing to move upwards unless it was going to have this like massive reversal off of this move here and completely bypass this green cloud, which I wouldn't suspect would be the case on a daily chart. But it could, it could happen. In fact, if anything, this move right here would probably be, this was an early move here. This move almost right here seems like it might be. This is the red cloud move. This might be the dump through. It's got a dump in here in like 2 to 3 weeks through this cloud here, which is going to put it back down into the mid 38s at least. But anyways, I don't see good things showing up here for the futures much further. We may see one more rise out of this before the actual fall, but it is very much shaping up to look a lot similar to what this was back here. Very, very similar. I mean, I see it. The only difference that I really see between these two is this period right here. Remember, this is a 2-week period of time right here. This is the only big difference. I don't see it right here showing up, but everything else looks very, very similar. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know when. I haven't done a whole lot of research as to when specifically the NVIDIA is supposed to be moving into the Dow Jones Industrials, but I think there's certain periods of times when that's supposed to happen when they do a rebalancing. But let me check and see here. I should have searched this out. Let's see here. That's the other thing too. If that other company is going to come off the list, that's going to get sold off. It's another thing to kind of keep in mind. I don't know if there's a specific time on this. I don't know. I'll need to look into it some more. Yeah, I mean, I need to look into it some more and see if there's like any estimates as to when that may happen. But anyways, that's all I got for you guys for this morning. I just kind of wanted to bring that up, and it's just kind of mention it. That's something that I'm looking at and will be paying attention to, because I think that will help us to identify our future a little bit. Let's see what you guys. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. See what you guys are saying too. Whoa. What just happened there? Oh, I see Turtle got like the big old axe or something from Tech. Casey, since we are inverse to the market, would not this be a good thing? I feel like it would be a good thing, Neil. Greg, you're welcome. Watch that though. I'm not kidding. Here's something I didn't show you guys. Well, I showed it earlier this morning, but I didn't show it just now. But if you look at the Dow Jones, or if you look at the Dow Jones Industrials, and then you when you're using Ichimoto, note that the lagging line is always 26 data points behind where price movement's going to be. Exactly. It's a mirror image of price movement, but 26 lagging points behind. So if I come over here to, our top that we had back in January of 2022 to where we moved down to a bottom around here by October of 2022. If you look at that time period, you would say, okay, well, where did price or where did the lagging line hit price line first and signal like, okay, it's time to get out, or it's time is approaching, and it would have been right here, right? This is the first point where we have touching, and that would have been 6/4/2021. That's showing that it's touching on, but you got to move 26 data points forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I don't even need to count it. You can see the price movement right here. On what was happening, right? So there's the double peak. So it would have been right here is the 26 data point. This is an image, a mirror image of this right here. And so this bottom point right here is this. So when this price movement came down and dropped below you can see there was a couple different points here that were touching the base, but never actually closed. Well, there was one day that closed below the base, and it was this day right here, which was 10/1/2021. But this was a much bigger candle right here that dipped below the base and closed below it. It closed significantly below it. And then there was one last rise to the very, very top before you started seeing this thing just absolutely plummet. Well, this date right here signifies the price line or the lagging line hitting the price line. So if you look to current, we've got, again, a three or four candle situation that are touching on the baseline, which was very reminiscent of this right here. And then there was one last little rise in price movement before coming down and creating that signal that it's time to get out, and which could be what we're going to be seeing here, or we might even just have a continuation of price movement down here and not even see that last peak. Why do I say we may not see that last peak? Is because over here, the double peak was after the three signals that touched on the baseline. Here, where we're at now, the double peak is before, not after. So are we going to have a double peak above these two right here? Are we going to have where one of those is going to be a dip down that crosses the baseline, or are we going to see, is this it? Is this the double peak? Is this the double top here that's going to signal that this is time for this to move? So it's very, very, we're getting down to, is it do or die time here on the market? It's really getting close. It'll let us know. The signals will come in, and we should be able to see them and be like, wait a minute, this is really bad looking. And you could go to a monthly. We could even go to monthly on this and kind of see what a monthly looks like as well. You could see here that the monthly was already the monthly was triggering way back here. Monthly was triggering. Lagging line was hitting price line back here on the monthly, and saying it's time to move to get out of this, and then we're still seeing another spike up in price, but it was signaling for this time period here, and you can actually see the conversion crossing the base as well. So this may be that artificial last pump before the dump. And so you get this, maybe we get a doji candle in here somewhere. Maybe we see price move up and get some kind of doji candle and it comes moving down. Did we have that in the past? Yeah, kind of over here, there's one. Does that coincide with... Here's a doji candle, and then you've got price movement coming down. Right about here is where it signals. And that's about 2 weeks after the conversion crosses the base. And the selling signal was triggered here on this move. Just watch and see. We'll know. It's not too much longer before we'll know what's going to happen here. It's getting close. Let's see what the 1 hour looks like. Yeah. This looks normal. This is normal. This coming up a little bit earlier is extremely bullish than moving out of this here. This is on a 1 hour time interval here. But lagging line's not above price line. Conversion's just now crossing base. This could have a pullback. Yeah, I don't know. I highly encourage you guys to take a look at it on your own, though. What was I on here? Let me go back. There we go. All right, let's see. Who do we got? Do we have anybody back in the back? Pirate, good morning to you, sir. How you doing today?
Doing well. How are you doing this morning?
Doing excellent, thank you. Let's see here. Turtle, you're welcome. Turtle, I think you accidentally got zapped by Tech because Tech didn't say anything. I don't think so. It may have been an accidental pocket block. I don't know what to call it.
10 seconds. 10 seconds won't even leave a bruise. So
yeah. And usually I think he would have said something because I made mention of it. So. Let's see here. We have GME is down 3.53%. AMC is down 2.27%. VIX is down right now, 2.12 at 12:48, with the future suggesting something around 1423. So it is, the VIX is way underneath what the futures are suggesting. That should mean that there's going to be, I'll bet you, I'm going to take a wager here. Anybody want to bet me the VIX jumps over our one day holiday that we have tomorrow? Watch we come back on Thursday and VIX just starts shooting through the roof. DM says bingo, Casey. I'm not sure for what. We shall see. It'll be very, very interesting. Crypto's taking some hits right now. We're down to 64K a coin. There was a significant breaking point on Bitcoin that I had noted. We're inside my box right now on Bitcoin. On a 1 hour time interval, I've got a very, very long, actually must have been a 4 hour. No, this is a daily? Holy shit, this is a day. No, this has got to be a 4 hour. No, it is a daily. Holy shit. All right, so I've got a really strong daily. This daily chart goes back to January of this year for the bottom support line, where I've got 2 points. Third point usually is the best one to have. You want to have like 3 points on there at least, but I've got 2. And on the top side of this, I've got about 3 touching points, maybe a 4th touching point in here. So pretty good, a pretty good wedge that was kind of formed from this last price movement from 38.5K a coin to 73.8 on that run there. And you can see I've got a Fibonacci retracement set up for just a portion of this. This is not how you would normally draw a fib, guys. I'm going to tell you right now that sometimes you can find little tricks to manipulate certain indicators that will help you. Like you've seen me probably do, for example, like on my Bollinger Bands, how I trade I changed the 3 sigma, or from a 2 sigma to a 3 sigma, and then I changed the interval that I'm looking at. There's certain things that I'm looking for on a Fibonacci retracement, and if it doesn't work out for me, I kind of mess around with it a little bit until I get what it is that I'm looking for. And in this particular case here, you can see that we're getting a lot of points of support and resistance in here that are getting broken, and we're right at the very end of this very long 6-month cycle here of price movement, trading in between in this range in here. And so we're getting this consolidation period that's just kind of trending down to the very tip of this wedge and trying to get the breakout here. Now, if this starts moving down, and this is Bitcoin, don't forget, if this starts moving down here, it could potentially drive back down and retest values like 53K a coin, potentially. And if it doesn't hold support at 53K a coin, I would suggest 59.2 first. But I would think that it would probably break past 59.2 pretty quickly and move on down to retest 53 or 52.8K a coin. At which point it's either going to find support there or it's not and have a continuation. Now, this isn't, I say this is like it's going to happen overnight. This is not going to happen overnight, but it will move somewhat quickly. You can see over here, this is on a daily chart. The time that it took to get from here to the very top was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 15 days, half a month. Right, so we could be looking at like a half a month's time before we would see that retest of like 52.8. So don't think that I'm talking like overnight on that move. But not looking good though. It's getting really, really, really close to breaking out of this. Ariel says it's funny that there was lots of hype that BTC was going to 100K. I know, halving, right? Like everybody was having this, having that. I was having a conversation with somebody about it, and I was told him, like, you know what, I understand the whole halving stuff, and I mean I actually don't understand it, but I was letting them know that some of the charts that I'm seeing do not agree with there is going to be a continuation on the trend. The parabolic trend that actually it's not called a parabolic trend. What is that called? There's a historical trend on crypto with the halving, and I'd have to dig for it here and see if I can pull it up for you guys. But it's starting to peak out. The halving periods and how much price moves afterwards is reached a peak in my opinion. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay, yeah. I think this is maybe the one I want to pull up here. Let me show you this. This is what I see. I want to make this chart a little bit bigger. Hold on a second. Oh, that's nice and big. All right. So these are, this is a chart of the halving cycles, I believe. I'm not really familiar with when I'm not sure exactly what they mean by cycle bottom, but or when the halving would occur. But what I see is this: when I'm looking at a chart like this, I see this trend that's starting to move like this. And what I would suggest is that when you have these halving cycles that are starting to cool off over time, and you have this, I don't know, I forget what this is called. I can't think of what this is called. It's not I think this is parabolic. I forget what this one's called. But when you see a trend like this, it means it's not going to continue on like this. It shouldn't continue on. And there's a very high likelihood that it could actually start doing this kind of a number, where anytime one of these halving numbers occur, it could actually kind of reverse the cycle that you were seeing in the past. It doesn't necessarily have to, because over time what it could look like is something like this, right? That's a possibility. But the main point that I'm trying to make here is that I don't see, because everybody was talking like, 100K a coin, right? And that 100K a coin is like up here somewhere, right? It's going to be somewhere right around in here. And I see this trend here, and I go like, that doesn't look like a trend that's going to make that 100K a coin. I think we're seeing something different happen. And so I think that's, I don't know. This doesn't look like to me what it is that everybody thought that it was going to be. Hopefully somebody put it a flattening of the curve. Yeah. And the interesting part to me is that all the people who are pushing for like that 100K a coin on Bitcoin, as they were looking at, as everybody was seeing that chart and not recognizing the fact that the curve is flattening, it kind of scares me a little bit. The idea that people aren't pointing out and saying like, hey, wait a minute, this isn't trending the way that it should trend for 100K. That's when my red flags start going, warning, Will Robinson, warning. Preacher says, Casey, the scale is off. Check price from 0 to 10K and from 10K to 60K. So I understand I think I understand what it is that you're talking about there. So if I pull up my chart, and let me see how far back that chart went to. It goes back to 2011. So let me pull up a weekly on this. And that gets me back far enough. So taking out all my junk that I've got in here, this is probably where you're going with this, I would imagine. You're looking at this and saying like, this is the chart here that you're looking at probably. You're going like, wait a minute, that doesn't match what I see. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this chart right here is probably set up. Actually, you know what? I wonder if, let's see, are they? This does not show what the settings are for this, but I was hoping that they would show the settings, but it looks to me like they've got, shoot, what's it called? I can't think of what it's called. Hold on a second. Let me look at one of my other charts here. Smoothing. Gosh darn it! I can't think what it's called. I can't think of what it is. But I think they've got it set up for smoothing on that, and I can't, for some reason or another, my brain's not working right now. But because of that, it gives you, let me see if I can pull up a chart. Let me see if I can do the same thing on Webull. I don't know if they have that setting on here. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can build the same chart for you and show you what it is that they're doing to get that. And you'll understand why it's showing what it's showing. Logarithmic. Thank you. I couldn't think of what it was, dumb money. I appreciate it. My head's just not in it. Let me see if I can find that, though. I'm not sure where... I don't like looking at logarithmic charts very much. But I'm pretty sure that's in log. And that's why it's giving you the price movements that you're seeing in that chart there. And I think that's... I think I'm not a big huge fan of looking at charts in log, but when you look at a chart like that and you see that, that tells me that there's something going on there. Something is definitely happening and maybe is worth looking at, because you are certainly, if you're going to look at a chart and you're going to use log over time, that would certainly be one of the best ways to be looking at it, is like over a very, very long period of time. So let me see if I can find what I want to do. I guess I should duplicate that page. And we'll do this. Where is the log on this? That didn't work. Oh. Put this on a weekly. Well, that didn't work. It's supposed to be Alt L. Oh, there it is. Okay, it worked. All right, let me put it onto a daily chart. And for some reason, when I was doing it before, it wasn't working. Let me put it on a daily chart and then pull this up, and I'll bet you that's what it is. So it looks like I need something a little bit more than a daily. So I'll put it back on the 1 week and just stretch it out. So here's a log on Bitcoin, and yeah, same kind of thing. It looks a little bit different than the chart that they were presenting there, but I still see the same thing kind of happening here. So if I were to draw this out over time, that's what I'm seeing. So this is a log. This is a weekly log chart on Bitcoin, stemming back to 2015. and I do not see the having the same effect, having the same effect as it once had on price movement. It looks to me like that's not the case. On the right of my snip, yeah, I feel like it used to be right on my page before, but I don't see it anymore. It used to be down by like the extended trading hour buttons and the whatever the other one is. Maybe it was the 80. Was it just 80J that was there? I just don't see it now. I don't know, for whatever reason I don't see it on here. This is why I don't like TradingView so much. It's like I feel like I get used to something on here and then it changes and I can't find it anymore. It just like frustrates the crap out of me because it's like the chart changes too much. I can't find the damn buttons anymore. I feel like it used to be down here somewhere. Anyways, Alt L is what it supposedly does it, so.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Good. Just having my cup of coffee.
I went for a Red Bull today. I took my blood pressure first because I wanted to kind of like just see if it was like in a good enough zone for me to be able to say like, yeah, I should have Red Bull. It was a little bit higher than I wanted, but on the systolic. But I was like, you know what? It's only 2 over. I'm having one. So
You should try to check it now.
Well, I'm not done with my drink. Give me a half hour, and I'll check it.
Okay, to see the difference.
Right. JT.
If anything.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's just if anything you check, it's gonna bring your blood pressure down.
Can you imagine? I'd be like, I'm drinking those all the time now. JT says, don't we usually get an alt pump when BTC is done? So typically speaking, in the past, what I was watching for there was an initial, and I don't want to say necessarily Bitcoin, but Doge is the reason I have Doge on the page here, was Doge had a big pump just before, and then as Doge was dumping is when AMC and GME started taking off in the past. So that's what I was kind of looking for, or something along those lines again. But I am certainly definitely looking for some kind of cryptocurrency dump to occur, because I think that is a value store of value for institutions. And so if they're dumping the money out of that, then that probably means that they need that money for something, and could potentially mean, I don't want to say that it will, but it could potentially mean that there might be some kind of pump. Now, we've been seeing a lot of the money coming out of cryptocurrencies and going into the market and pumping up institutions. Bitcoin and other cryptos are no longer able to be used as collateral. And so what we've been seeing is a bunch of value coming out of crypto and actually pumping up the rest of the market. So we've been seeing things like the Mag 7 getting pumped a lot lately. I mean, in amounts that don't seem to even make any kind of sense at all. And so those are the kind of things that I go like, okay, well, why would that be the case? Why would somebody be pumping up the collaterally held positions that they have in the marketplace? And the only answer that I come up with is because they can't hold value in crypto as collateral. So they have to extract it and throw it into something where they can hold it as collateral. If you use on a Tesla, it would probably show the same. And I would say, and I would even suggest that if I were to do the same thing on Tesla, I think it would show the same thing too. And that's because I would suggest that it's at the end of a run cycle for sure. So I would not even disagree with that statement. I would say that if I ran the same report, I agree. Why won't this delete? Remove it. I said remove. It won't go away. All right, here we go. Let's try it. I bet you're right though. This is why I really don't. This is why I don't look at normal charts with looking at it in log, because some of these abnormal large movements in price get heavily smoothed out. And is that it? I want to see those. Hold on a second. All right, let's try this. Oh, I keep doing the wrong one. There we go. All right, so I think this is in log right here. Yeah, I think the very strong case could be made for what you're suggesting to be true, and I do think that an end of a cycle, or an end of a period of time for seeing this moving upwards could potentially be there. It's almost like we need a little bit more data in here. I mean, there's not really enough data, because I might be able to draw. I'm pretty sure there's a way to put in. Hold on a second here. I'm going to try something real quick. Do they do parabol? Let's see, what is it? I'm not really sure how to use these exactly, so you'll have to give me a second to fiddle around with this. But yeah, I don't want to use that one. Let's try this. No, there's something else I'm looking for here. Here we go. Yeah. See, I don't know. Let's compare. Let's compare. Oops. I mean, you could draw something in between, but I would probably try to put as many touching points as I can on that. I probably should put this on the bottom side. Does it change the degrees? Let's see. I need to play around with this for a while. So I think, looking at something like this, I feel like you would want to see price movement on a if you were going to suggest that this was going to be on a continuation trend upwards, then you would want to see, kind of price movement that would have more of a sloping direction this way, or maybe even a parabolic type slope where price movement's doing this kind of a thing, right? Like this is good, right? You want to see these kind of movements here, but they're getting smaller, right? So maybe we have this. I'm not seeing a continuation of the trend that it's had from the past. It's a diminishing trend over time. So you could almost make the statement that you're getting diminishing returns on halvings, is what it looks like to me. Well, it is useful in stocks, as I was trying to show you, like on really large time scales. I think using logarithmic patterns on large time scale. I don't like it using it on short time scales, because I think you need to see those big, huge movements in price and understand that does play an impact overall. But when you're looking at a much larger time scale, using a logarithmic formula to smooth out big price movements over time gives you an idea of where the total overall trend on price movement is going to be heading. And what I see there, when I use that on something, I see something very troubling. I don't see something that shows me that there's going to be this explosive move. I see the exact opposite. I see something that's showing me something that has diminishing returns over time. But it is useful in stocks, though. And I would suggest that when you compare that to like Tesla, as I did a minute ago, I hate it when it does that. Actually, here's what I do see. This is it's becoming larger and larger. Like this period of time here is the move up is far less than this move up here. Which implies if the amount of time that this trades consolidates and moves forward, if this time is longer, it could be even higher on the next run up if it has a continuation of this pattern. But if you were to look at it from the perspective of let's see if it has some kind of diminishing return on over time. It's hard to make the case because I really have to hook this value over here quite a bit. There's got to be a I'd have to play around with these. This is all just geeky stuff right here. So this does not include. This includes the first, before the very first run up, right here into the peak of that run, and you can see here that on a Fibonacci spiral, that it's very quickly approaching, potential breakout point that it had, and this is just based off of the very first run that it had from a long time ago. You could throw up a regular Fibonacci retracement on this and see if there's like some kind of, let's use, let's use this one. I'd rather use there's probably each time it gets to one of these Fibonacci cycles where it starts to cool off, there's a consolidation period, and then it starts to take off and breaks above into the next Fibonacci retracement. So if I were to put down another one in here, I could potentially show you if this is the high point here and this is the bottom point right here. It could potentially show you like where the next run up on Tesla could potentially occur at, or where it might run up to. But of course, there's a lot of things to consider in a chart when you're building a chart like this. Is you're looking at things like things that would have changed the profile of the stock. For example, like share splits would have been a huge thing to kind of consider. Anyways, yeah. Dario says you got a lot of playing around to do. If I get into these modes sometimes where I can sit down and I can chart forever and just play around and see if there's certain patterns or things that I can see with some of the charting tools that you can utilize to kind of figure out where price movement may be heading. It's a lot of fun sometimes. John says, "Can you do the last chart worth for AMC for the spiral?" Let me pull up AMC. And Alt L. So again, we have had so many things happen on AMC that it's going to be very, very difficult for anything to pop up on here that's going to make anything much of sense, because the reason for that being is that on AMC we've had share, some of our market cap was shoved over to or replaced off of AMC and given to Ape. And then Ape was massively dropped down to a less than a single digit value before merging back into AMC. But I'm not going to make excuses, and I'm just going to draw it out because you asked. But Again, this is using log here, and this is going back to as far as 2014. Let's see. Let's pull up the spiral. Where did it go? So it probably would be looking for something much smaller. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very difficult for me to. Let's try going down to a daily on this and see if it doesn't pull up something a little bit better on a daily. So same time span here. Let's try and pull this. Let's see here. Man, there's so much. It's going to be really hard for me to get anything that's going to show up really well on this. I wonder if maybe going out more time might help. Maybe a monthly? It's going to be a really short time span, but... You know, this is off of a monthly chart right here, and so you're seeing over time here it's approaching perhaps maybe something, you know, suggesting like April, March of some kind of correction or some kind of change point maybe by that time. But again, this is basing stuff off of things that happened back in January 14th, and we've had so many different things that have changed on AMC. Name me another stock out there that had, you know, half their market capitalization thrown into something like another stock that represented the same, you know, the same company, and then merged back into it. And it's like you can't, you know, these are very hard things to, you know, incorporate into a normal chart and say like, okay, well, how does that play into this? Like you have to account for that somehow, and you can't account for it. GME might be a lot easier to chart because they've had one split that I know of. We could probably pull that up on GME and see something much different. Let's get rid of that. Ignore all my other drawings. Is it still? Yeah. I guess we could just use this right here. Boy, if that doesn't line up. I don't know what does. That lines up pretty good. It makes a difference on how I'm looking at it. If I scroll in on this or scroll out, it changes the results of the output here. I think you'd want to do this on a much smaller time scale. Still on a monthly. We're well past numbers time. You guys got me monologuing until 10. John, you're welcome. Let's see here. We've got since I am running a little late on checking numbers, I'll just go ahead and wait until the 10 o'clock, and we'll do a full rundown at 10. Good afternoon, Quack Quack. Good afternoon, UPS delivery guy, and Parrot. Welcome back again.
Good morning, Casey.
How you doing?
Doing good. Just driving to go get a haircut.
Very nice. I need one of those. I think the last time I got one was when I went to my dad's. When I went to my dad's entombment. I'm not sure what it's called. Burial. I'm not sure.
Internment.
Internment. Thank you. Couldn't think of what it was called.
I just got tired of mine. I shaved my head yesterday.
You just shaved it? Like you just put on like a no clip at all and just off it goes?
No, just a number one.
A number
just
one?
All the way down to a number one.
Wow. It's a little cooler up the top right now, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially working outside in the sun all day.
Oh, yeah, no hat? Please tell me you had a hat on.
No, because I'll turn into a little cherry on top, right?
I know. It depends on how long you've had hair on there for before cutting it down like that. But yeah,
It's usually once a year I'll shave it down. Usually in the summer.
Don't wear one of those screened hats on the top where it's got little dots in it where the sun can go through. Don't do that. Don't do that. You'll regret it. Dario says, I forgot who said Bitcoin was going to 3K for a while. I said it was going to go down to, I think the prediction that I was making was, I think I was saying 12 to 13. And I think I was off by a little bit. I don't remember exactly how much I was off by, but when you take a look at the chart, the prediction that I had was based off of these red lines that you've got in here, and I missed 12.3. That's what I was suggesting it was going to go down to. I had a 12.3 bottom on Bitcoin, and it made it down to about. And I was suggesting this back here, right around October of 2021. I said it's going to start dropping, because that's when I started to notice the head and shoulders on this, and I drew up a fib on this. And I know again you guys are going to look at the Fibonacci retracement that I have on here and be like, how the hell do you? That's not how you do it. But trust me, it works. And so as I was looking at this, I was going like, you know what? This could if it broke past 28.7, there's a very good chance that it was going to be heading down to like 12.3 a coin. I missed a little bit. What did it get down to for a low? 15.4. So it was close. It was very, very close. Considering the fact that I was kind of projecting that it was going to get down to that 12.3 range, that far back, I think is a pretty damn good prediction on that. Now, this movement here on the upward swing on this, some of this, I did see where it was going to start moving back up here. I had the inverse head and shoulders kind of showing up here, and it was breaking out of a very long descending wedge. And so I knew it was going to start trending back up, but this move back up to the and making an all-time new high at 73.8 a coin was not necessarily something that I was seeing. But I am definitely seeing a potential breakout here to head back down on this. And this time, again, like I said, if it breaks past 59.2, it'll probably start retesting 52.8. And if depending on how fast it moves out of this wedge here, if it moves too quickly, it very easily will break past 52.8 and start falling even, I would imagine, even quicker. So it'll just depend on how the speed at which we see price falling out of this wedge here. To me, it looks a little bit like a pennant, but the problem is the consolidation period, I think, is a little too long on this. And that's where this consolidation period, because really what should have happened, and this is a weekly chart here, you've got about let's call it 6 weeks of upwards momentum here that was very, very sharp. There should have been probably about, let me see, 6 weeks. 3, 6. We probably should have seen a breakout for continuation on this right around like the first week of May. Wow. Is that right? Huh. It's literally the day that GME started running. This should have broken out. If this was a flag and pennant type situation, it should have broken up north, heading up further, right at the same time that GME started blowing up when it gave its signal on 5.3. It did move up, but it started the pressure that should have caused price to run up and have a continuation of this move here, but maybe a little bit less. So like something that would have taken it up to maybe like probably 88.2. That pressure was alleviated the first week of May. It disappeared. And so instead of seeing something that was supposed to run up to maybe 88, maybe a little bit less than 88, suddenly turned into consolidation. Something caused Bitcoin to start consolidating when it should have been running up, giving it a test point, a secondary test point of what became now my level of support here, trending upwards, which we're about ready to break out of. Interesting. I had not seen that before. Darius says, not bad. You were off by like 3,000. Considering the fact that I was making that prediction when it was, I don't know, it was like in the 60s. Wasn't it back in, let me see. Or was it? Yeah, it was like almost 70 when I think I made the prediction like right here as I started to see price dropping. I was like, oh, this is a head and shoulders. This very much looks like a head and shoulder type pattern. And so that's when I started realizing that there was I've got some of these gray boxes in here for potential times where, actually, I don't know why I have these gray boxes in here. I don't know why these are in here. I may have been looking at specific points in time where price was doing certain things like a cycle. But it was funny because as it started dropping, a lot of the analysts that were out there didn't make those predictions of like 13K until this run, I think, started happening. So it wasn't until like April of like 2022 that there were a lot of analysts that were starting to come out and saying like, oh, we think it could potentially hit down as low as 13, which is pretty darn close to the same number that I was saying at 12.3. So, and it was really kind of, for me, it was nice to know that I was able to see that a little bit before most other analysts were seeing it. Dario says, was it because of SBF, Casey? When did that go down? Let's see. The collapse date was November of 2022. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That would have been here. That would have been at the bottom. That would have been that would have been the very last candle that we would have seen leading to the last drop that it had to get down to the bottom. It was happening. FTX was collapsing right around this time, right in here. Do you think the long weekend killed the BTC movement? Huh? Wait, you mean 2 weeks ago? Like a week and a half ago? No.
He followed up with another
did
one
he?
that said his dates were off. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we did have a long weekend though. Wasn't that like a week and a half ago or so? Maybe it was 2 weeks. What was it like? I don't remember when it was. Maybe it was the 3rd? I don't remember. Dario says, so you think they knew that was coming? I think they always know what's coming. They make the markets. They know in advance. Pretty sure they know exactly when they know that they know what their numbers are. And so I mean, I have a very strong case I can build for you that the market knew COVID was coming long before COVID was even a topic. And so if you want to talk about like, did somebody know something? I mean, yeah, I feel like that's kind of the case. I don't know how you couldn't look at it and say like, how did that not? I mean, check it out. I'll take you over to the VIX real quick here. This is gonna just blow your mind. So I'm gonna have to go to a monthly on this, I think, to make it really just kind of, because I've got so much stuff on the VIX that I've drawn out here that over time where I kind of have to show you guys a bunch of different things. But this is this right here is 2008, right? So the VIX blew up in 2008. If I draw a line from 2008 and I connect it to with this point over here, which is 2015. It was August of 2015 when it broke above 35. Remember, anything above 35 on the VIX is a big number. So if I connect those 2 points right there, and I just allow this line to naturally trend down here, you see suddenly a couple different points that start to break past this. And then when you see the VIX breaking here, notice that this break right here of that red line is not breaking 35 yet, right? Like it didn't. 35 is the magic number, but it wasn't even. This line had actually dipped underneath 35, and you can see that the VIX was starting to head up. This is February of 2020. February of 2020. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it was 2019. It was like November or December of 2020 that people really started talking about COVID, right? Do I have the dates right? I think it was, or am I a year too early on this? Hold on a second here. When was... 2019. Yeah, December 2019 is what, if you look it up on the internet. I was actually hearing things in November, but my mom was in China at the time, so I was hearing things a little bit earlier than a lot of other people. But here's the thing, though. Like, look at the trends that are going on here. You have these two touch points here to make this top level of resistance. You get a break of resistance here, and if you draw a line on that point right there where it breaks through and you touch it to several different points in here that are touching this, when you get the actual break of this, when was that happening? When was the actual break of this move right here? And it was right here. This right here is January of 2020. I know that's not November of 2019, but what caused this trend? What caused this trend that started in 2018 and showed that when the VIX was going to break out of this, that it was going to massively start driving upwards and create a situation to where it was going to show a trend in the market that was going to be crashing. Somebody was painting a trend in the market back as early as 2018 in February. Because you can see the trend. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, almost a fifth touching point in here, and then the break. Somebody was painting a trend as early as February of 2018. You can't tell me the market didn't know something was coming. I can't look at this and say, like, that there's too much data for this to not suggest that the market knew that there was trouble out there. There was something happening causing volatility in the marketplace to find a trend that was ultimately, when it was going to break, it was signaling, yep, it's here, it's done, and everybody panic. They knew this was coming. One, two, three, four, almost a fifth touch point. This is on a monthly time interval. Each one of these candles is a month. But what's even weirder is this is not the only time we've ever seen this in the marketplace. The market has known this is for COVID. What about 2008? Did the market know about 2008 too? What are you going to tell me next, Casey? The market knew that? What if I told you it did? What if I told you the market knew absolutely that 2008 was coming? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 touch points, 7 touch points, and a break in July of 2007. A break in the trend in July of 2007. Tell me the market didn't know what was coming, because I see it. But it's only because I get to go back in the past and look at it with look at it from a Monday morning quarterback kind of position, and I can say, like, okay, well, I see this trend that's occurring over and over and over. But what would cause that, though? Like, it had to be caused by some kind of manipulation in the market that would have caused volatility to signal that there was something coming. Ned says, what about now? Now is so hard to track. It is. I'm looking for it. The biggest line that I've got here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touching points. This is the biggest line that I've got going on for a trend since COVID. I don't have another trend. I'm looking for it. I'm waiting to see where it's going to be at. I'm not sure. I put it in I'm about to break in here because I felt like the consolidation or the forcing of the VIX down to some of the levels that it's at in here were suggesting that it was going to start breaking above 19, and then it just got squashed right back down again. It was really, really super close. Like, I thought this was about going to be where it was going to be, where we would see that one last test, because it was like 1, 2, at least 4 major points here. I thought this was going to be a fifth point, but the breakthrough, we never got it. This might be the line. I don't know if it is or not, but if it is the line where the break's going to happen, then we'll see another touching point at some point on one of these candles, and it'll break through this line, and that'll be the day where I'll be like, guys, something's happening. And then when VIX breaks past 35, I'll be like, yep, this is it. And I know for sure it is because it's breaking everything that it needs to break to show that there's going to be a significant move in the marketplace. But I don't know. I don't know which one it is. I thought it was going to happen back here. Didn't happen. I thought it might happen here. Didn't happen. We're not there yet. This looks like a madman's page of lines. It's like, oh shit. I feel like if anybody with anybody anybody who has a knowledge of charting would probably take a look at this and be like, "My Lord, what are you doing here? What are you doing? What are you tracking? What is going on?" Some of these lines don't need to be here. Trust me, I'm looking for it. There's something there.
Turtle says it looks like a laser light show from Pink Floyd. I would agree. I'll wait any moment now for them to hear them start playing their music. Intro.
But here's the other thing too. Like you can draw points. You can draw points that suggested that you could see that 2020 was going to happen too. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't break out on the 7th. It actually breaks out a little bit down here, but it's suggesting that it's about ready to take off in 2007. Oh no, that's the one I showed you for 2007. I can't show you anything beyond that. 2007 is early as I can go. But every single one of these, I mean, they've got, you can see that there's something happening. My guess is since this is COVID right here, is that at some point or another, what we're going to end up seeing is that there's going to be another touch point where I could probably draw like another major red line in here. Something similar to one of these big major red lines that I'll be able to draw from COVID and have it, well, we could just probably do it. The slopes on these right here are pretty close to the same slope. So imagine if I just kind of line these up and then just moved it. To something like this. Maybe that shows you where the breaking point's going to be at. I don't know. Maybe at some point we'll see that break above this line that I've got drawn out here. We'll see that break above it, and we'll see another point that touches this, comes maybe back down a little bit, and then just takes off. I don't know. Anyways, we're 10 o'clock. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if you sign up for that, make sure you put in a secondary device if your broker allows that to be able to receive that access code, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting your statements for your portfolio from your broker or brokers, as it's always good and important to make sure you know what it is that you're holding on to for your own record keeping, so that if something happens with your broker's documentation, you can always verify it and check to make sure that it's correct, and correct them if they're wrong. Since this is kind of the first rundown since market open, and because I failed to do a rundown earlier, let's go ahead and run through everything on the page here. Price prediction tally points for the day today. Everybody got the price prediction right yesterday. Rex was off by, I think it was Rex. Yeah. Rex was off by a penny yesterday. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Short exempt volume was 549,000 shares in short exempt volume, with our volume coming up at around 27. I think it was 27 million shares traded yesterday. 27.3 maybe. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Done. Okay. And then, where is it? Utilization drove up a little bit on AMC to 68.46%. Yesterday we were down 2%. Let me get rid of that 103 because we're obviously not 103 anymore. Taking a look at Max Payne, it's still 450 for this week. Shares through exchanges, by this time of the day I would expect to see about 60% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We get about 56.93% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 11.59. The combined total on that 68.52%, or about 8.52% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume's 243 shares. Very, very low number. GME's CHX volume for the day is coming in at 4,314 shares. It seems like there might be a not as many shares being returned right now through both AMC and GME. In regards to shares available to borrow, from earlier this morning, looks like... Let me just go back over these numbers real quick here too. What do I have down? 100,000. Well, I wrote down a number earlier this morning of 100,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. I'm not sure why I wrote that number down because it looks like when I should have been... No, I see it. Never mind. I see it now. Since earlier this morning, there has been 250,000 shares borrowed. That's going to put us at 350,000 shares according to IBKR having been borrowed so far for the day today. They are reporting a fee of 2.03%. And let's see here. Institutional ownership this morning was reported at 85.429 million shares. The number is still 85.429, no change. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the days coming in at a $5 strike. Yesterday, that's where we were at. We have 11.5 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's where we were yesterday. We have 5,000 contracts there. The market's suggesting right now a closing price based off these volume levels in the options somewhere between 4.5 and 5 is what the market's kind of targeting. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. I'm going to swing you guys over to the other page, and we'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. All right, starting with AMC and total for the day today, Ortex is reporting 326,000 shares borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float slightly to 14.96. The cost to borrow mins at 2.73, average 3.93, and max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 63.41 million shares. That's approximately 5.85 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 1.47 million of that is in new short interest. Let's take a look at what some of our numbers look like day over day. Here's our utilization driving upwards from 63.44 to 68.46. The on-loan amount as a result was increasing from 57.56 million to 63.41. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 14.54 to 14.94. And then the on-loan average age per day, if you have a lot of brand new shares being loaned out, should go down, especially with 5.85 million new shares. But the on-loan average age per day, it did go down. It went down slightly from 30.39 down to 30.09. I would have expected that to actually go down a lot more, but that means that the positions that are already open beyond the 5.85 new million shares, new shares, is not really dropping the on-loan average age per day, which means the rest of the positions that are open are super old. Security lending volume as a result yesterday was slightly lower. Actually, it was quite a bit lower, from 15.67 million shares to 9.45. So far for the day-to-day on GME, 872,000 shares having been borrowed. The cost to borrow numbers are not very big, and that could mean that somebody's got a lot of shares available to be borrowed as a result. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $4.40 for AMC. GME is at 22.7, and SSR is on from yesterday's price movement on GME. According to Sonko Tracker, 460.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on calls versus 44.3 thousand contracts that are in the money on AMC. 155.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. Looking at GME, we've got 517.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 156,000 contracts that are in the money. 295,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 53.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is definitely on the list here in sixth position with a 59.06% buy and a 40.94% sell ratio. 60-40 or better is what I'd like to see. It's not quite there. Let's see if AMC made the list today at all. It is not on the list. MMRI, looks like we had the 2-year and 10-year drop in rates earlier this morning a little bit, which would lower the MMRI. We had 281.14 this morning. It's now 278.28. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. .471. It was 0.485 earlier this morning, and so it's dropping a little bit. We started the week out at 0.467. NASDAQ is down 0.19, S&P 500 is down 0.06, and the The Dow Jones is down 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.01. We have 2,785 decliners to 2,587 advancers. There's just a little bit more decliners and advancers, so kind of a balanced market today. But let's see which sectors are the best. Top performing sectors for the day-to-day. The best performing sectors are energy, followed by real estate. The worst performing sectors, it's just almost a couple-way tie here. We have communications being the leader, and then next up from that would be utilities, but a very close runner-up is materials, and also consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 1 is up. I think I understand now why they were pumping this one out of all the rest. It makes a lot more sense to me this morning. Financial institutions that are within plus or minus 2.5% of yesterday's close will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 3.44%. NYCB is down 3.77%. Stank of sorry, I'm not reading that one. Let's see. What's next? Anything else? Nothing else to list off. Gold is up 0.11, but currently trending down a little bit. And I would say it's attempting to try and break the trend that it was in. Not quite there yet. So still uptrending. The more current trend is down. But it does look like it's trying to attempt to break a downtrend on gold. or an uptrend on gold. Silver is down 0.77. Might be the same kind of issue going on here. No, maybe not. I'm going to go with, this is currently trending down, but maybe not quite breaking the uptrend that it's been on a larger time scale. Ethereum Classic is up 0.32, and let me put this back on a 1 minute time interval. Currently, it is still, the overall trend is still trending upwards on a 1 minute time interval. Has not broken that yet, but it is trying to attempt to break or maybe even retest the support levels that I see here from the past. The US dollar is down 0.02 and trending down. Oil is up 1.46, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.15 and consolidating after a gap up at market open. And SPY is down 0.06. It did trend up strong at the very beginning at the open, and then has been trending down starting right around 9:40-ish this morning. VIX is currently down 0.86 at 1264, and the future is suggesting it should be around 1443. It's got a long ways to go compared to where it's at in the futures, and is trending that direction now up. VB is up 0.07, consolidating. VBR is up 0.11, consolidating. Tesla is down 1.98, trending down. Amazon is down 1.18, trending down. Cinemark is up 2.01 and trending up. Doge is down 2.76, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.77, trending down. GME is up 0.59 and is trending up. HYMC is up 0.78 and is trying to break a downtrend that it was in. NCMI is down 1.4 and trending down. Hood is down 1.78 and trending down. And AMC is up 2.29 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately 2.2, about $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. 9.51 million shares traded so far. We're currently on a pace for about 36 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and pre-market this morning I suggested somewhere between 17 to 37 million, so we're already inside that range. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more, what is this? It looks oh man, that's close. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.9, which is right in the middle. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 58.9, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. RSI is at 64.23, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.69, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval on Ichimoto, lagging line is technically above price line. Conversion is heading towards base, but has not yet crossed over. This becomes a buy signal the minute that that conversion crosses the base at this point, and it's not inside the cloud, which there could be room for that to maybe start becoming a buy signal at around maybe like 510. But as soon as it makes it up into the cloud, which is maybe 5 cents later, there's a little bit of resistance or maybe a dead zone that we would hit on price movement. But to break the cloud and turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, we need to see 520 or better. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line currently, but within the next 4 hours will hit the price line. Conversion is below base, and price is heading upwards to break the cloud for the day-to-day. For the most part, we got to see like 565 or better. I wrote down 560 earlier. I don't know why. Why did I write 560? It's got to break this cloud. I'm going to change my number to 565. I don't know if I just misread the chart earlier or something, but I see 565. That changes tomorrow and suddenly becomes $5.45. So a 20-cent drop on that, and should be more in alignment with the 1 hour chart, which would help on buying pressure. And with that, we got another article here from Benzinga saying Box Office Inside Out 2 dominates in opening weekend. Not bad. Looking pretty decent. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Good job, Mick. We kissed it for sure. We had on synthetic price failures, 553 was our last high. We would have needed to see a synthetic price failure. We would have had to seen price drop down to 445, which means we're either looking for 445 to trigger, or we're looking for newer highs off of 553, which was our last high that we had. I don't know if I have a blue line here for that. So let's see. I'm going to move this up to where this would make a little bit more sense as to what we need to see in order to see some, additional new highs coming in, which happens to be a number right between our 1 hour and 4 hour Ichimoto. AMC Hawkeye says, wait until Deadpool. That movie will be the movie which tells the world movies are here to stay. I just want a bucket, man. I signed up for the movie. I've got tickets for me and my family to go see it on, what day did we pick? We are seeing it on July 25th at 5 o'clock p.m. So I'm looking forward to that. I gotta get me a bucket. How do you own the Dune bucket and not own a Deadpool Wolverine bucket? I gotta get it. I hope it's an AMC. That's the only thing AMC better be pushing that out for sure. Mick says, question for me, AMC on weekly looks like an incoming inverse head and shoulders. What do you think? Let's see here. You said weekly? All right, let's check it out. Okay, so I think you're probably looking at a big picture, which is actually like if you can get an inverse head and shoulders on this big of a picture and have it stick, then yeah, that would be massive, right? I would say probably not, but let me just draw it out here because I it's possible. I don't want to say no just off the bat. I think you're probably looking at something like this right here. I'll even include this data point in here just to make it a little bit more of a possibility. And then, of course, we got to count the amount of time that we're giving ourselves for the downwards momentum and then forming the head, the inverted head. So we'll call it 3 on a weekly chart. We'll call it 3 weeks, and then we'll draw this out to current day because we have not seen the break yet above. I don't think. Let me just draw in on this a tad bit. put it here. Wow. Okay, so that's why I draw these things out. Yeah. You're not wrong. But here's what I would want to see to make this a possibility. We would need to see, and this actually is going to make a lot of sense to me, I think, here in a second. So the downwards momentum that we had was a 3-candle period of time. So if we were to see price suddenly start spiking back up again, I would want to see price moving back up into the range of what it was trading back here or higher in order for this to play out as a head and shoulders. So if that's going to be an inverted head and shoulders, that is. So if that's going to play out, what I got to do is, hold on a second here. $33 bars. I don't know. All right. Hold on a second. It's 33 bars. All right, so here's what I'm saying. This would have to start moving very, very quickly in order for this to be the case. And it would have to happen over the next 3 weeks. So we would have to see price moving back up into the ranges of somewhere right around, hold on a second, let me see. 1, 2, 3. So put it at 716. 716 is going to be here for 33 bars. Dang it. I'm not as hot on this as I was a minute ago. When does that take us out to? Yeah. This is what we would end up seeing. We would need to see price rising back up into the 38, high 30 level or higher, and consolidate all the way up until March of 2025 before we would be able to see the continuation on that on the upside. Why I think that's not forming an inverted head and shoulders is because of this. The time here is 33 bars, and here's already been 33 bars. We should have already been skyrocketing back up, and we haven't yet. It would have to happen like we would need to probably break this level here at around $10. We need to break $10 by no later than the end of this week or next week, tops. Because we're already like 4 weeks beyond.
So you're telling me 2 weeks, huh?
Oh boy, just get busy.
I'm just saying, like, if you wanted this to play out as a head and shoulder, an invert, and I'm even giving you an extra bar on this. Like, I really feel like this is really a 32 bar shoulder over here, not a 33. So I'm giving you an extra week on this, and but even by giving you an extra week on this, we're still 4 weeks beyond the end of the head, and that means we should have already been back up to that 30-something range, the high 30s. And we're not there yet, so I'm going with no.
Well, let's go shopping. Come on. Let's go.
if we hit 10 before the end of this week, I would say yes. I'll consider that as a possibility. But there's another reason why I don't think that's what this is. So I'm not going to interject on that, or talk about it.
And so
You have made me very angry. Very angry indeed.
Censored content, welcome.
Good morning. Es war der Ruin vieler guter Jungs, von mir, mein Gott, litt ich Not.
After the rising sun.
Billy.
Rugged, welcome.
That's
Good to see you too.
It's so very beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Morning, afternoon, evening.
I see Roseanne saying, I feel the same way, but I think she's talking about like having the Dune bucket and the Deadpool bucket. I think that's what she's talking about. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, now Mick's like, wait a minute, I didn't see that one. What were you looking at? You had to be on a weekly chart and you weren't looking at that one? What the hell were you looking at?
Hey,
Hold on a
Casey,
second.
don't you think all this crypto liquidation, so they could be shifting some of these funds to get ready to
Yeah, but I'm watching the
whatever.
Mag 7 and stuff and things like that being pumped. He's talking about this right here. Yeah, I see it. It's much smaller. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I feel like that's what are we looking at here? 6 bars. Yeah, again, if it is, we would need to see. I mean, this is like 2 bars. We'd be looking at like 2 weeks again. You'd have to see again some kind of major price movement happening within 2 weeks. It's an ugly looking inverted head and shoulders. I hear what you're saying, Rugged. I think that I feel like I'm seeing money getting pumped into the market though to hold collateral. I think somebody's getting the pinch. I think when we saw that Burke A thing bothers me big time. Like I think somebody was threatening the entire market with that quote unquote mistake. They basically said like, look, if we're going down, we're taking everybody with us. And and so now all of a sudden you're starting to see like money just getting ripped out of crypto. I shouldn't say ripped. It's not ripped yet, but it could start ripping out of crypto. And if it does, then, where is it going to go? I don't think it's going to come to pay us off. I think it's going to go support the collateral that's held in the market.
I give the whole thing 4 weeks.
ABC, the failure to delivers have been released. I got a little bit of a problem with some of them. Like they look jacked up. So let's take a look at it because you're asking. So I think when I pull this up here for you to see, I think I'm going to also pull something else real fast because I know there's been some talk about some of the failure to delivers that have been showing up and what's going on with these. Let me pull the data up that everybody's been looking at so we can kind of discuss this a little bit. All right, so here's the deal. I'm going to move this chart over here so you guys can see this information. So this is from chartexchange.com, and the failure deliveries that are showing up on there versus what's showing up on here should match, right? Like, for example, if I just go to this date right here and say, okay, well, May 7th, what happened on May 7th? May 7th is showing 1.967 million on Chart Exchange, 1.967. This shows up as failure delivered at 6.73 million. Okay, well, that's for May 7th, but on this chart here, I see on May 3rd, it says 6.7. So why is there like a 2-day discrepancy on those values, or those, why is it different? Why is the date trade? And somebody might say like, oh, it's the settlement cycle. Well, our settlement cycle changed to 1 day. Shouldn't have been 2, but I don't know what the deal is with this, but this 6.7 million that showed up on the chart here for me is showing up as May 7th, not the 3rd. So I'm not sure what's going on with those numbers exactly, but the other thing that was mentioned that I saw out there was that we're missing dates that are not being reported. And let me go to my calendar here real quick. Back to May. 3. So let's see here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then it should be 13 through 17. Then 20 through 24. 20, 21, 22. Where's the 23rd? We're missing a 23rd in here. You have the 21st and the 22nd, but there's no... Let me just make sure that my calendar is right here. The 23rd of May would have been a Thursday, and we have the 24th showing. Do we have a holiday in the middle of the week that I don't remember?
Well, Juneteenth is tomorrow.
Because we're missing a day there.
Sometimes I worry you're too smart for your own good.
So if these dates are off by 2 days, can I find that same hole? So let's find the 63.9K on the. I'm guessing that it's going to be on the 20th on this chart, or no, 24th rather. There it is right there, 64K. Right, and so the next day showing up on here would be it skips on this chart here. It skips from May 24th to May 28th. What's going on there? Why is there May 24? May 28th, that makes sense. So it jumps. It jumps from 41.24, which is it's showing up on the chart here on Chart Exchange as 40K. The data before that's 255K. Do you see how some of these numbers are just not matching up here? So let's see. So here's the 49, 255, 64, 40. Where's the 23rd?
Where's the cream filling?
Yeah, they thought we didn't need it. You don't need to see that information.
Where's the 23rd? I just covered the data. So 49 matches, 49, 255, 63. It says 64, close enough. 40. Where's the 23rd? $84, 385. So something weird is going on with some of the data reporting. You can see here on the chart, failure delivers is saying 917 shares on May 15th. Obviously on this chart here, it says the 13th and it says 917 shares. The only reason you don't see a bar here is because of the fact that it's such a small number. It doesn't even report, but you can actually see the data when you hover above it. But I don't think that the 23rd is the only date that has this issue. There's actually some other dates that have issues as well.
What date? The 20th. Are you looking at Fintel? I'm looking at Intel right now.
I'm looking
I
at
see
Chart
a date.
Exchange. What do you see for the 23rd?
So, 23rd, I see a quantity of 255,000.
That's the 21st on Chart Exchange, and on it says May 23rd. It says 255,000 on May 23rd for.
Yeah, 255,565.
Right. That's what I'm seeing on the 23rd there. But okay, so then what? Where are we missing data? Like, there's some missing data here somewhere. There's got to be some missing data. So what do you have? Okay, what do you have after 255?
63,996.
Okay, 64. That would be the 24th, and then you should have.
Yep.
And then you should have
40,000.
But that's for the 28th, right?
Yep. Yeah.
But where's the 23rd?
Well, the 20th, according to this again,
Yeah.
23rd is 255.
Yeah, that's what I got too, 255.
But yours is not showing up on the 23rd?
It is on Ortex, but on Chart Exchange, it's not showing it.
Well, Chart Exchange is now Chart Exchange.
Chart?
Chart. Yeah. Like Chart.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know what's going on here, but anyways, the dates are off on this. I'm not sure what's going on with Chart Exchange, and I know a lot of people are pulling information off of this and trying to base their, what it is that they're seeing off of Chart Exchange. And so I guess I just want to identify to you guys or let you know that what's showing up on Chart Exchange does not match what I'm seeing over here. This is reporting data on I think every day. Let me go through here and check these dates though. I guess we should start from maybe April.
April O'Neil.
April 30th. We'll start from the 29th. 29th of April we should have 29th through the 3rd. So 29, 30, 1, 2, 3. That's correct. Then we should have the 6th through the 10th. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we should have the 13th through the 17th. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 20 through 24. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And the 27th through the 29th. The 27th was a holiday. So there's no 27th in here. 27th. So it goes to 28th, 29th, and then 30th. Yeah. So, I don't know. But you're asking about what's going on with the failure to deliver, and that's the data that I've got right there that's showing up on the chart on Ortex. I would have expected to see a little bit of more of a spike showing up on probably May 15th. I think it's very, very odd that there was only 917 failure to delivers on a day where the previous day there was an increase in price that was very significant. So I find that extremely odd. 917 shares? Really? Can we find an instance where it was like that before? Where we saw like a big spike in price and didn't have failure delivers moving upwards? Let's see.
I do have the SEC CNS fails file open if you want me to check that for anything.
Yeah, if you want to. I'm not sure.
You tell me, boy.
I'm not sure what to check for.
Come on, boy. Mm-hmm.
Here's some low numbers, right? Here's a 36 just before failure delivers. There's some low numbers. Again, but we've been seeing one of the most common things that we've been seeing since Ape was converted back into AMC is a cycle now, and that's back here. This is where that happened, where there's a cycle of periods of times where failure to deliver suddenly spike to very large quantities, and in between there's just really not, like if I were to take a picture of this, you've got rising failure to deliver along the way, and then you're suddenly a data point that spikes way up again, maybe rising a little bit here, and then all of a sudden, boom. There were some of these spikes right after the conversion of Ape into AMC. But what's going on with these spikes in here and the time in between these? I think, if I'm not mistaken, the time between these two events right here and this event might be doubled. I'd have to actually look and see for sure if that's the case or not. It might be a little less than doubling. But why there's specifically these jumps because you can see that there was nothing specifically happening with price movement after this point. And nothing really majorly happening after this point. But for some reason or another, we had that big spike in price right in here after this time. So whatever happened with Ape when it was converted... Oh, no. My wife just told me one of her rose bushes got cut up. No. Whatever happened here, maybe because there wasn't the same amount of time here, maybe because it was an extended period of time where the failure... I have a feeling, I have this like weird hunch, this tinfoil hat theory, right? Tinfoil hat theory here is that they're somehow managing to throw or roll over failure to delivers, and that they're showing up on like quarterlies or something. I'd have to look at the exact time frame on this, but maybe it's like a quarterly type rollover that they're doing on failure to delivers. And for some reason or another, this rollover took longer, and maybe that's why the price spiked during that period of time. But there's something going on here, and the tinfoil hat theory portion of that what I'm thinking about this is that there are some people that are reporting that Ape still exists. So are they rolling over failure to delivers in foreign markets and swapping it through some kind of like open positions that are still sitting out there in Ape traded positions still in foreign markets? I have no idea. I really have no clue how that would even work. But the fact that some people suggest Ape still exists even is just a contentious point, I guess, at all. Why? Why is that still there? Why does it still exist? I have no clue. There's something going on here, but this is not how failure to delivers typically work. Normally in the past, they used to look like this, where you would see buildups of failure to delivers, and those buildups turned into, come on, go away. Damn it. Go away. Holy moly, this chart's taking forever. Those buildups in failure to delivers would lead ultimately to price improvement. And then it would start all over again. And you have a bunch of failure to delivers, and once those were, you'd have this rise in failure to delivers, and price would start moving up once those failure to delivers were being closed out. Somebody was being forced into buying these failure to delivers, these shares that they didn't have. But now we're seeing them being rolled over. It's a completely different scenario than what we used to see. So if I look at everything all together, but the thing is that we have over time, and you have to remember this chart here is a little bit janky because it's compiling some of the failure to delivers all into groups as I look at a bigger portion of time. But when you look at this on a bigger, go away. I hate that. All right, here we go. When you look at it a bigger portion of time, failure delivers back here were nothing in contrast to what we're seeing building now. Win price discovery. Pro Jeweler is saying, he's saying, what is he saying? He's saying this. He's saying,
that motherfucker back there is not real.
Dang Hannaford says swaps. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, it's not. I've never worked on that side of the market before, so I don't know what kind of, maybe. I don't know what they could do with them. I have no idea. I don't know how that works. Robert says Ape is still listed and utilized as a derivative in foreign markets. Jeffrey Jones says, would Ape exist in calls sold for 2024, 2025, not the actual share, but the obligation to cover? Yeah, but they would be called something different though. They have like a different naming convention for those contracts. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. And those would be called something. They were actually rolled over and called something entirely different. So it should all be trading on the new. There should be like an AMC 2 or something like that, and a new AMC 1, or I forget what they're called exactly. But there should be a distinction between those. Whether or not they're able to, those leap contracts will have some kind of impact in the future, I have no idea. But I know what you're saying. You know, the conversion, all those contracts that would have been being created prior to the conversion would have some kind of different naming convention compared to after. Casey, did you see what Dang Hannaford wrote about the columns being eliminated? I did not. Let me scroll back up here. I see John saying, "Hey, I have also noticed that if there are no shares going through a particular exchange on a single page, then a whole column gets omitted." Yes. Not sure. I don't see anything before that really. That's very true, though. They are different. AMC derivative, I mean, more from an accounting side in terms of failure to deliver is just spitballing, speculating. So I see what I think maybe I see where you're going with that. You're saying that there's contracts that are open, and those failure to delivers are potentially only showing up during certain periods of time because of I mean, why? So if those contracts are like, say, for example, like 2020, let me look and see how far out they go here. Hold on a second. What are we looking at? We are looking at. I don't think that's a good place to look. Let me look over here. we have as far out to 26, right? January 26th, those are the leaps. So we've got 25s, January 25s, June 25s, and January 26s. If they, which I don't even think that the 26s would have been open. Maybe they would have. I can't recall off the top of my head, but maybe those might have been open before Ape. I don't think those would have been open. I don't think those 26 contracts would have been open, but the 24s and the 25s would have been. But it looks to me like if you look at the contracts that are on the page, can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. Okay. If you look at the contracts that are set up on this page here, you'll see that there's like a different naming convention for some of these. And some of them might be the contracts that, because you'll notice like 19th, oh, maybe not. I don't know.
And now... Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Because I don't see any repeat dates in here. And they should be, some of these might be combined contracts from pre-AMC and Ape split, but I'm not positive which ones are which. But anyways, I wonder if we can tell by price. No.
You are attempting to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Nope. Just looking at stuff. I mean, he's suggesting that a lot of the failure to delivers might be wrapped in some kind of like derivative that expires further down the road because it's those failure to delivers are related to positions that are not yet expired. So they don't actually owe those failure to delivers until a later point in time. Now, if somebody were to say, for example, exercise those contracts at some given point, then those failure to delivers would occur sooner. But I think what he's suggesting, at least, is that from an accounting perspective, is that maybe the only reason that those are showing up is because they're getting rolled over. Does it make sense? So any failure to deliver from those periods of time are maybe just getting pushed out a little bit each time somebody rolls them over, and you suddenly see these failure to delivers that suddenly show up, but then they disappear off the books because somebody's pushing them out. Which those are stacking, right? Because if we look at just the time period since Ape and AMC were pushed together, you can see that the amount or the quantity here is 5.69, then it becomes 5.77, and then here is 6.73. So they're definitely, whatever these are, they're stacking over time. They're increasing the amount of failure to delivers that need to be delivered during some point in the future. But yeah, I don't know.
What up, Casey?
What's up?
Hey, I sent you a DM on X. I have something going a little fishy with my Fidelity account.
Did you get any phone calls recently? Weird phone calls from Fidelity?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
So I told you back before that I opened up, I don't know if you remember, but opened up a different account, and then that was going to be for my daughter. So I was kind of bringing her into like just stocks and everything, and I got her AMC stuff. So I don't even have that much in there. So it's just kind of like a play around account, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it was like a week ago, it went up a little bit, so I got rid of like 10, and then I bought way back under, but somehow my average went up. Didn't make sense. I contacted Fidelity, and they can't answer the question either. So they told me now I have to call in. So I don't know if this is I mean, my other account, I'm just leaving it sit there. I don't care. I'm not selling that shit. But it was just kind of like something I'm trying to show my daughter what's kind of the whole world of stocks and everything like that. So I was just
It sounds like a wash rule, man. You sure you didn't violate a wash sale?
No, I was definitely above my average.
Yeah, I unfortunately
It doesn't make.
Yeah, I don't. There's a lot of stuff I would have to see in person, I think, for me to try to maybe make sense of it. But I don't want you to show me your account, so please don't send that to me. But it definitely sounds like something you need to resolve with your broker and try and figure out like what it is that they're doing that's causing that to be different. They should be able to figure it out. I mean, just keep on them and try and figure out. But I guess my big question for you is
definition of the wash rule.
Are you missing any shares? That's probably the key important thing. Are you
no?
You're not missing anything. You're just worried about your cost average.
Everything's costing more.
Okay, so
somehow, and it should be getting cheaper.
If you buy a stock and then you sell it and then you buy back in within a certain period of time, you'll get what's considered to be a wash sale on the position, and it'll change your dollar cost average and represent the maybe the gains that you may have made for that position, or maybe if you try to increase your position over time and that short period of time of buying and selling of that position, you may get something may change in your account that will show that or reflect that. I don't have it on my account, so I can't really tell you, but I believe, hold on one second, I'll look it up here. I believe there is a sign next to it that would show like a W with a circle around it, but let me just check and make sure. Let me see if I can find out. Yeah, if there was a wash sale for the transaction, a W will be displayed on the right of the symbol with disallowed loss information available on the hover. So I don't want you to tell me. I don't care. I don't want to know. But if there's a transaction, if you go and you look and see on your transactions list, if you go through there and you see a W being displayed to the right of the symbol, then that was a wash sale that you had, and it will change your dollar cost average. So yeah. Okay.
Things you learn, I guess. I don't know. I always thought wash was if you pretty much sold right at what your average was.
Yeah, I don't. You should go check it out. Go look up the rule, a wash rule, and see what it means, and maybe it'll help you out in the future, knowing.
Will do.
Yeah.
How's things going otherwise, man? I've been kind of hiding out.
Doing good. How's the music going along?
Yeah, good. We got some more stuff wrote. We're playing it right now. We're getting ready for a big show of the year up here. I live up by Minnesota, Wisconsin area, so they got a big rock festival called Rock Fest.
Oh, yeah.
So we're playing at that. So
does the Rock Fest travel? Because I feel like there's Rock Fest like all over.
No, it's just different promoters putting it on. So,
okay.
I mean, this guy, his name's Wade, that puts it on, and he just strictly does it up there. I believe as well he does Country Fest up here. So it's technically the largest camping music festival in the United States. I would have to imagine Daytona's I forget what it's called down there, but they got to be right damn near close to it with the infield all being old camping. So, yeah, it's pretty huge, man.
That's cool, man. That's awesome. All right. Do you, do they give you, this is, I've never been on tour before, so I wouldn't know, but do they give you free alcohol when you're on tour like that? Like when you have like when you have like an event like that you're playing?
Yeah, usually we get at least some drink tickets and stuff like that.
That's good.
And a cooler full of beer. But no, honestly, I'm like 2 drinks at the most before I go on stage. I don't
Enough to get the nerves out. Yeah.
Yep, just enough to just be like, all right, yeah, I'm feeling a little loose. I got so much going on with my guitar effects and stuff. I need all my brain power to just be going flow, without being anything going, oh shit, because you know what happens? One mistake leads to another mistake, and then it's like, and that'll take you out of your little mojo element. So
next thing you know, you're swinging the guitar around and smashing on shit, and all your rest of your band members start kicking their instruments over, and you guys storm off the stage.
It happened once. And that was off of Jack Daniels. So it's a true story, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, man. So I took that out. After that, we had a meeting, and dude, it's been night and day difference, man. So that's why I stick to my 2 beers before I go on, and no smoke, and I can have fun afterwards.
Nice.
So, well, I'm gonna leave you get back to these guys, and nice talking to you again, Casey. Take care.
Yeah, take care, Jason. Have a good one, man. It's good talking to you again too. Let's see here. Jeffrey said, I might join the Discord call later today to discuss. Sounds good, Jeffrey. Let's see here. I guess I can close this. It's 11 o'clock. It's time. I was hoping Danny was going to come in this early this morning. He entirely might have. I feel like I've been on so many like tangents today on talking about certain different subjects that it's fully possible he could have come into the back of the Big Tramp and then just left. Unfortunately,
No, I haven't seen him.
Okay. Yeah, if he stops in at any point, like totally interrupt me and be like, "Hey, Danny," and then I'll know it's time. I'll be like, "Yeah, okay, we got him." So we're waiting on Danny to show up. We have, for those of you who are not aware, or maybe you haven't been around for a while, or whatever reason, Danny's been in a cornhole league, and so Pro Jeweler sent me a list called the official cornhole from A to Z, the Ultimate Cornhole Glossary, and so it has all the terms of different things that you might call a shot. For example, something like a rim job, which is when you miss the hole by so little that the bag catches the hole and slides around it, but it doesn't drop. And that's called a rim job. So, but what we're going to do when Danny does show up is we're going to ask him. We're going to try and find out. Does Danny know his cornhole terminology? So we're going to ask him true or false questions in regards to, is this a cornhole terminology, official cornhole terminology, and see if he can tell the difference. So hopefully ChatGPT will not be able to help him out with that. Which I have full faith that it won't. And I'm hoping that he's not listening right now, because otherwise, if he does, this won't work for us very well. there's other things as well. For example, like a dirty hooker. That's when you attempt an airmail shot and the corner of your bag catches the hole but hooks in such a way that your bag spins off the board. Or there could be something like everybody in the pool. It's a fun thing to say when somebody throws a cannonball or a waterfall. If you don't know what a cannonball or waterfall is, I can't help you. I mean, I could, but yeah. Parrot. Okay. Rugged. Oh, wait.
Yes, I'm here.
Yucca.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Oh.
Pirate, I'll stick with you real quick here, but quick question. For example, in cornhole, true or false, scoreholio is a term that is regularly used in cornhole.
If you have to ask it like that.
Just true or false. You don't have to type it in anywhere.
He's Googling it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm detecting a little bit, or at least it feels a little bit like he's.
I would say yes, just on the way you asked the question.
It is true. That is true. It is it's Scoreholio. It's an app that makes cornhole more fun by automating round robin play, and providing interactive scoreboards and dashboard for real time scoring. Yucca. True or false? A laxative is a term that is typically used in cornhole.
I'm also going to go ahead and answer that for you.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, again, I think we're seeing a pattern here. I'm going to say yes, that's true.
That is false. There is no laxative terminology. So you're 50-50. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance, and you've already get 50-50. So yeah.
Hey, at least I answered.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
100% of the shots you don't take. You know.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. So I mean, hopefully we'll be able to find out what kind of cornhole player Danny really is.
Oh, I'm sure he's a good one.
AC, how many terms do you have?
That's a great question. I guess I didn't check that out in advance. Does it say? 27 apparently, which is kind of small.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of small.
Looks small?
Well, it seems like it's small. There's a small list here.
Okay, I think it's pretty large for such a basic game.
Yeah.
It's more complex.
But I can certainly make up a lot of shit. That's a good one. Is there such a that maybe I'll use that one. A lot of shit. Is that true or false? Is a lot of shit a terminology that would be found in cornhole?
False.
Yeah, that is a false. Yep. Robert says, do they call it an orgy when a lot of bags surround the hole? Let me pull it up and see. Let me see if there is nope, there is no O words. Nope. Tech, good morning to you. Papa Max says that's called a stakeout. I would have called it a bag bang. I don't know if that works or not, but it's time for numbers. Oh man, let's do it. Let's get over to some numbers here because I think it's break time for me. What? You cut out on me, Yucca. What'd you say?
Where's Casey?
What? I missed it. What'd you say? Yucca, come back. Don't stay away from the light. Or come to the lights. I don't know which it is. Oh, I don't hear him. I think he's dead.
Yeah, he says he's late. You're late in the numbers, but one thing I just wanted to mention to you, late FTDs. This is just something random here. When you're dealing with I think treasuries and stuff, the penalty rate is only like 2%. It's something really low.
Mm-hmm.
It's a topic we can maybe talk about later, but if you could take a basket of, I don't know if you could swap like a basket of stock securities and exchange it for treasuries somehow so that you only have to pay the penalty on some kind of treasury failure to deliver instead of the otherwise. So I don't know.
Yeah, those are things I don't even know about. So yeah, that's certain maybe a possibility. Maybe I don't know.
You think so?
Maybe. I really don't know.
You're late on the. They say you're late on the numbers.
Yeah.
You're late.
Let's do it. I've taken you guys over the other page, so I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. In regards to off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 53.71% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.46. The combined total 65.17%, or about 3.17% higher than I would expect it to be. Only 343 shares going through CHX for the day today. GME's CHX volume is coming in at 8,122. Both of those numbers are very low. Borrow fees and shares available to be borrowed only shows to be returns in the last hour. Fees are dropping to 1.98%, and there's currently 550,000 shares available to borrow through IBKR. According to Ortex, the total amount of shares showing having been borrowed for the day was 326,000 shares an hour ago. It's now 347. It's really not much of a change. It's going to keep that estimated short-term interest of the free float at 14.96%. Cost of borrow meds at 2.73, average 3.73, and max is at 8.6. According to Ortex, GME has about 460,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago for AMC was at a $5 strike with 11.5 thousand contracts. That's now 17.9 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 5,000 contracts in volume for the day an hour ago, and it's now currently at 6.4 thousand contracts. The market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME was in 6th spot earlier. It's now in the 7th position on the page here with a 58.48% buy and a 41.52% sell ratio. I'd like to see it above 60-40, so it's a little on the low side. AMC, not on the list. MMRI was 278.28 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 276.4. Oh, wait, I forgot about the spread. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.471 as of an hour ago and is now currently 0.482. Earlier this morning it was 0.485 when we started out the day. NASDAQ is down 0.05, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.15. We have 2,971 advancers to 2,521 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Sectors that are not performing very well for the day-to-day, we have communications followed by consumer discretionary. The top performing sectors are financials followed by energy. On the Mag 7, 1 is green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price. We have Coinbase down 3.1. SICP or SI is down 9.56. NYCB down 3.48. That appears to be all. Gold is up 0.39 and still trending up. Did find that support earlier. Silver is down 0.36, but it's still trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.1 and seems to be breaking that level of support that it had and is starting to trend down some more. The US dollar is down 0.06 and trending down. Oil is up 1.94, trending. It's kind of consolidating after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.32 to 0.36 and trending up. And SPY is up 0.07 and is breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. VIX is down 1.49, trending up at 12.57 with futures suggesting it should be around 1433. VB is at 0.35 and is trending up. VBR is up 0.32, trending up. Tesla is down 1.64, breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Amazon is down 0.98 and trending down. Cinemark is up 2.19 and consolidating after an uptrend. Doge is down 2.62. Let's call it consolidating. I mean, the overall downtrend is still there. Yeah, we'll just call it a downtrend. It's trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.65 and trending down. GME is down 1.9, trending down. HYMC is down 0.97 and consolidating. NCMI is down 2.7, trending down. HOOD is down 1.6 and consolidating. And AMC is up 0.61 and starting to break an uptrend into a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately 2.4 million dollars more outflow than inflow. 12.32 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 170 minutes of trading, is that right? Yeah, after 170 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace right now for about 28.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and pre-market this morning I suggested somewhere between 17 to 37 million. I think I have some pretty good faith that those numbers are going to be pretty decent. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure. Yeah, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure. It really looks like it changed from an hour ago. It wouldn't have changed yet, but it's starting to look a little bit more like buying pressure to me than just a tad bit more. RSI is at 48, which is going to be average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 52.02, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 55.4, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.96, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Man, John's deleting all his messages. What's the deal? You're killing me, John. Barry Electronics says, hello, my AMC brothers and sisters. Just wanted to say that before heading out the door. Another glorious day of work. Barry Electronics, have a wonderful day at work. We'll see you around. Jay says, let's talk about AMC's future innovations. I think I saw you put in a comment earlier today about, oh gosh, I can't remember now what it's called. A different way of viewing movies. I forgot what it was, though.
Hey Casey, since we're on that subject, what do you think if they like did a special room where like VR glasses would come down from like the ceiling to your seat? You would put them on, and you watch a movie, you're kind of immersed, point of view.
Well, I mean, I don't want to talk about logistics because I feel like that's just because I feel like if everybody had something coming from the ceiling, it would kind of block people's view. But obviously, if you had something that was coming out of the back of your chair somewhere, could you have some kind of VR headset set up that would allow you to be more immersed into your viewing of a either movie or something that you're watching? I think it would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Right. I mean, well, it wouldn't block anyone's view because everyone would have to put on the headset to watch the movie instead of being on a screen.
Oh, so it's not on a screen. You're
through your headsets.
Okay, I got you. Huh. Interesting.
That would be pretty cool. And then you can do, if talking about video games and stuff like that, if you then can do some type of game where everyone's playing in the same, like the Grand Theft Auto stuff where everyone's immersed and there's different characters, so everyone has a controller in front of them and everyone's playing at the same time.
Yeah.
A certain game, or like Modern Warfare or whatever.
Papa Mac brings up the most important thing that I think of when in regards to that is like, would you be comfortable with wearing a headset that somebody else wore before you, and what would be the cost to like clean that kind of stuff in between users? Or would it just
probably make like an insert that you buy at the stand, you just you check in, you get a little
just like when you go racing, they give you a little mask.
I was thinking
you put your helmet on.
Yeah, I was thinking, what if you had to buy the headset and then it would always just be your headset that you would bring with you? Maybe, I don't know.
You could. That's another option to make money.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yep. So when are we starting this?
I don't know.
Where do we go? Is it up on Fund? What is it called? Fund Me? What is it called?
That GoFundMe? Yeah.
No, not that one. Startup, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what those are called.
Kickstarter.
Startup, no?
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter. There you go. Kickstarter.
One.
Yeah.
There's a couple others.
Yeah. Then Dennis is saying, would 4D be a stupid investment? I don't know. Like I've done 4D stuff before, where like Disneyland and stuff, where it blows wind at you, or maybe you smell stuff, or some of the rides are like that, or maybe you have like little things that kind of like make you feel like something's behind you in your seat, or your seat moves. Those are all kind of cool things, but I don't know. I would be curious for them, if AMC were to even consider something like that, like they would probably want to look at like, what the longevity is on that kind of stuff in theme parks before even remotely considering doing something like that. I feel like we're kind of moving into a period of time where the economy's probably not
ready.
Well, I mean, is everybody looking to pay a lot more on ticket prices right now? Like, do you think the majority of people want to pay more on ticket prices? Or do you think that people are satisfied with...
People are fed up. They're not going to take it anymore, Casey.
Right? Like, a lot of people are just not really happy with what they're paying on anything prices anymore. So the idea
I think people will pay for IMAX. I mean, like high-end, high-grade experience.
But what percentage, though? What percentage of people will pay that?
I don't know. So that's the thing is that I think you got to find your sweet spot of certain locations, demographics where the population is, basically willing to pay the most and achieve the highest volume. Um, what's that target demographic that's willing to do that, to go frequently and pay? And what do they want? I'd rather see, I think maybe possibly a theater with 4 high-end, awesome, actual theater rooms or whatever you call them, as opposed to 12 or some massive structure. You know what I mean? So whereas you have like your two, it's like you usually have 1 or 2 high grossing, revenue makers, right? And then the rest are dribbling, maybe they're not doing as well. And, but you have to still pay just as much to air condition and clean up and do all that stuff to those. So it's just a theory. I don't know if it's right or not. But sometimes less is more. I mean, I think looking at, the brevity, I think people are looking at the water last night. A lot of people are, I think, taking advantage of the jumping on a negative situation about this whole Cohen and the GameStop call, for example. But I think he's got the right idea. I think they're missing the brevity and focus. I think that Cohen was trying to say is, hey, we're going to focus on achieving improved profitability, and what good is revenue without profit?
Yeah.
So close up those stores, and so I'm not trying to sound like super negative, like hey, we've got too many theaters, but if there's, I think as the leases are come to their expiration, it's worth evaluating whether it's worth renewing some of those and things like that. So,
well, I know, I mean, I don't even know if I want to get into the whole thing, but
I know you don't want to. I'm just saying.
No. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't. There's so much to talk about there that I just feel like it's like overwhelming.
I don't think there is. I actually think, as far as the GME thing,
there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of rumors about some of the things that are about to potentially happen, and there's so much that I feel like you could just talk all day long about it.
A few people that were, I know when we were, when I remember when it was first over and I came on and I said, oh, I didn't finish. Well, yeah, you know what? Maybe I felt a little unsatisfied, but when I think about it, and go back, I think, you know what? Here's somebody who's focused, laser focused on achieving his focus on the goals. He's not interested in sitting there spatting BS. He's just going to tell you, hey, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it. Period. And I think that's great. But then, if a couple people express discontent of whatever sort, then I think all these bots and whatever, they come out and they pour the gasoline on it on the social media. So you see that they take advantage of that. That's easy, and then they build on it and they build on it. Of course, it's genius. It's play into the psychology. Get people, keep that frustration, right? Keep the anger. But I think there are some people in there that are posting and saying, "Hold on, you guys gotta rethink this. Just look at the words. Do you need a long, lengthy explanation, or do you just need to see that they're committed to doing what they say they're going to do and executing?"
I need to take off for break here, but before I leave, I kind of wanted to change the subject here for just a second so I can ask you guys a question. And this is obviously not financial advice, I promise. But somebody's asking me a question about fixed versus not fixed loans. And normally for me, I'm always a fixed loan kind of guy. But this is like one of those very rare times in history where I feel like a non-fixed loan or an adjustable rate would be a more ideal situation than normal. What do you guys think? I'm just kind of curious in general what people think here. I'm not really looking for financial advice, and this is not for me. But I'm just
Rates
kind
are
of curious.
high now.
They're high, right? Yeah, and we're talking
You're
about
right. You have to
lowering.
do an ARM for 5 years and then refinance when if the rates drop.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
That's exactly what I said
Fix
too.
it and then
Yeah.
Yep. But
and
you
get a
just
fixed
gotta
rate and then
be willing
adjust it.
to take that risk.
Yeah, I
And
personally, everybody in my family, I told them to lock in their loans like 2 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's when you wanted to get a fixed rate loan.
Yep.
And even though you would have paid a little bit more for it back then, I was warning them. I'm like, it's going to go up really bad.
Oh yeah,
you got to lock it in now.
That's what I said too.
And this doesn't mean we're at the top either. We could get hyperinflation, and if that happens, then whatever your adjusted value is, you're getting screwed.
Well, that would be the risk you'd be taking. Yeah, that would be the risk you'd be taking with that with the variable, is you'd be looking at like, if there is hyperinflation and you start seeing them deciding to, I feel like their chances of them raising rates is, I feel like it's
Pretty
over.
high.
You think it's high?
Yeah, it's going to happen again.
Let me look out here.
They don't have
like the
inflation under
1980s.
control right now.
It's going to be like
Everything's propped up on
it's going to be
fake
like the
numbers.
1980s. It's going to go up to like 11%.
Then you just need, if you do an ARM now, then you'd have to be prepared to be willing to dump the asset. If it's a home or whatever, just be like, I'm going to, ooh. I think I think if you go into it with that mentality of, hey, I'm going to do an ARM, but I'm also I'm rolling the dice that.
Let me just see something here.
It could. I'm willing to, if you're willing to part with that. It depends how, you got to look at the numbers. What would be the cost over 5 years of doing the ARM? Estimate it out. Best case, try to do a calculation and see what it might be.
All right. So for the end of this year, we're looking at, let's see, we're looking at, they're talking about September cuts by 25 basis points in as early as September. And then by December, they're talking about another cut.
When is your election?
It's November.
Does that mean
they might do a cut before, but then afterwards, reality's going to kick in.
Yeah, but they can talk. They were talking about doing 3 cuts this year. Now it's down to maybe 1. So
That's what I was
we'll
about to say.
They tell people what they want to hear just so they can continue to push the can down the road.
But there is like zero estimates on a raise. There's like 0% chance of showing it a raise in the next year.
Until something happens in the market or something.
Well, that's okay. Good point, right? But what happens when something happens in the market? Rates don't go up; they go down. So if you're gonna insinuate that something's gonna happen and blow up in the market that would cause instability in the marketplace, the rates aren't gonna go up; they're gonna lower the rates.
Or probably they're so screwed up that they.
A couple of years ago, they said it wasn't going to be going up at all.
But as it stands right now, there's on anything between now and September of 2025, there's 0% chance at seeing a rate increase showing up on the Fed Watch tool. So if that's the case, if there is some kind of market recession and the market's showing signs of weakness, then that would be the time for them to drop rates. The question is have they adjusted enough of the parameters that they're looking at in regards to PPI. What can I think right now, man? Today's just been an off day for CPI, PPI. Would all those things, potentially show that there's been enough of a reduction in inflation that we could have a period of time where rates could be cut for a while? And I guess really it comes down to is, would it be for 5 years? That's a long ways out. That's a long time.
Well, the other thing too, though, is for like the Great Depression, wasn't that really kicked off by a dust bowl?
Yes.
I mean, it's supposed to be extremely hot this summer, and you got an election coming up, and you got possible H2N2. What if all the chickens get killed off and floods the cows? Yeah. But,
yeah, but those are the kind of things that would not cause rates to go up, though. Those would be the things that would cause rates to go down.
Do you think they've been telling you the truth?
No, I'm saying historically speaking, they don't raise rates in a recessionary period.
I know, but when you've been getting all those reports from Powell on what the CPI is, do you think
I know I don't.
They've fudged those numbers?
Absolutely, but
do you think those are good numbers?
Well, let me ask you this question: do you have a recession? Does a recession cause inflation, or does inflation get improved because of recession? The answer, I already know the answer to this. The answer is that it improves inflation, right? So if we were to move into a recession or a depression for that matter, then it's obvious the answer is that they will drop rates because that's going to reduce inflation massively. And that's too late. That means that they've waited too long to reduce rates. A depression would be caused by having rates raised too high for too long. Yeah, see, AMC Hawkeye says recession is deflationary, and that's exactly right. So if we did move into a depression, I already feel like it's already been a recession, but if they were to actually start calling it a recession, then they've waited too long to drop the rates.
It all depends on how your government tries to get out of the situation that it's in. If they start printing more money again to stimulate the economy, you're screwed. It gets to a point where you have to let the people suffer.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I was just curious what you guys thought. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I have a question because you were talking to, I can't remember who was in here, about the wash sale rule.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a little bit different in Canada. We have better tax system, and I can do wash sales and backdate my losses to later on to the year that they actually took them in and all that. But wash sales really aren't as bad as people think, because you only do pay taxes on what you profit. All you're doing is really you're not able to take that loss this year. You have to take it the next year, right? I was wondering if maybe you could.
I would love to touch on this subject, but I can't.
I was wondering if you could do a segment on wash sales.
Yeah,
whether you could do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, I can't because
you don't want to do that.
Well, it's a matter of me giving. I mean, at some point, like if I were to suggest, if I were to say what a wash sale is, it's one thing to define what it is, but it's another thing to suggest like how you could potentially maybe. What would you be? Are you just trying to look for like defining what a wash sale is and how it impacts you, or are you looking for something more beyond that?
It's just that I think that some people worry about it, like, oh no, I've got a wash sale and now it's changed my account balance or cost average, and I think they think things are getting screwed up, and really they're not. It's just an accounting thing where it's pushing forward your loss into the next year. Like you won't be able to claim that loss this year because you bought back into the stock.
Oh, within the 30 days.
But sometimes it's a good thing to do, to take the wash sale, because like if you have a stock that you bought at $10.
Do you see where you're going when you say that? Do you see what you just did there? You can't.
It
I
turns
can't.
into financial
I can't.
advice.
I can't say what you just said right there is something I have to
can say
steer
it because
way
I'm
far
just
away
a
from.
guy.
Well, I understood. You're just a
I'm
guy
just
in
a guy.
Canada, but I'm a guy in the United States, and if I say what you just said right there, I get in a lot of trouble, and that's why I can't do that. I have to stay away from
Okay,
those
well, I'm
kind of
gonna say it.
statements. Well, you can say whatever you want to say, but I
If you
can't.
bought a stock
And
at
I'm not going to
$10
agree to
and
it
it went down
either. I'm not going to agree to it either.
and it went down to 8, and you knew it was going to go down to 6 in the next couple of days, you should just sell it and buy it back in 2 days for 6.
I think that is terrible advice. I think that is terrible advice, and I'm going to have to interject and say that I think that's terrible to be suggesting
You're not
that.
going to be able to claim. You're not going to be able to claim your loss.
I don't think that's the kind of advice that you should be giving on this channel at all. I think that's terrible advice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I know.
Yeah, I think
it's absolutely awful advice.
Yep.
Just get an accountant. That's what I'd say.
Sometimes I worry you're too smart for your own good.
Let's see here. So I'm going to head to break, guys. Let me put the message up on the screen.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Fucker riding a pussy.
Let me go ahead and mute my mic, and I'll see you guys back a little bit later.
All right, see you later.
Constantly giving bad advice on this channel.
Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Has anybody seen any movies this last week?
No, I haven't seen nothing. Not yet. I've been busy at work.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna see Inside Out 2 on Thursday.
Nice.
Late. I'm gonna see it like 8:45 p.m.
Yeah, my kid's too young to go to the movies yet.
What is the people usually bring them to?
I don't know. Well, my kid's 3, so I can't get him to sit down for 15 minutes.
I got pulled away for a little bit on business. I hope I didn't miss too much fun. Did I missed the best joke of the day?
Nah, you didn't miss nothing, parent.
Cake.
My best friend showed up. He borrowed some tools from me. He's got a little 12 acres on a river, a little meandering river for inner tubes. He's got a little cabin on it, 4-wheeler trails. His wife is real fair skinned with red hair. She doesn't like the sun very much, so he built him a little sun pavilion in the river. When I say river, it's a glorified creek. But he set up 4 big telephone poles, and then they made a system where they could during the day they could hang a giant sunscreen from it. Turned out real nice. But I had loaned him pump and some hoses so he could flush those pilings in. Now she's able to spend the day in the river and enjoy sitting there drinking beer and all that without getting sunburned.
That's nice. It sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool place. He built a shooting range. You can shoot high-powered rifles. Made it real safe. We took our excavator up there, put dirt berms up where you could have a backstop, keeping safety top of the line safety type stuff, and a shooting bench, and it's pretty cool. Nice place to spend weekends and holidays and stuff.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Good to be back. Let's see here. I've got numbers time. Let me take you guys over to the other page here, and remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Fortunately, I made it back just in time to be able to stop two-factor authentication, so I'm not going to give you guys that speech. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange volume right around between that and EDGX. I would expect it to be around 63% going through those exchanges. 54.05 going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.3. The combined total on that 65.35%. That's about wait, is it supposed to be 63? Yeah, 63%. I'm sorry. I don't know if I said 64 or 63. It should be about 63%, so it's about 2.35% higher than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 343 shares. Nothing unusual going on with that. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 9,553. Also a very low number. Shares available to be borrowed, according to IBKR, is sitting at 550,000 shares. That has not changed in the last hour, and fees have gone back up a little bit to 2.02%. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there's 347,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 800,000. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.99%. The cost per ends at 2.73. Average is 3.37 and max is 9.56%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 63.41 million shares. That's 5.85 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 1.47 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at GME's shares borrowed versus returned, it's showing a return of 563,000 shares now. Option contracts. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of call volume was at a $5 strike. There was 17.9 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 20.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There were 6.4 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 6.6 in volume. The market is suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today somewhere between $4.50 and $5. Let's see here. Taking you guys over the other page, orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME's in seventh on this list with a 57.8% buy at 42.2% sell ratio. I'd like to see it at 60-40 or better. Just a little bit on the low side. MMRI an hour ago was 276.4. It's now 276.44, so really not a whole lot of change in the last hour. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was approximately 0.482 and is now currently at 0.481. NASDAQ is up 0.02, Dow Jones is up 0.01, and the S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 2,808 decliners to 2,766 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. An hour ago it was 2,587 advancers, so it's a little bit more on the advancing side than it was. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day-to-day, the worst two is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The best performing sectors for the day-to-day are financials, followed by real estate. Of the Mag 7, one is green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.96. SI is down 9.56. NYCB is down 4.25. And that's it. Gold is currently up 0.41 and trending up. Silver is down 0.12 but trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 0.8, managing to maintain this level of support here, just barely. It's holding on for dear life, but is overall trending up still. The US dollar is currently down 0.07 and trending down. There was a little bit of a trend back up earlier this morning, but started trending back down again here. It does appear to be a little bit of a channel in that downtrend. Oil is currently down 0.49 and taking a little bit of a dip starting right around 12.30 on oil, which usually if oil is going to start trending down, the market will start trending down. Mortgage-backed securities starting to consolidate after being up for the day 0.36 to 0.37, and SPY is up 0.12 and starting to consolidate a little bit after an uptrend. Taking a look at VIX, it's currently down 1.8 and trending down at 12.52 with a future suggesting 1433 still. VB is up 0.23 and making turning into a downtrend from an uptrend. VBR is up 0.21 and looking like it's moving into a downtrend from an uptrend. Tesla is down 1.54 but trending up. Amazon is down 0.72 and also trending up currently from a downtrend. Cinemark is up 2.79, trending up. Doge is down 1.44 and consolidating a little bit after a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 1.18, also consolidating after a downtrend. GME is down 0.95 and consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is down 1.93 and consolidating. NCMI is down 3.02, trending down. HOOD is down 1.44, consolidating, and AMC is up 0.51. And trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There is approximately, let's see here, $2.5 million more outflow than inflow. 13.29 million shares traded so far. After 228 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 22.73 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 17 to 37 million shares. I think that should be a good prediction. I don't think I'll be off. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side at 47.55, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. There appears to be a divergence starting to form. Perhaps maybe within the next hour on the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 50.1, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 52.86, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 47.83, which is just slightly below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Jason says, did everyone see the news from Netflix on unusual whales? No. I'm assuming that must have something to do with not how well they're not doing. And I guess that's the relationship it has to perhaps maybe the movie industry. Oh, they're going to be starting their own movie theater chain, but not calling it a movie theater. Okay. Is this going to be like a viewing station? What would you call it? Is there too much of a stigma against movies, maybe? I don't know. Let's see here. Is there a projected path?
Sounds like a half-hearted. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
It sounds like a half-hearted attempt at some sort of rebranding, and I haven't read anything. I haven't looked at anything. I'm unaware of even the news release, but I know that things haven't gone recently like they had anticipated. So
yeah,
it could be an attempt to, like I said, to rebrand themselves.
I'm trying to look to see where exactly I would draw. I feel like we were in a descending parallel channel here. Perhaps right about there. And we kind of traded out the side of this a little bit, and not really getting what I would call like a good strong break out of this. So, but there's multiple touch points. I've got at least 2 touch points on the top and multiple touch points on the bottom down here. But I'm not seeing any kind of large quantities of volume spiking up here as prices moving up out of this, which is unusual. There could just be an attempt to try and reduce volume further for the day-to-day. But Donkey Kong just posted out a tweet. He said over 1 million people visited AMC theaters in the United States each day last weekend. The total U.S. attendance on AMC theaters was approximately 3.8 million on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. AMC International theaters also saw strength, with attendance up by double-digit percentages compared to the same weekend last year. Once again, the movie-going public has demonstrated the magic of the movies, and the theatrical experience is alive and powerful, said Adam Aron, chairman and CEO of AMC. Mahul, if you guys know who that is on Twitter, he commented on this whole Netflix thing here. He says, "Ha. So at Netflix also believes watching things at home on your TV is not a good experience." or maybe people desire something a little different. I know for a long time I had kind of like a rule. There was no way I wasn't going to see like a Star Wars movie not in a movie theater. Like, there's just something about the experience of seeing it in a movie theater that is way different.
Yep, movie theater is a premium experience,
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to get that kind of... Well, there's maybe like the very, very, very few homes out there that can kind of get that same kind of sound experience that you might get, but it's very rare, and only for people who are extremely rich. But
even the extremely rich don't have a screen as big as a movie theater.
Exactly. That's where I was going with it next, is they can't get the movie screen that's that big. So, there's...
So, like, when I saw The Chosen on the screen, that was just spectacular.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you feel like you're back in that time. It's so huge on the screen. It's amazing.
So there's an interesting phenomenon that happens with pool. Maybe Pyre could actually speak to this maybe a little bit. There's an interesting phenomenon that happens when you have when you're an owner of a pool in a house. You like when you haven't had one before and you suddenly have a pool, you think you're going to use it like on a daily basis, and at first you do. You use it quite a bit, but over time, you tend to use it less and less and less, unless you purposely make it a point in making sure that people come over to use it. Sometimes the usage kind of tends to fade over time because it's just an everyday thing now. At that point, you just have it; it's always there, and you maybe kind of take it for granted a little bit. And so, I would tend to think that the same thing might be true of having a movie theater in a home as well, a movie theater type scenario, where you take it for granted after a while. Like at first, you start probably using it quite a bit, and then after a while, it kind of loses its grandeur, and it doesn't have that same feeling of going out and seeing the movie theater. And so, you might, at some point or another, you might find yourself leading back or trending back towards going out to see a movie with people. So, but again, that's like, that's more the rarity than it is the commonplace to have those kind of movie theaters in a home. One timer says none of my. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and I was just saying, like, I think a lot of these, studios have like a lack of imagination. And like, I would want to see some of these streaming services on the big screen. You know what I mean? Like some of the real popular ones, like Game of Thrones or like Halo, or you know what I mean? Like those should be on the big screen.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched Halo, but and I did watch some Game of Thrones, but it wasn't my cup of tea. But I can understand why you would say that. I don't know if people would want to binge. Do people want to binge watch stuff like that on those screens? I don't know if they would or not.
Well, I would. I guess I'm a fanatic.
Yeah.
I watched the whole season of Chosen, season 3 and season 4 in AMC theaters.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of people out there who absolutely love certain series and would see it in a theater for sure. One timer says none of my neighbors use their pools or backyards. I'm always out there. That's some people are just different too, right? Like some people just don't like going outside. But Donkey Kong says some people like to go to the ballpark and other people stay at home and watch the game. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Some people love it, going out and watching it in real life, and some people don't. Some people just want to stay at home and not have to deal with the public. So that's something to be considered, right?
Yep, and then I would say there's like phases too.
Sure.
Like you said.
Yeah.
There's phases where you're going through stuff in life and you don't want to be around people as much, and then there's phases where not much is going on. You want to be around people again.
like a pandemic where everybody's trapped up in their homes and they're tired of being in their homes and want to get out and do stuff again. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that was, for me, COVID wasn't a hard thing. But I think for my wife, it was much, much harder because she wanted to get out and do stuff. And I think it was very, and I'm speaking for her, but I think that she felt it was very confined. And I think she was getting a little stir crazy. She wanted to get out and do stuff again. So.
Yeah. And for me, I thought I was handling the, COVID, but then I found out that I knew some of my friends and myself, we accidentally picked on some maladaptive behaviors that we didn't even notice we picked up,
Mm-hmm.
So there's
yeah,
there were some habits some people had to kick afterwards.
Yeah. Are you trying to join the bird club? I hear birds chirping in the background. What's going on there?
No, I have parakeets. I'm taking a rest right now.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know you had birds. I don't think I've ever heard them before.
I thought I told you that, but I guess Discord hasn't picked them up as much. But
okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah, you have more than one. They're the kind of bird that needs to have like more than one in a cage, right? Isn't that like they need to have like a partner or
Yeah.
something? Yeah.
Yeah, one would go crazy without the other. They'd go depressed. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have? So you have two at least, I guess.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, and I let them fly around my room. They're unclipped and everything.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they would be dead by now if they weren't unclipped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
You need that. They're birds. They have to fly.
That's when I always, I always, yeah. It's a touchy subject around here, so I'm going to stay away from that one.
No, I know why it's a touchy subject. I actually had a talk with one of my friend's moms, and she talked about her childhood, how like a bird ran into a wall and it didn't live.
Uh-huh.
The thing is, my birds have run into the wall, but they survive, and they only did it like late at night when like they escaped from my cage when I was getting used to them.
Yeah.
And they're still alive. They're on their 10th year in my home. So
that's awesome, man. That's a long time.
Yeah, they're healthy and thriving.
What's the expected life or expectant life? I can't say it. The life expectancy on a parakeet.
I think it's somewhere between 10 and 20, but I could check.
Oh wow. Jay says, "Don't forget, do not put do not put cheese. Do not put cheese on a raw burger before grilling." Thank you for that public service announcement. It is very good advice. Thank you.
All right, so here's the parakeet life fact. Ready?
Yep.
So in the wild, budgies or parakeets, they live typically 4 to 6 years because of predators.
Okay.
In captivity, they can live between 7 and 15.
Holy crap, that's a big difference. You're like doubling their life expectancy, or at least, right? Like at least.
Yeah, and they get to fly around as much as they want.
Wow.
They get food and they have toys and they can do whatever they want. So.
Do you think we live longer in captivity?
I know we live longer in captivity.
Probably not. I would imagine not.
No. We live. No, I mean, come on. Our environment now has really become captivity.
Is it? I don't know.
It.
Maybe.
We
maybe
don't have.
It is.
We don't deal with bears as much. We don't deal with wolves.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, and our life expectancy is much, much higher. So you're right. You're absolutely right.
Much higher. Yep.
Yep. We are in captivity. We just didn't realize it this whole time. Gosh dang it! Now that makes me wonder. Like, do birds not understand? Like, maybe birds don't realize they're being captured. Maybe they don't know.
Well, it's funny because like they love their home. They go into their cage. They fly around and they land on the cage and then they go back in there when they want to. And they're
yeah.
It's funny. Like they don't think they consider it like a cage.
Yeah. Dylan, don't worry about it, man.
Yeah.
It's all good. He was throwing in like my sauna doesn't get. It sounded like he was saying his sauna doesn't get used, but we were already moved off onto other topics. Sauna, nice. Yeah, that's like one of the. I feel like if I had a sauna, I would use it all the time, and it's probably just not the case.
Oh, I would use a hot tub all the time.
That's what I say too. I think I would use that all the time as well, but maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe at some point I get tired of putting chlorine in it constantly or having to take the cover on and off all the time. Who knows? I don't know. It's just like, it's another one of those, it's a chore. Tendies is saying that a monolith was found on Las Vegas, one of the largest mountain tops or it's not a mountain, but I think think in the article that I read it in, they called it a mountain or something like that. But it's there's a glass monolith on the very top of it. I feel like they had found a couple of those different places, and we're trying to figure out what the heck they were all about. Birds got CTE. What the heck is that? Hold on a second. I gotta look this up. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. I don't know how to say that. It's a degenerative disease that can affect people who have experienced repeated concussions or head impacts. Yikes, that's messed up. Huh. Well, that sounds bad. Oh, looks like he's gone. I was just going to say something to Tech and then he's gone. Amazing Blue 2, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. It was encephalitis, wrong of the brain.
Cephalitis? Is that, that's how you pronounce it?
Encephalitis.
Hold on a second here. Encephala. Well, okay.
Encephalitis. You break it down.
This says encephalopathy, or is what it says. But I'm assuming that's the.
CTE is what a lot of the football players get from head-on collisions.
Yeah.
Apathy. Encephalopathy.
Encephalopathy. Okay, I can't say it. Encephalopathy. I must have it. I've got it. That's it. If you can't say it, you have it.
It could be split two different ways. Itis is inflammation of.
Yeah, right.
When broken down in medical terms.
It's like the difference between saying like having it versus talking about it, right? Maybe. I don't know. Text back. I feel like we're just waiting now. What's going on here? It's just I feel like it's very, very dead. Not moving a whole lot right now. Jimmy's kind of running right around the same price. Somebody gave the same price prediction today. Who was that? I think it was Rex. I think Rex gave the same exact price prediction today that he had yesterday, and boy, he was only a penny off yesterday. Can you imagine if he gets it if he nails it right on today? What a call. Let's see here. I'm looking to see if there's any new news. I want to know how you guys manage to get, like, I never get notifications for anybody that I put an alert on to get a notification for their tweets when they come out. Like, I never get those. I don't know how you guys manage to get them, and I can't. Let's see here.
So you already put the bell notification, you're saying?
Yeah, I think I have. Let me
And if you haven't, maybe it's in your settings. Maybe you have like notifications disabled for Twitter or something.
Okay, so for DFE I don't apparently. So I just looked. So I just turned those on for him. But I was talking more for Adam Aaron. I know I had it turned on. Yeah, I have it turned on for Adam Aaron. But I never get any kind of notifications at all. Actually, that's not true. I do get notifications, but they show up and it's usually like I don't see it until way later. Oh, I know what it is. I bet I have notifications turned off for the app itself, and so that's why I'm not getting anything because I don't.
Yep.
Yeah, I never get. Yeah, that's got to be what it is. Yeah. All right. Well, I just clicked on it so I get notifications for him. I'm looking to see if there's any new news on AMC today whatsoever. Yesterday, about almost about an hour from now, would have been 24 hours ago. There was a news story from MarketWatch saying AMC stock falls despite theaters' best weekend of 2024, thanks to Inside Out 2, which we all saw yesterday was highly unusual to see the price moving the way that it did, considering that AMC had no bad news and was moving in unison with GME as they were having their shareholder meeting. So kind of unusual to see that happening. Man, this looks eerily familiar to what we had for price movement yesterday, but just on a larger scale. I wonder if we'll have like an end of the day drop in price. It's like really, really super big.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Preacher, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good, good. Just babysitting and having a beer.
Parenting.
Parenting, yeah.
Yes.
Fathering.
Fathering, yes. Yeah. I used to get in trouble. I had a tennis pro that I used to know who would. I love the sound of your
the peacock.
Yeah, the peacock in the background is freaking awesome. Anyways, the tennis coach, you know, I would do when I first had my first kid, I would say like I got to babysit my kid or something like that, or I would mention something and he was like, "It's not babysitting, you're parenting," and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right, I'm a parent now." It was hard to get used to, you know, switching over to saying that because it was just, you know, I don't know why, but it was. But there's nothing wrong with parenting your kid, fathering your children. It's a good thing. Hopefully you had an excellent Father's Day.
Same as usual. Nothing special.
Well, that's okay. I mean, it's overrated.
Exactly. I don't know if you guys covered this because I was driving for a bit today, so I couldn't listen to the whole thing. But did you, like, Unusual Whales posted that Netflix has announced the city's plan for its in-person experience venues?
Yes,
so
we did.
They're opening that cinema, like.
Yeah, they're opening movie theaters, right?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because apparently, you know, watching at home, that whole model that they have there is not quite working out for them for whatever reason.
Yeah. I wonder what the biggest theater chain is in the world. And, I'm sure after this news, they're going to go up in price. The stock market. Stock price is going to go up.
So I'd be curious to see. Well, I don't know if AMC can do this or not, but I'd be curious to see if they couldn't partner with Netflix to be able to. You even got roosters in the background, dude. That's so crazy. Like nobody can beat your level of bird calls that you have. You have anything from like just regular birds to peacocks and roosters. It's crazy. You got them all. What?
Yeah, good thing I'm not going to the next to the playground where we have the parrots and the canaries and stuff.
Do you have any ostriches?
No,
Emus, man.
just the emus. We have to
Emus.
What sound does an? Oh, I asked you this before. I asked you what an emu sound makes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind. That's old. Well, if you ever can get them to talk, I'd love to hear it sometime.
It's I don't know if I have any videos. I can try to look it up, but it's very, it's like a throat sound, kind of like a crocodile would make.
The reason I'm asking is because I had a friend who was talking about having an emu farm, I think, and he was like, he said something. I think we were just kind of joking around one day, and I said to him, well, what if on this emu farm you end up hating the sounds they make because you've got like hundreds of emus in these pens or whatever, and you're trying to start this farm. What if they make this just like horrifically god awful noise that like is just terrible? And how do you even? I'm like, do you even know what they sound like? And he's like, no. I was like, what if it's something just awful? So we were trying to figure out what an emu sounded like, and we couldn't find anything. So that's why I've been curious for years now what an emu calling sound sounds like. Dark Lotus says
emus are more.
Go ahead.
Just want to say they're more well known for just running around like idiots.
Well, they always seem like they're jerks. Like they're always like trying to. They seem like they're just. I don't know. Yeah, just jerks, I guess. No.
They're not intelligent, So although I have a video, but I don't know if there's any sound of them here. They're basically. I think we gave them a balloon and they're like playing with the balloon. I can share it on Discord.
Did they pop it?
I don't remember looking at it currently, but I think they were just running like idiots. And acting strange. I'm gonna drop it from Discord somewhere.
All right, sounds good. Dark Lotus says, "Is that Christopher Robbins?" Oh boy. What range of animals do you have? Do you have donkeys?
It's not just birds.
Oh, just birds. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the bird lover in the family?
The father-in-law.
Ah, okay. Huh. Very interesting. Are they all his?
Yeah. Like we're going from time to time shopping. Let's say there's an animal market, but that's him.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Want to hear what an emu sounds like?
Yeah, I do. I really do.
I'm an otani. Emma is meaning smile.
That's emu.
That must be a different.
That's a different species of emu.
Yeah.
Huh.
Amazing birds that can talk. I mean, parrot. How emus?
I've never had a parrot before. I've had friends that have had them, but like most of my friends that had parrots, none of them ever said anything like really, really cool. Yeah,
Sorry about that. I'm gonna miss myself.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
That's an emu right there.
They sounded similar, didn't they? Let's see here.
So there's lots of birds besides parrots that can do simple words. Even like small parakeets can talk. Just for training them.
This sounds like you can milk anything kind of speech here.
Like crows can talk. A lot of people probably know that, but I mean, up here we have magpies, which is basically a jay. So anything in the jay species, out simple words. You want me to talk more about wash sales?
No. No, I don't.
I'm going to tell you what I think about wash sales.
Okay.
I think it's not just an IRS thing. I think it's a law that was put into place to benefit the big banks and the 1%, because what it does is it forces you into thinking that when you're taking a loss, you've got to keep taking that loss. Because you don't want to sell, because then you're going to, and rebuy back in, because then you're going to have a wash sale. But really, it makes somebody who's taking a loss stay in longer than they should have. But you're not going to agree with me.
No. Hold on a second here. I'll pull something out real quick. Hold on. So let me ask you a question just to kind of see what it is you may or may not know about a wash sale. Would you agree that there's different types of wash sales?
Yes.
Well, obviously, because like otherwise you wouldn't have anybody who's in day trading whatsoever, right?
So in agreeing,
almost 50% of the trades that people make when they're swing trading or day trading, they're going to be doing wash sales.
In agreeing to that, if you were to make a wash sale while you may be in profit of a position from where you were at previously, would that be considered a taking gains, or would that be considered a loss?
It's taking gains. If you sell a stock and it's in black ink, you're profitable.
So
you sell it and book the gains instantly, you've created a taxable event.
Right.
So you owe taxes on those profits right there.
And if you
then
buy
if
back
you go
in,
and buy back in, and that begs the question: why would anybody do that? Why, unless it was a mistake or something? So theoretically, most people don't sell a stock, lock in a taxable event, and then run back to it. As a general rule, most people sell a stock when they're down. So let's say they buy at 10, it falls to 8, they sell, and it falls to 6, and they buy back in. Well, they booked a $2 loss, but because they didn't wait 30 days to buy back in, the government's not going to let you have it both ways. They're not going to let you take the loss, deduct it from because you booked a $2 loss. They're not going to let you deduct that from your taxes and then turn right around and buy back into the exact same stock, and it runs right back up. But there's a misconception. Most people, you're right, Casey, they don't understand the full implications of a short sale. It isn't. Somebody was in there earlier, I think it was Robert, and I like him.
Wash sale.
Funny stuff. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry, wash sale.
Yeah.
But the problem is when your cost, when you sell that stock and you lose, say, $2 a share, and then you buy back in, they don't let you take the deduction, but they add it to your cost basis. So it becomes part of the new math. It's not like it disappears or it vaporizes. So somebody was running around earlier talking about you can sell it and avoid the taxes and buy back in. That's all nonsense. It's just it's an accounting rule that for the most part prevents people from gaming the system and taking deductions that they're not entitled to.
Exactly. Hey, preacher.
Exactly. I agree with preacher. And I agree with preacher and with the pirate. But I mean, like if you sell something at 10, or bought something at 10, sell it at 8, you got a $2 loss. So if you buy back in at 6, then your cost is going to be 8 because it's going to add the $2 loss back onto it.
Exactly.
So until you go from 6 back up to 8, you're not, and you cancel it out and you're back in profits. It's what I'm saying is I think it tries to force people into thinking that selling is a bad thing because it adds that on there, and you can't take that loss in that year. But really, the right thing to do might have been to sell and buy back in lower. So what you have is when a stock's falling, people are like, "Oh, I don't want to sell now because if I buy back in lower, even though you know you're going to buy back in lower, then you're going to get hit with." But it's the right thing to do in certain situations, depending on your tax situation.
Well, I would take the other side of that argument, and I would say, how do you know? There's absolutely nobody who has those skills. Picking bottoms is just as hard as picking tops. So if I buy a stock, say Caterpillar at 10, and I say, okay, it's falling. I made a bad decision here. I thought I had a good entry point. I got my stop losses here. I want out of this before I lose any money, and I sell it. Then again, your argument is that somehow or another I got some crystal ball that knows that it's going to go to 6. I don't know when I take that stop loss and book that $2 loss and get out. I have no idea knowing if it's going to turn an hour later or if it's going to turn 2 years later. So it's easy to look back in hindsight and say, that's one of my biggest problems is people love to look at charts and stuff from historically and say, well, here's where you do this and here's where you do that. I'm like, you don't have that full chart in front of you.
Yeah,
when you buy at 10 and it loses 2 and your stop loss kicks in, the reason you're taking the stop loss is because you don't want to lose anymore. But you don't have any foreknowledge of when it's going to turn and reverse and go back up. So I think a lot of people it's a knee-jerk reaction, and I think that more people get hurt bouncing in and out of stocks. They got an old saying, time in the market is better than timing the market. And I think it's dangerous to encourage people to bounce in and out.
Yeah, because it's very, very dangerous.
It presupposes that they have the knowledge to pick the bottom.
Sometimes it is the right thing to do.
I mean, you can't make that statement though. You can't.
It's not like you don't get to claim those losses at some point. You're just putting them off until the next year.
You're assuming that you're not going to be buying back. You're assuming that you can buy back in at a lower price. What if you can't?
Yeah, exactly. What if you booked the $2 loss and an hour later it turns and it zooms back up past where you were? See,
buy back in as it's going up.
Yeah.
Then you shouldn't have sold.
Well, then how do you know that? But then you shouldn't have sold exactly, and you can't know that.
You won't know it till it's all over with.
And so to tell, to suggest to somebody that they should do it.
What I'm more or less saying is in the situation where you bought at 10, sold at 8, and then it drops down a significant amount more after that within the 30 days.
You don't know if it's going to.
You decide to back. You don't know if it's going to, but you've got 30 days to figure that out, right?
But you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen. But if it was at 10, you sold at 8, you've got a $2 loss.
So let me ask you this question, Sensor Content, and this may not apply. This may not apply to you, but this does apply to people who are trading in the U.S. If we're holding our position for over a year, We get tax benefits from a long-term
and that
gains.
all disappears. All that
all
evaporates.
that
It just
all
goes
that
poof.
completely disappears once you decide to start trading the market like that. Why would I do
And
that?
for me, it's 10%. For me, it's roughly 10%. So if I try what you're saying, sensor content, I lose 10% right off the bat. So when it reverses from 10 to 8 and it goes back up, I got to make 10% more just to cover how bad I fucked up the cost basis as far as taxes go.
Yeah, and then
So
here's another
go
concept.
north, not only does it have to go north, it's got to go north enough to cover the $2 loss that was my stop loss. Then I got to catch another 10% to cover up for the difference in the tax structure now.
No. If it went from 10 to 8, then down to 6, you don't have to. It doesn't have to go back up 10% for you to cover your 10%. Because you're going to take what you.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, no matter what whatever you do,
going to buy a significant amount more, and you're probably only going to have to go up 6% before you've covered that 10%.
It doesn't matter. 10%. There's a 10% cost difference. There's a 10% tax differential. So if I make $1 million or I make it $1, I'm still spending 10% more on taxes.
Is a 25%.
I think you need to sit down in front of an Excel spreadsheet.
Why is that preferable to dollar cost averaging? Just explain to me why it's better to do that than for me just to pour more money into it and say, okay, my entry point was bad. Instead of me giving up my long-term tax benefits here, I'm just going to dollar cost in. So if it fell to 6, why wouldn't I? Why is it not the more preferred method to just buy more at 6, and then I get the gains from the 6 back up? Eventually, my stuff that was at 10 and fell to 8, it'll be made whole again. And then for the old part of the account, I still enjoy that tax. Well, how is that not more preferable to triggering a tax event, then trying to time the bottom again, and then praying all those things? It just seems like it seems like you're making it a lot more. You're presenting a lot more potential hurdles than there would need to be. I would just argue that if I believe in the stock, as opposed to jumping in and out, just dollar cost average down. Just if it falls to 6, just buy more at 6. I don't.
So another concept to take into consideration as well is that you're
paying a 10% from 8 to 6. You're paying a 10% penalty for a 33% gain in stock. Is a 10% penalty?
It depends on how much money you make.
It's not a gain. You're avoiding a loss. Avoiding a loss is not the same as a gain. That's not you're playing a word game there. Just because you avoid a 30% fall doesn't mean that you gain 30%.
Yeah.
You're just saying
But if you sold at 8 and you bought back in at 6, the same amount of money, you're going to have 33% more shares when they're going back up.
But
those 33% more shares are going to more than cover your 10%. If you do believe in the stock going back up, is going to more than cover your 10%.
But sensor content, it depends on each country's laws, right? And so like there's capital gains and then there's income. So if you sold for the loss, you're gonna have to do it at, like, depending on how much you make, you're gonna have to do it at like up to 40% or more for your income tax versus 20% for capital gains.
Mine's all on a tax-free account.
Yeah, well, when you try to start throwing these kind of ideas out when you're in a different country than the country that majority of the people are that are holding in this, it doesn't really help anybody out in suggesting information that may not apply to everybody.
I'm not suggesting that anybody does it. I'm just saying it's not as bad as what people make it out to be.
Okay.
I think it is. I just disagree with you. I respect you, but I just disagree with you. I think anytime you pick a stock and say, I like this stock, and then you pick a poor entry point. So if you lack, let me get this straight. You're not good enough to pick an entry point and you lose from 10 to 8, but now you're good enough to pick the bottom. I mean, it's like it's counterintuitive. I'm just saying, once you identify an equity that you think is going to be profitable over a given period of time, I don't see the need to get in and out, and some constant effort to try to say, okay, I got it at the bottom, because ultimately it's not going to work out for most people. I would argue that there's 1,000 books that have been written that says what you do is you ladder in. If you got $10,000, perhaps maybe you buy a little bit at a time, and that's an even bigger argument
I
for
got
not plopping up YOLO in at one time.
I have the end all for this entire conversation here. I mean, if you wake up, if you sold out of your position right now, right, and you wake up tomorrow morning and the price never ever goes back below where it is you have, then you have less shares than you started out with, and you don't get and you now have that wash sale. End of story. If you wake up tomorrow at any given point and the price is never once returns back down below where you're at, you're fucked. End of story.
Unless you wait 30 days. If you can hold off, if you have the discipline to hold off 30 days before you re-enter, then the whole thing changes, because 30 days in the stock market is a lifetime. So, if you sell it at a loss, you trigger your stop loss, you book the $2 a share loss. It's now realized loss. It's not a paper loss. It's real money gone. Then you wait 30 days, re-enter it. I don't know, maybe, but I still argue I wouldn't book the loss. I don't need losses. I need gains. If I'm confident that it's going to come back up, I'm just advocating for dollar cost averaging.
The guy who was in here who said, I'm concerned because now it says my cost average is higher.
Mm-hmm.
My main thing was, he doesn't really need to be concerned about that.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to be concerned about that.
It happened.
No, that's true.
That is a true statement.
That
yes.
was the main.
That would have been a much better way of putting it. That would have been a much better way of putting it to him.
My main point for bringing it up at all, because he seemed like he was concerned that now it said his cost average was higher, and really that doesn't matter. He was teaching his kid how to trade. They had a loss that was booked. It gets added onto your dollar cost average because of a wash sale, but that's really not going to affect you anyway in your taxes this year. And if there was a big loss that you took, you're just going to have to wait another year to claim that.
There's a chance also that what if his cost, his selling, is the terms that you set when you sell. Sometimes if you set them incorrectly, first in, first out, last in, first out, that can have an impact on your average cost as well. So,
yep.
You might think he might have thought he was selling, well, my overall average is this, but he actually in reality
was just
sold
a small account he set up for his kid, right? To teach him how to trade.
Yeah, I don't know how long.
And probably it's quite confusing to try and explain to a kid that, well, look, now this cost is there because of the tax. I mean, at 8 years old, you're supposed to learn the tax system too.
Yeah.
I can see why it would be confusing for him, but I mean, it's not really something to be concerned about.
Tron is saying, he put a thing here that says wash sales piggyback on the cost basis for the life of 30 days of lot until you eventually close, and that's not correct, Tron. A wash sale, there's no such thing as a wash sale if you wait 30 days. If I dump my entire position at AMC and I wait 31 days and buy back in, there's no wash sale. The very definition of a wash sale is getting
suggesting,
in and out before 30 days.
No, but I think he's suggesting that, like, what if you didn't sell your entire position, but you sold a portion of it? When you made the trade back in, I think it would impact your overall cost basis, and would that one particular wash sale would.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think. Okay, I'm not positive. I'm going on a limb here,
right.
But I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's just trading 101. Look, it's dollars in and dollars out. This isn't real. You don't have to have a PhD in mathematics. Whatever you spend on these stocks and whatever you sell them for, it's real simple. The only difference is if it's 30 days or longer, you're good to go.
And is that also applicable only on cash accounts? Because if you're in a retirement account, I don't think it really matters.
Wait, did you just say a wash sale doesn't matter in a retirement account?
I'm wondering.
Oh no, yeah, it would still matter.
It's hard and fast across the board. Yeah, it's hard and fast across the board.
So
Again, we're very, very. I gotta stress here, guys. We're very, very on the edge here of things that are close
Giving financial advice
giving
and
financial
getting-
advice, and this is part of the reason why I don't talk about this kind of stuff, because it's not. When you walk these thin lines of time, and this is why the exact reason when he asked me a question this morning, I directed him to his broker, because if I start,
call your accountant,
if
call
I
your
start,
tax guy, call your broker.
if I start talking about those subject matters and trying to fix or help them to understand what it is that's involved with their account, and then they start asking me questions that could potentially lead me into financial advice, then I've crossed that line, and I have to be really careful about that.
And you're not taking any money for the advice, but who wants that heat?
Actually,
you don't want the
when
heat
it comes
anyhow.
down to it, yeah, if you're not taking any money, it doesn't matter.
You
can
still
tell-
don't want the heat, though.
Legal,
you still don't
legally,
want the
it
heat.
doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't
But
want
that
to
really
defend
It doesn't
yourself.
matter unless you accept money.
Yeah, but you don't really
Even whatever.
lean one way or the other. You know.
So let me ask you this question: If this were to impact him now, and I made a crap ton of money on AMC down the road, and he felt that whatever I had said had impacted him in a way to where he felt like he may have been harshly impacted because of something that I gave to him.
You told me to get out.
You told me to
it
do
was okay
this.
to sell.
Yeah, you told me this was okay for me.
And then I couldn't get back in.
Yeah.
And I missed a big run.
And
it's
now-
because of you.
now
My
I see you
lawyer's
have-
gonna see you in court.
Now I see you have millions of dollars. I want a piece of what it is you have. Every single one of those
Yeah, good
people
luck
who
in
has it.
court.
Well, do I want to fight that though? That's
Who
money out of my
wants to go to court? I
pocket.
just don't want to go to court.
I don't. Yeah, I don't want to even go to
Couldn't
court.
a song
So
like buy and hold be an issue though, Casey?
no, because I'm not telling anybody to buy and hold. I'm just doing it, right? Like what you do with your money is your choice, and I've never told people that they have to buy and hold ever. Never once have I said that.
Yeah.
If you want to sell, that's up to you. I don't control anybody here or their monies and how they decide to spend their money. So whether or not, if somebody wants to buy and hold, that's up to them. I'm not telling you have to do that ever.
You know, and as to that guy earlier that was looking for his cost average, regardless of what the computer says because of the 30-day walk sale, you just have to take your overall value divided by the number of shares you have. That'll give you whatever your average is.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say before.
You know,
Yeah.
This isn't
that
real
was-
hard.
that would've been the
If you
easiest
spent
thing to say to
$500 on this, you got $500 in it. It doesn't matter what it says. My tax accountant is gonna. They can print out all the horse shit they want.
So
$500 in is
There
$500
was-
in.
Yeah, there was a period of time where I was having a lot of questions about cost basis, and that was the immediate trigger for me to understand that there were people who were trying to game the system and trade AMC in a fashion that might try to get them ahead through all this. And as soon as I hear those kind of things about like my cost average basis is this, and I don't understand, as soon as I hear those things, those are red flags for me to basically shut down and do not talk about, because they're making personal choices with how they're investing their money in ways that are going to impact them down the road. And that becomes an area where I don't want to touch that. That's you. You're deciding to do what you want to do with your positions. And for me, when I look at cost basis, I don't care. I could care less. This is not one of those kind of situations where I'm looking for, am I going to get a few pennies ahead on this trade? This is not one of those kind of things. So if you're looking at cost basis for me, if I'm looking at cost basis, I am not looking for, can I marginally get by on this trade? That's not what this is. This is about something much, much bigger than that.
And I think like for newer traders and traders that haven't traded a lot, those brokerage accounts online, their numbers when you do sell in and out of a stock, they don't have the correct number, and it is because of a walk sale. A lot of people don't understand that, and it leads them down to more questions. So it's just a part of it. Once you become more familiar, and the other thing, when Ape converted back to AMC, for instance, TD Ameritrade, those numbers were all crazy off the roof. It had no correlation to what my actual value was. So a lot of it's the app issues. But the simplest thing possible is whatever the value of your shares divided by shares is your true cost of equity.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not telling anybody to buy or sell. I'll tell you what I will tell you what the last transactions were on my account. And the last one was when they converted AMC and Ape back together. And before that, it was when they issued Ape. Those are my last 2 transactions with this stock. So I'm like, I don't like just buy and hold myself. So
Paul Lovelace says
although I
so.
will give you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
I
didn't mean
will
to.
give some financial advice here. I've got $50 on the Oilers to win tonight.
I'm gonna be watching with you, buddy. I'll be watching with you, but I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go back in the back of the big tram and watch because I don't want to have anything where I'm ahead or you're behind. Or
This is definitely not financial advice. I'm probably going to lose this money, but I had to do it.
well, you do what you gotta do.
Paul Lovelace has said none of you think AMC is going bankrupt. Why would you think so, Paul?
Well,
what would ever indicate to you that the company's going bankrupt?
Wait, hold on a second. I want to preface this with when Adam Aaron or the CEO of the company comes forward and says that bankruptcy is inconceivable. That gives me a lot of hope and belief in the company having a strong future ahead. I personally don't see anything that tells me that bankruptcy is on the table right now. But that's mainly due to the fact that the company has done a lot of work to try and get out of that position. So, I can't make any assurances to you. None of us can.
Find that firm bottom.
Firm bottom.
Inconceivable!
Yeah, I wasn't attacking a guy or being aggressive. I just wanted to know why he thinks. Because if he's asking us if we think so, then it implies that somewhere along the line he's a consideration for him. And I'd like to know what his theory for that is. I wasn't trying to be combative with the guy.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. We're way past numbers time here, and I got to get them out before too long. It does
get you 135.
135 what?
No, not fine.
Shares?
$50
against the Oilers.
On the Oilers.
He's given odds.
He's given odds.
He's given odds on the Oilers.
Oh, okay.
And not financial advice.
So if I tell you to book it for me on live, does that make me in trouble? I'm not saying that, by the way.
No, I've got some straight up and I got some others tied in with other games. I did a ticket again with your namesake team, KC.
Oh, did you? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I put the Oilers and KC together.
You're getting risky.
Oh yeah.
You won last time though.
Whatever.
You won last time.
I'm like, that's what I thought. I'm like, last time I did that, I win.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here because it is time. Oh crap! Please tell me this is my Stream Deck's
past time.
Fried.
You're gonna have to skip it now.
Hold on a second. My Stream Deck is fried again here. Give me 1 second while I take you guys over to the other page manually and find out what the heck is. Why is my Stream Deck always effing up on me?
Is it changing? Is it changing the template?
No, it's the template's the same, but when I push buttons and like zilch nada, nothing happens. It does nothing. It's kind of weird.
Well, a weak stream can be a result of swollen prostate. You can get saw palmetto as a natural supplement.
Thanks, appreciate that. Well, how do you know? How do you know this?
I'm 58 years old, man. I'm a dribbler.
I've taken it. I've taken supplemental too.
All right, hold on a second here. Quit Stream Deck, please work.
Yeah. Stream Deck.
While waiting for that, I'll say Inside Out 2 did $22 million for Monday.
Damn.
That's pretty good.
Your kids are out of school.
Well, I guess kids are out of school, but it wasn't even a holiday, so.
Inside Out. Is that also an adult film as well?
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
A hat or something.
All right, there we go. Stream Deck is up and operating. We're good. All right, we're in business. Let's do this. I've taken you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, you might want to go ahead and do so, as you never know when something bad is going to happen to your primary device. You know, I tell you guys this every single day, and I realize that my account has 2 devices, but my wife's doesn't. I need to make sure I fix hers. Hold on a second here. And then let's see here. The last thing I'm going to tell you is, guys, make sure... What is going on with... I can't get into my broker. Give me 1 second here, guys. Something's going on.
Hit the button.
No, they're sending me error messages saying that it's down. Hold on a second. Let me try again. Okay, maybe it works this time. Okay,
Yeah, so much for your second device.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
It doesn't matter how many devices you have. If the thing's not working, it's not working.
I'm good now. All right, so here we go. Let me move these screens around. Oh yeah, make sure you guys get that your statement from your portfolio from your broker or brokers, because you never know when something's going to happen, and maybe they report a number that's not what you remember, and it changes somehow or another. Just make sure you have your own copy of your own statement so you know what's going on with your accounts, please. I say it for your health,
I'll let
not
you
mine.
know if you did any wash sales too. It'll be right in there.
That's right. Big old W or something, right?
I'll shut up now.
Yeah, all right, well, that's okay. Whatever. Let's take a look and see what we got going on as far as off exchange goes. Normally, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 54.54% going through off exchange EDGX at 10.96. The combined total on that 65.5%, or about 1.5% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 343 shares. We have not seen it this low in a long time. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 10,753. That is also a low number for the day. Borrowable shares showing up at 550,000 shares for the last 3 hours. Fees have dropped back down from 2.05 to 1.98% according to IBKR. Ortex an hour ago was suggesting about 800,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now 469,000 shares. That's going to slightly drop that estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.97%. Cost per hour ends at 2.73. Average is 3.37 and max 9.56. Shares on loan for the day today is at 63.41 million shares. That's 5.85 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated that 1.47 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at what am I looking at next here? Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on AMC was at a strike price of $5. That is still the case. It went from 20.4 thousand contracts to 22.3 in volume. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4.50 strike. There were 6.6 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 7.1. The market is sort of suggesting perhaps by the end of the day today a closing price between $4.50 and $5. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. GME was in 7th an hour ago. It still is in 7th on the list here with a 57.42% buy to 42.58% sell ratio. I wish it was a little bit higher, but it could be worse. AMC did not make the list. MMRI was 276.44 an hour ago, now 276.65. Just a slight bit change there upwards. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.481 is now 0.484. We started out the morning at 0.485, so really not a whole lot of change today in the spread between the rates. Taking a look at, let's see, what do we got going on here? NASDAQ down 0.04, Dow Jones up 0.01, and the S&P 500 is up 0.13. 2,938 decliners to 2,700 advancers. The advancers are down by about 66. So we're seeing a little bit more of a downtrend as of right now. Sectors that are doing the best for the day-to-day, looks like it's kind of a tie between real estate and financials. The worst performing sectors are communications, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, only one is up, and it's up a lot. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more in price since yesterday's closing will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.76. SI is down 9.56. NYCB is down 3.93. And that might be it. I'm really starting to think that NYCB is going to be the next stock or next bank to have a problem. It's getting down there. The last time we saw a bank failure, I want to say the price was like around, I want to say it was like $6 or $9, somewhere around there when it failed. This one's down to $3. Gold is currently up 0.48 and finding that support again there and still trending upwards, I'm going to call it. Silver is down 0.02, still trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 0.34 and broke that level of support that we had from earlier and is... it's not really moving down, though. It is trending down, but not quickly. It's still got some small fluctuations both up and down as it's moving past that. The US dollar is currently down 0.04, consolidating. Oil is down 0.97 and trending down. Maybe a little bit of consolidation after a trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.3 to 0.36 and consolidating a little bit. SPY is up 0.12 and is trending down currently after an uptrend. Somebody was mentioning it was starting to fall out a little bit ago. It was, but then it recovered a little bit and kind of went back on track or started pacing the downtrend that it was in before. VIX is down 1.57 and started to have a little bit of a jump up there when the SPY started falling. Did jump up to about as high as 12.62. It's not a big jump, but it's at 12.5 right now, and futures suggesting 14.33. So it's got some room to move up. VB is, and here's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Monday morning we're going to wake up and we're going to see SPY shooting up a lot more than what we're seeing right now on the futures, and that SPY is going to have to make a big jump. Let's say it closes at 12.5 today. I think it's going to have to make a big jump, maybe going into Thursday morning. I don't know. Let's book it. I'm going to call it right now. VB is up 0.28 and is consolidating after a trend down. VBR is up 0.31 and consolidating after a trend up. Tesla is down 1.33 and trending up. Amazon is down 0.98. Man, it is all over the place for Amazon. Overall, I'd say it's still trending up right now. Cinemark is up 3.6% and trending up. Doge is down 1.41, consolidating. Bitcoin is down 1.19, consolidating. Both of those after a downtrend. GME is down 0.99 and consolidating. HYMC is down 1.16, and it looks like it's trying to break a downtrend from earlier into an uptrend. NCMI is down 2.92 and consolidating after a downtrend. HOOD is down 1.15. Man, there's some volatility here. What's going on with these? The overall trend is upwards. AMC is up 0.2 and consolidating, but overall on a descending parallel channel here, it looks like typically that means the price is going to be breaking up above this. So we're either going to see a price close between 485 and 491, or we're going to see this breaking out at the end portion of the day today, and we could see prices very, very close to $5 or maybe even higher. I don't think this will break going down. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know, maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see. On a 4-hour chart, inflow versus outflow. There's currently $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. 14.58 million shares traded so far. after 229 minutes worth of trading. That's not right, is it? That's not right. Hold on a second. $2.99. We're on a pace right now for about 19.01 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 17 to 37 million shares traded. I don't think we're going to have a problem hitting that prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more. Man, that is so hard to see. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying. It's more selling pressure. I don't know. They're really close. Let me see. They're close. It's just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 46.86, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.77, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.01, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.23, which is below average. And it does look like there's some news. Heard on the street, summer box office needs more big scores. Well, that's a good thing. We got some coming. I was telling Melissa when I was on break, my last break, I was telling her, I was like, these are all the movies I want to see this summer, and there's a lot. I don't know how we're going to fit them all in, but I want to see a lot of movies. All right. That's all I got for you guys. I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
That's what she said. I don't know how I'm going to fit them all in.
Oh, boy. Does your wife know you talk like this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alrighty then.
I mean, it's not my looks that got me, married.
It's your dirty mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yucca likes that especially.
Where's Danny at?
Remember he's in school right now. So if he's gonna be here,
making bank, man.
It'll be
picking up that extra coin.
Yeah, it'll be
working
at
a
the very
summer
end.
shift as a teacher, man.
Man, he's slaving away. That's what it is.
I mean, teachers,
Fun, man. You gotta respect the hustle, man.
teachers gotta make money too.
Please.
Not everybody can lay around their showroom and play with their trophy balls all day. Some of us have to get out and get after it, man.
Well, I was gonna go with some people can't sit around and play cornhole at their local bar all the time either.
Right. You're right.
I mean, he does have I mean, it sounds to me like he's paying for all the drinks right now because he needs more income, but he's working it wrong because I feel like he should be getting all the drinks and not having to pay.
Unless he's lost money, and that's why he's taking that extra shift.
Yeah, could be.
He's losing on this freaking cornhole.
He's betting on it and losing. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yep.
His cornhole's a little loose.
Yep.
He's got to tighten that shit up.
Yep. Got to tighten it up, Casey.
That's right.
Keep it tight. That's why I keep telling him, keep it tight.
Keep it tight, Danny. Keep it tight. Yucca.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got something for you.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm getting there. True or false? The following statement is a term used in cornhole. Are you ready?
Tell me. Yeah.
Swimming with the kids.
Excuse me?
Swimming with the kids.
False.
Correct. All right, next one. How about this one? Everybody in the pool.
False.
That is true. It's a fun thing to say when somebody throws a cannonball or waterfall.
Oh, so it's it's false.
No,
That
the
it's true.
the
Or it's
first
true that
the
it's
first one was false. The second one actually is something. It is a term. It is
It's
something that could be
something-
said.
oh.
Everybody into the pool. Hmm.
What did you say?
Everybody into the pool. That's true.
Oh, okay, I heard something else.
It's fun to say when
Okay,
somebody
go on.
throws a cannonball or a waterfall. Don't ask what that is, because then I'd have to look it up.
All right. What else we got?
I got more, but I'll tell him later because Danny might show up and then we
All right.
can
Gotta
ask Danny.
save, gotta save some of these for Danny because this is the new game for Danny. He has to identify these
Yeah.
frequently used sayings and whether they're made up or whether they're factual or not.
Yeah.
In case he stumbled across an entire list of those and he just running a test past you.
All right.
I'll tell you what
Good.
though, Yucca.
I broke even.
I'm gonna leave you with a bobblehead Ross quote. You ready?
That Mark.
Are you ready?
I don't like him.
Oh, why? Why don't you like him?
Why? Because he has people buried somewhere.
It's a rumor.
A rumor?
It's a rumor.
True.
It's a rumor. It's not true yet. It's a rumor.
All right.
All right, here we
Fine,
go.
I'll take
When does it become true?
Yeah, when does it come true?
When somebody
When
finds a
they find
body.
the bodies?
Yeah.
So if the bodies are dead now, it's not true, but only when you find it.
Oh wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
They
that's
actually
proof.
they actually did
did?
find the bodies. That's why they were saying that there was some truth to the thing because they found the bodies underneath a tree that looks like one of the trees from his painting. So that's where the rumor comes from. But there's no evidence to suggest that he was tied to that in any kind of way.
He was a CIA operative, wasn't he?
I don't know.
What if he did it? I think isn't there
Nobody's that calm.
a documentary of his son exposing his father?
I don't know. Can't we just have good things sometime and not have to ruin them?
No, I think we can work with this. I think we need to start our own rumor. We need to pick a person of some notoriety
who's dead.
We need to dream up who's dead and can't defend themselves, and then we need to just start disseminating these little rumors that are in stark contradiction to everything about their personality and the way they live their life, and see if we can get it to trend.
You want to change the subject? Rumor is that Lou from Wall Street was murdered in the hospital.
That's too close.
Yeah, it's got to be. It has to be diametrically opposed. It has to be 180 degrees different from their personality.
A hedge fund got
Well, look at Bob Ross. Why does he call them happy little accidents? That should have been your key driver to tell you that he was doing something.
Because everything was freaking happy. His rocks were happy. His
Anytime-
waterfalls were happy.
anytime
His
he
trees
killed-
were happy. Everything was happy. Happy sunsets. Like that's
Think
what
about it this way though. If he killed people and it brought him joy, that's a sick man.
he was
When
literally
goes
talking
home-
about making an accident while you're drawing something that's happy, and it can't possibly be happy. And it's just a happy little accident. You're making something happy. Like don't.
I'd go.
He's happy that he hasn't gotten caught.
I'd go test the red paint and check if that's blood.
I want it to be a good thing. I don't like destroying good stuff.
I'm sorry. Reality.
It just sucks.
Everything becomes.
Wasn't he in the military?
Everything is destroyed
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah, he was in the military.
He did kill
died.
people.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was a cook on a naval ship somewhere. I don't know what his job was. What do you don't know what he did?
I heard that Mother Teresa, that was supposed to be feeding the poor in the slums of India, I heard that she was really a porn star. I think she was the first teenage. She was the first teenage porn star, way beyond that other chick. And I'm telling you, I got this on good authority. I've seen a movie. I've seen it. There's facial recognition software that has identified that it's the truth, man.
I heard she was poisoning the little kids every time she would feed them.
No. Mother Teresa.
So-
she was not. They tried to canonize her as a saint. She was not. I'm telling you.
So I'll let you in a little secret here because I just looked it up. Bob Ross's military career had him as working in the Air Force, which means he never killed somebody with his bare hands.
Yes. Right.
It says here he rose
But
to the
what about
rank.
his human hands?
It says he rose to the rank of master sergeant and served as the first sergeant of the clinic at Elsinore Air Force Base in Alaska, where he first saw the snow and mountains that later appear as reoccurring themes in his paintings. He developed his quick painting technique during brief daily work breaks. So it sounds like he was. If it's a clinic, then maybe he was working with people who, I don't know. I don't know.
There was another one going around. They tried to say that Mr. Rogers was like a Navy SEAL or sniper. He was like a military sniper, and he had like 75 confirmed kills of upper level Vietnamese high level officials and shit. I mean, if people love to just take this the most outlandish stuff they can think of. I don't know. I'm going to work on it.
Yeah. All right.
Pro Jeweler said he fixed my joke. He said Mother Teresa was not a porn star. She was a serial killer. I'm with you, Pro Jeweler. That's what she was. She was really just snuffing them out. Yep.
Okay. Well, let's
cannibalistic. She was a cannibalistic serial killer, not just a serial killer. She was eating them.
Let's just listen to serial killer Bob Ross here for a second.
Ask him, did you kill anybody with your bare hands?
Okay, this is going to be so sad. All right, Bobblehead Ross, did you kill anybody with your bare hands?
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't even know if I want to know what that means.
He wants, okay.
Maybe he's saying that stories are being embellished. Maybe he's saying these stories are being embellished and it's not what you think that it is. And everybody's just making highlights out of something that's a bunch of nothing, and it's making it draw it out to be bigger than it actually is, and it's not. It's just a bunch of rumor. It's a no. Yeah. Pro Jeweler says that's a no. Yeah. He's saying it's us all stories, making the stories look good. Highlights.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. All right. I'm going to break. I'll leave you guys to discuss it further.
You just got back.
No, I'm just leaving. I'll see you in a bit.
Oh dear, man.
I'm gonna flip through all my Playboys and my old Penthouse magazines. I think I got an issue with Mother Teresa in there. I think it was like a 4th of July edition or something.
I think those pages are glued together by now. Why is he still? Oh, I'm just late in the stream. I'm like, why is he still here?
Probably have some crazy bush.
Ooh. Or retro?
Or you're thinking of Tracy Lords.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, I had it bad for her when I was younger. I had a pretty bad crush on her. She's every schoolboy's dream.
Voluptuous and good looking.
Yep. Perfect lips and all that. Blonde hair. Yeah. She's straight out of the casting call, like Rebecca De Mornay's character from Risky Business with Tom Cruise. Actually, better looking than Rebecca De Mornay.
It was very effective.
To put some more sparkle on the story. I saw something on Twitter yesterday. It was a stuffed bear on a meme, and it was positioned on the back of a stuffed unicorn. And he said he called him Sparkle Farts, and I thought that was a really funny name, Sparkle Farts.
That's funny.
Yeah, there you go, Turtle. The Lent edition, perfect. Yep. Jay says Priya Rai for me, or Ray. I'm not exactly sure how you pronounce that. I'm going to go with Rai. Priya Rai for me. She must be one of the new foreign stars. Yeah, it's been. I dated myself with Tracy Lords. I'm sure there's a hot new crop of them every year. We're pretty excited here. We had a little bit of drama. Some of you know my son just graduated from college for aeronautics and flying, and he still has to accumulate a substantial number of hours before he even stands a chance of getting on with any sort of reputable company. So it's always an effort to find a job where you can be around airplanes or participate. Just so happens we live really close to a little grass airstrip. It's the company that you see flying the banners up and down the beach. And my son stumbled across an ad. They ran an ad in the paper, or not the paper, or on the internet, but looking for someone to help out, to assemble the signs on the ground, retrieve the signs as the airplanes switch from one banner to the next, and answer the phones in the office, and just doing a number of things. So he had managed to get himself an interview, and it went quite well today. So we're excited. It's not often a young guy can find a job within walking distance of his house that's going to be beneficial to his career. He looked into some opportunities in a nearby city, working as in the aviation field to try to penetrate the market, if you will. But it was all going to be a long commute, big drive, cost and wear and tear on the car. So we're very excited. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. We're going to be on pins and needles to find out whether or not he gets it or not.
Also, be nice to be able to come home and have your lunch or use your own bathroom.
Well, yeah, he's, like I said, when he interviewed, I told him to press home the fact that he lives so close. There's an advantage that, I was a business owner for a number of years, and there's something to be said about somebody who's very close to the business.
Availability, for sure.
Availability, any number of things. If they get rained out, a big storm, and they have to get sent home for the day, it's not a big issue. It's not like the guy drove an hour to get there. Somebody needs to handle something, spur of the moment. He can make himself available, and it's he was a little concerned, because he may end up. It's a grass airstrip, so I'm certain he'll end up running a lawnmower to cut the grass, and like I said, answering the phones because they don't have a full-time secretary there. So a lot of the things are not exactly his dream job. But I tried to explain to him that sometimes you get in at the bottom, and they did. They talked about the fact that it was a possibility that when a seat opens up, because they're like any other company, they're looking for guys in the planes as well. So I don't know. He didn't really want me to share it with everybody because I asked him if it was okay, and I shared it with Casey because him and I talked to him about a great many things that I may not share with 300 or 400 people here. But my son was afraid that if for whatever reason he doesn't get the job, it might reflect poorly on him. But I was
not at all.
I consider you all my friends, and I was too excited not to share it with you. So.
Excellent. Well, the one thing that I could give advice to any young person is starting at the bottom of the totem pole is the best thing for you.
Exactly.
Not entitled. If you start out, the best owners of businesses are the guys that can clean their own toilets and have no problem getting their hands dirty with you if need be.
Well, he has an advantage because I was the hiring guy for many years, and I explained to him that the job, they weren't advertising for a pilot, they're advertising for some help. And I said, listen, you go over there, you tell the man, you're here to apply for the job that he's offering. And I said, I can't help but not believe that he'll say, well, then this kid's already a pilot. This kid's already got, this, and this. And that's going to give him a leg up. And I said, you may find out that in real short order that they're finding somebody to replace you. So. Yeah. The biggest thing is for his particular career path, he needs to be able to fly a plane to get hours in, and planes are very expensive to rent. So if he's willing, somebody's willing to give him $18 or $20 an hour to drag an advertisement for Budweiser up and down the beach, that's a win for him. So we're really excited about that. Yeah.
Well, just be persistent. Show them your good work ethic and your good personality, and you'll move up quicker when the opportunity is available. Especially with the young people today, nobody wants to work hard, and they think everybody should be handing them. So you go in there and show them your ass and elbows, and usually you work your way up quickly.
Apparently they're in pretty desperate straits to hire someone. I guess the gentleman who conducted the interview said that they were continually interrupted with telephone calls because he was tasked with answering phone calls, people calling in to asking how much it costs to advertise and to schedule, you know, a "Will you marry me" banner or whatever. And he said that was just another example of how the particular gentleman that was talking with him was the guy who's handling this particular airstrip. I guess the company owns multiples. I didn't realize that. I just thought it was a little mom and pop operation, but I was mistaken. Apparently they own several of these little grass strips, and that's their little market niche. So I've been a little distracted, and I apologize if I haven't participated in the level that I normally try to, but I've been trying to help him with that today.
Parenting is always the first job.
Yeah, it may not please him a great deal to be washing and waxing airplanes and mowing grass and running a weed eater. But if that's what it takes to get the next open seat, then sometimes that's what you have to do. Fallen into the stereotype of the tried and true dad's position of, I just want him to get a damn job. So that's our family joke now. I tell him I don't give two shits if he works over at the pier selling fishing bait at the fishing shack. College is over. You graduated. It's time to get to work. Says a friend of his just got his twin engine certification and did a trade for his Cessna, $30,000 to $150,000 in 13 years. Yeah, the twin engine planes can be very expensive. It's well, simplest terms, it's like two airplanes.
Hey, Pirate.
Yes, sir.
Look at the picture I just put in the chat for.
Stand by. It takes me a minute.
Sure.
Somebody holding the GameStop bag.
Yeah, it's in a dating profile. It's like her fourth picture.
Yeah, I saw
only
where you put that in chat.
I only took a picture of the bag for her on whatever. But isn't that interesting that people like all she was doing was holding that up, and I'm like, it sends a signal of some sort.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I was like, what if I held up like an AMC and GameStop? Like, I had, you know what I mean?
She should take a picture of your dune bucket.
Yeah, right. We get creative with our dating apps.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, you got to be. That's awesome you found that, though.
I was like, dang, she's smart.
Yeah, airplane prices are largely determined by the time on the engine. The time on the total time on the airframe is a big factor as well. It's how they track, like mileage would be tracked on a car. But airplane engines have parts that have to be changed on a regular interval. They don't just wait until they break. And so two identical airplanes can be vastly different expense price tags based on where they're at in that life cycle of that engine and how close they are to that time when that day comes where somebody's going to throw giant dollars at them. Asphalt amphibian, as I call him, the highway frog, says, my son is graduating heavy truck mechanic next year. He wanted to work on engines. He's had to change a lot of airbags and brake pots to get to that, but it's coming around. Yeah, that's a good career, Frog. You'll never go hungry. I have a family member who went to trade school for diesel mechanics, and he's done quite well for himself. There's a constant demand. They get to pick and choose pretty much where they want to work and what they want to work on. So, wise choice.
Or you could take the whole cost of all the training and put it on the Oilers to win.
I told Mrs. Pirate she's finally lined up got all her financial ducks in order for this new swimming pool. I said, why don't you just let me fill that hole full of dirt, throw some sod on it. Let's roll that money into AMC. She didn't even answer me. She just kind of rolled her eyes and walked into the other room. But, hey, it was worth a try. Or Yale's talking about how much it costs to have his friend's engine rebuilt. Yale, I have another buddy who's planning on going to school, get certified to redo the cloth wings. A lot of your older antique aircraft, most people might not know that, but they have like a canvas wing, and it's a it's a technique. You know, it's not something you don't just haphazardly slap on. You know, those wings on those older like Sopwith camels and those old World War I biplanes and things. And because they're kind of collector's items, and some of your wealthier pilots keep them as like an old hot rod would be for a car enthusiast. And apparently there's a pretty good demand for the guys who can do the maintenance on those as well.
They have a low radar profile. If you're doing illegal activities with them.
Apparently, did you see like the Netflix news?
I read somebody had posted a few.
Oh, you did?
Brief notes in chat about them entering into the brick and mortar cinema business. You know, I think we covered that about an hour ago.
I laughed about that.
I thought they were dead. Theaters were dead. Wasn't that his consensus?
You said Netflix? Because Paramount just did that with Alamo Drafthouse, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Netflix.
They call them in-person experience venues.
Yeah, Paramount took over like 41 Alamo Drafthouse.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'd rather go to my AMC.
I'm surprised that they spent all that money they're gonna build and try to do brick and mortar where they could have just farmed out the movies to the movie.
Hey, let them, and then we can buy them on the cheap later after they fail.
Yeah.
You know how Netflix is. Most of their shit's crap anyway.
New person in chat named T says, has anyone talked about quadruple witching? You know, T, after sometimes 3.5 years for some of these folks, we have seen so many triple witching and quad witching days come and go. We don't even pay any attention to it. It's just more background noise. Some of the new people are people who are just finding out about the play or just learning the market mechanics. They seize on those things, but I'm sure I'm not alone in telling. I'm sure you'll find that most of the people here don't even give it a second look.
That good old salty pirate we know and love.
But we're glad to have you with us, though. I recognize a new thumbnail and a new name when I see one. So, how you found your way here, but we're pleased to have you among us.
Are you a witch?
You remember that one day we were telling stories about witches, dating witches and stuff? Funny stories. You can Google it, Chris Taylor. It's a time on a calendar when several events all come together at one time. And in the old days, it was known for being a crazy volatile day. That's the too long don't read version. It was known to have crazy volatility both up and down because of a confluence of events. And as the term says, quadruple. There's triple witching and quad witching, which were 3 or 4 different events. And I'm at a loss I don't have them memorized, but they have to do with the closing of positions and things of that nature. So yeah, you can do a quick search on the internet, quadruple, triple witching, and it'll explain to you. But to answer your question is, it doesn't mean squat to us. We've seen them dozens of times.
And throw it on the water. If it floats, it's a witch.
Yeah. No worries, T. I'm glad to have you with us, and I'm glad you took the time to engage the chat. That's what we're here for. you who are unable to watch and can only listen, AMC is currently at $4.84. GameStop is currently at $24.68. Both of them pulling back into the red a little farther. Yeah, no worries in your base. I'm always glad to have somebody second the motion. Yep.
I wouldn't say quad witching and witching is a big nothing, but I mean.
No, it's like I said, historically, it's been a very volatile day.
I just don't count on it.
Yeah, right. Well, they seized on it years ago. Everybody seized on it, and then they all learned about it, and it has real dramatic name, witching and quad and all that. And then, everyone just seized onto that as, oh, that's going to be the big trigger, the big catalyst. And I understand it. It's simple psychology. People believe, as we do, I know I certainly do, that this thing's going to happen sometime or another. So there's a desire to try to figure out what will be that cigarette, that spark that sets off the powder keg. And that's another example of stuff that falls under that heading.
I'm back.
We could make a list if we were really true.
Hello?
Hi, Casey. We're hunting witches.
So I stumbled down a rabbit hole.
This is the thing that. Welcome back, Casey.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think there's something. I think there's something going wrong with my.
Shooting a breeze. We're just killing time.
Let me reset my sound real quick here because I think there's a delay. Hold on. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. I fell down this rabbit hole. I'm early. I'm back from break like a couple minutes early here. Have you ever found something that's like so funny, but at the same time, like you're not sure if it's meant to be funny, but because it may actually be real, and so you're not sure if you should like laugh at it or not because
right, is it inappropriate to laugh or not? Right.
Yeah, and because I fell down this rabbit hole of finding this, I don't know what to do with it. I'm like, I personally want to share with you guys.
Man. You got to laugh. I give free. Listen.
Well, I don't want.
Get out of.
I'm not trying to make fun of anybody.
Not doing it to hurt somebody. Yeah, as long as you're not doing it to hurt somebody, and be cruel to them.
Well,
other than that,
so that's the thing. I can't tell if he's being for real or if he's kidding around because it's hilarious. It's genius. If he's kidding around, it's fucking genius. It's absolutely effing genius. If he's being,
and if he's not kidding around, it's sad.
Well, no, if he's not kidding around, then I feel bad because I feel like it's so funny and hilarious that like it's like I really I'm hoping that it's not for real, but maybe it is. And so now and it's like I don't know. I feel like I don't know what to do. This is so hard. I want to share something with you guys.
That's enough. The teasing and the edging. Go ahead and let us know. What is it? Give us the rundown here.
All right. I stumbled upon this account where this guy's talking about there's no way this is real. There's just no way this is real. It's like and it goes on for so long that it makes me feel like it's fake. So there's this guy on he says he's a YouTuber. Let me pull up the name of the account here. He says he's a YouTuber. His name of his channel is Gaming Can Be Fun on Twitter. And it literally has YouTuber in parentheses parentheses around it. Codester 1389. Codester. Let me hold on. I gotta look him up here because I found him on my phone. Codester 13. All right, here we go. And he's got this video, and I feel like he's being funny. I'm not trying to make fun of him if he is being serious. I'm taking this as comedy. But it's like 11 minutes of just It's out there. It's out there. Should we do numbers first and then get into it?
Just did
Hey,
numbers, man.
You're
All right.
fucking this goat. I'm just holding the head.
All right. All right. Like, did Kenny contact you? No, no. All right, we're gonna watch his video here in a minute. So, and I don't know again. So I'll read you the title of this. He says, AMC GME watch whole thing. Everything's capitalized. Watch the whole thing. I found a massive group mother load of 4-leaf clovers next to each other. After whispers from one of my spirit guides of God universe, trying to ease my mind. Holy crap! I'm expecting a gap up this week in both stocks. Glory be to God. I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's tech we love. That's tech we love.
No,
That's tech we love.
no, it's not.
Yeah, that's got tech we love. That's got his fingerprints all over it. I don't know if it's his pseudonym, if he's like Tom Sawyer.
So
tech we love.
first off, I just gotta say I got to the point in the video. I was watching it on break. I didn't get to finish the whole thing because it was too long. But I got to a certain point in the video where he gets to showing the 4-leaf clovers, and that straight up looks like poison oak to me. Just throwing it out there, it looks like poison oak. It does not look like fucking 4-leaf clovers at all. I think the dude might have a rash going on later on, but I'm just throwing it out there. And I know I killed the bit maybe by going that too far, but the thing is hilarious. It's hilarious, and I was laughing my ass off, and I just don't know what to do with this because what if it's for real? Like, what if this is really how he feels? And I don't want to. I'm not trying to stomp on his. What do I do? I don't.
By all means, stomp. By all means, stomp. Some things just require stomping. So.
I was gonna say, show us. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, I know. Not yet. Let's do numbers real quick, and then we'll go watch it. Yeah, let's do.
Numbers. It's 212.
Yeah, let's get into this.
All right.
I'm gonna regret this. I know I'm gonna regret this. Dude's gonna be like, "Why are you making fun of me?" And I'll be like, "Dude, I thought you were being like fake. I thought it was like a bit, like an 11-minute long bit here."
I seen one the other day, and it's a guy with a cowboy hat on, all kinds of crazy shit, and he's obviously has Down syndrome. But he walks out of the house. He's got 2 long neck bottles of beer. You can tell he's tore down. He's tore up from the floor up. He walks down 2 steps into the pool. He slams the 2 beers together and then pounds one of them and then does like a Hulk Hogan woohoo. And it's the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life. I laughed till I was about ready to pee my pants. And I would just argue that, and it's because he has Down syndrome that it's funny because his dad is so patient with him. His dad just walks up. He doesn't even lose patience with him. There's glass in the pool. And I would argue that if it was anybody else, it wouldn't be funny. And I'm like, but I don't mean to be cruel about the guy or anything. It's not, I'm not doing it to make funny of him. I'm laughing with him because the guy is he's like a legend.
Well, let's do numbers. Let's do numbers. Let's do numbers here.
You're uncomfortable just talking about it.
I'm so worried about this. I'm really hoping.
I've seen that video, Pirate, and the people recording it. The one guy, his girlfriend starts laughing. He says, "What are you laughing for? What the hell's wrong with you?"
It's the funniest thing in the world because the guy. Yeah, I get it.
All right.
That's an example of: are you allowed to laugh or not?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to talk about why it's funny or not?
All right. Here we go. Numbers off exchange. All right, off exchange normally by this time of the day would be about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. I just want to go straight to the freaking video. I can't even contain myself here. 54.85% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.87. The combined total 65.72%, or about 0.28% less than what I would expect. It's right on target for what I would expect for the day. CHX volume is 343 shares. That's extremely low volume through that exchange compared to what we've been seeing. As you can see, 30-day average is 0.17, and we're at 0 right now percent of our volume going through that exchange. Or maybe, can you see that? Maybe you can't see it. It's barely on the page there. GME's CHX volume for the day is coming in at 11,181. This is like the first day that GME hasn't seen over 30,000 shares returned in a day through that exchange. On AMC, shares available to be borrowed is 550, so no change in the last hour. In total for the day, we've seen about 350,000 shares borrowed through IBKR. Fees are at 1.98. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago on borrowed shares, we were at 469,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now 458. So not really much of a change. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 14.97. Cost per borrow at 2.73, average is 3.37, and max is 9.56. Shares on loan for the day is at 63.41 million shares. That's 5.85 million shares more on loan today than I would expect. I can't talk. I gotta watch this video.
Focus.
Yeah, okay. There's 5.85 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that 1.47 million of that was in new short interest. I can't contain myself. Taking a look at GME, the GME is showing 1.22 million shares returned for the day today. I can't wait. Options.
Face.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Game face on.
All right, hold on 1 second here. Calm down.
Game face. All right.
Okay.
All right. You can do this.
All right, here
You can do this.
Hold on. All right, here we go. Options. We have. I can't even. I'm tearing up in the. I can't help myself. I'm tearing up in the eyes here. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been in a $5 strike. There was 22.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 24,000 contracts. I want to hang with this dude. I want to hang with him. I want to get a beer. I want to buy him like 10 beers.
Absolutely.
Highest amount of volume on the 4.5 puts is where this have been at. They were 7.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now it's 7.5. The market's still suggesting a closing price between $4.5 and $5 by the end of the day. Taking you guys over to the other page here. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME's on the list with a 57.33%. I'm sorry. With the 57.33% buy to 42.67% sell ratio. I needed this laugh, guys. This was really good. This is good for me. I know you guys are just sitting there going like, what the F, man? Casey has lost it. He's completely lost it. But you guys don't know. You have no idea. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was 276.65. It's now 276.02. I want this guy on my team. This is the kind of degenerates that I want on my team. MMRI spread between the 2-year and 10. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was something earlier, and now it's 0.487. It was 0.484 an hour ago.
It was something before. It's something different now.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. All you gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else see the leprechaun? Say yeah.
Who else see the leprechaun?
Oh man, I'm playing this up so much that you guys are gonna be like, this is not funny, Casey. This is you guys are gonna be like, this is not nearly as funny as you said it was.
Yeah, it's way overhyped.
I told him not to do the numbers. I said don't do the numbers, and he went and you did the numbers.
Yeah, I screwed up. Sorry, man. NASDAQ is up 0.02. Dow Jones is down 0.03. S&P 500 is up 0.16. We have 3,121 decliners to 2,541 advancers. The market was at 2,760 an hour ago, so we're definitely seeing the market in a decline this hour. But who cares? Who freaking cares when you find talent like this? This is amazing. You're going to see. And sectors. What are the sectors doing for the day-to-day? The worst performing sectors for the day-to-day are communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The top performing sectors, industrials, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 1 is green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.94%. SI is down 9.56%. NYCB is down 3.62%. That looks like it's. I don't even really care anymore. It's maybe the. Yeah, there's nothing else there. Gold is up 0.41. It is breaking past that level of support finally and getting the break downwards. It's so far. I mean, the more current trend you can still see is an upwards trend, But on a longer term here, you can see that it's breaking past the level of support. So it may start trending down here a little bit. Silver still trending upwards. Ethereum Classic is up 0.17. It broke past the level of support earlier and is trending down. The US dollar is down 0.04, but consolidating from where it's at earlier in the day. Oil is down 1.46 and trending down again. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.37 to 0.46 and trending up. SPY is up 0.13 and consolidating. And what kind of volume? 25 million in volume is low volume on the SPY. VIX is down 2.2 and trending down. It's at 12.47. The futures are suggesting somewhere around 14.33 still. It's stuck on 14.33 and making me wonder if this page is even legit anymore. VB is currently trending down after some consolidation. VBR is up 0.19, trending down. Tesla is up down 1.44 and consolidating. Amazon is down 0.7 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 3.54, consolidating after an uptrend. Doge is down 2.14 and consolidating. Maybe a very slight uptrend going on right now. Bitcoin is down 1.74, definitely in a consolidation period in here, but it is currently trending down in that consolidation range. GME is down 2.5 and consolidating. Nope, take that back. I was looking at something else there. Just changed the chart. It is trending down. HYMC is down 1.74, and overall, I'd say the trend is down, and it's still trending down. I tried to make a break out of that trend earlier, but didn't quite make it there. NCMI is down 3.13, consolidating after a downtrend. Hood is down 1.78, trending down. We are getting that big end of the day drop here. And AMC is down 1.02, and I ended up being wrong about that descending parallel channel. And we are seeing it break down below that and are heading towards that 476 price point that I thought we might close at today. Taking a look at inflows versus outflows, we have approximately $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. 15.71 million shares traded so far for the day today. Holy crap, we're going to be under 17. 353. Oh, I'm just going to barely make it. I said 17 to 37 million shares traded. It looks like we're going to get 1735. We might break 17 just barely. On a 4-hour chart, there's more buying pressure than, or more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 44.59, which is below average. Slightly below average, rather. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour, RSI is at 42.93, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator occurring within the last hour. RSI is at 44.26, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.18 that was just signaling oversold and is now starting to trend back up here. And that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to have to probably exit myself out of the back of the big tramp or just mute myself for a minute here while I play this, but I kind of want to hear your guys' comments too, so...
Your Honor, I would like it stricken from the record that this is not Tech We Love's alternate account.
Okay, Fish. Hi. What do they say when they denied? I don't know what they say. They say overruled. Overruled.
Tech, you have to admit, though, man,
teasing.
there is some suspicious similarities, man.
No, I'm
the
teasing.
Modus
I'm teasing.
operandi, everything about it, it goes right down Tech. This got Tech We Love's fingerprints all over it.
No. I don't. This guy is totally. This is so unique. You're gonna see here. This is unique. Did you already look him up? You looked him up already, didn't you, Tech? You checked him out.
No, I was just laughing.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, here we go. All right, I'm gonna put it up. Damn, this is freaking. This guy
I'm
is.
gonna mute myself.
All right, I'm gonna leave you guys on, but just note that note that if you say something, you just try to be a little bit more quiet about saying it because it'll blow everybody up here. So here we go.
Guys and gals, you're gonna want to definitely see this. For those of you that don't know me, I've been a psychic / prophet medium for almost 2 years now, trying to strengthen my metaphysical soul senses, the psychic senses. And being a medium, I have what's called clairaudience, which allows me to actually hear God's voice as well as my spirit guides and stuff like that. But you're definitely going to want to see this if you're an AMC and / or GameStop holder. This sealed the deal for me. I don't know if you can see this environment, but basically this is like on the outskirts of my apartment. Kneel down and under trees and stuff to get back here, because I heard one of my spirit guides' voice like whispering to me, because I didn't meditate today, but what I did do is I just stood like near my apartment complex, and I basically apologized to my spirit guides. I'm like, look, I know I promised you that if you showed me a 4-leaf clover, a 5th one or 6th one, whichever it was, and that, the dream that God sent me on.
Right. He laughs and cuts. Like, I don't, like, it has to be, he edited that the way that he did. The dude is, you got to understand, he's splicing this, right? Like, this is not a one take here. So that was the very first thing when I saw him laugh like that. I was like, oh wait, this is a joke. This has got to be, like, he's not doing this all in one take. He's doing different. So roll with it here. Just kind of roll with me a little bit, because I think he might be playing around a little.
On May 3rd, that I'm going to be rich by July, aka before July, aka before, and confirming it's actually going to be before the 21st. The GME shareholder meeting caused AMC and GME to drop, so I'm trying to conquer my fear and everything, but I do have like 5 days left till my calls expire, and I'm not rich yet, obviously. So if there's any way you can still provide me guidance by giving me more sign synchronicities, I give you full permission to do this. See, and I tell my guides this because, see, demons, negative entities, they don't need your permission. They just will do things to you badly and stuff like that. But angels and spirit guides that God appointed every single person on the planet, it's more of a just-in-case thing, in case you have a spiritual awakening, because some people accidentally trigger one within themselves. And when you get to know your spirit guides talk to you just like God does, in a loving way, and you can actually feel that love within your heart whenever they're energetically guiding you. That's how you know. It's more like a clairsentient thing, a soul feeling thing. But that's what I did. I stood there and I asked my guides, hey, can you give me more sign synchronicities, if that's okay with you, to still confirm to me that I'm going to be rich before this Friday. Basically be rich by the end of the week, because of AMC and GameStop squeezing, or at least starting their squeeze anyway. I just was patient in stillness, standing there, and I heard a whisper, and I knew it was one of my spirit guides, and I was just walking around the apartment complex, and the whisper was like, psst, Cody. And it was a loving whisper, though. I knew it was one of my spirit guides. So it started saying, go down that path, wherever I was facing, which is this little trail. There's a trail here. You can't see it because, like I said, I had to crawl in here. Anyways, that's what happened. And the voice kept telling me, keep going. I'll let you know when to stop. I kept going. The voice then told me to stop.
I love you, Cody.
Proceeded to whisper to me, go to the right. So that's what I did. I went to the right. I went under these tree trunks and everything that's blocking the path over here. I don't know if you can see that. I'm trying my best. This honest video might not be that great. So I did. I went under the branches and through the plants and everything. I had to literally like army squat in here the entire time. There were branches right above me. Well, anyways, the reason why I'm bringing this video is because as I kept going through this back area where my apartment is, it's blocked off by trees. So you literally have to go through fucking trees and bushes to get in here. The voice then whispered, kept telling me, keep going forward, keep going forward. So I did. I kept going forward, and then I asked the voice, I'm like, well, what am I looking for? Am I looking for another 4-leaf clover? Am I looking for like an object that represents, me being rich by the end of this week, or at least starting by the end of the week? And then the voice said, whispered and said, you'll see. You're going to want to see this, guys.
You'll see.
This is incredible. Okay, let me switch this. Every single one of these clovers are 4 leaves. I hit the mother load. I have never in my life seen this. It's crazy. Look, 4 leaf, 4 leaf, 4 leaf, 4 leaf, 4 leaf. Literally every single one of these are 4 leaves.
That fucking part right there.
4 leaf, 4 leaf, 4 leaf. Every single clover you see here.
Cody, I'm
leaves.
buying you a goddamn drink, buddy.
You don't know what 4-leaf clovers signify. They signify luck. Luck. 4-leaf. Get on my knees here. So you prove it to you. 4-leaf. 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 It's literally every one of these is 4 leaves. Except that one right there, but every one of them. This is insane. I don't think people understand how hard it is to find these. Like, these 4-leaf clovers are not easy to find. You can Google this and research this yourself. They are not at all easy to find. You can spend hours finding these. And I hit the mother lode, the jackpot. A 4-leaf clover is so significant because a 4-leaf clover signifies luck. The 4th leaf signifies luck in general. Like hitting jackpots and getting rich in the stock market, stuff like that, for example. And if you've been following me on my...
He just laughed. He just laughed. There's no way. He just laughed right there. There's just no way. I'm telling y'all, like, this has got to be satire. There's just... And it's priceless because, I mean, we're like halfway into this. I don't even want to finish any more of this. All I got to say is this. Cody, if you're listening, I'm not laughing at you, bro. If it's real, if this is how you really feel, that is cool. I think it's amazing. That's awesome. There is a wide range of people that are a part of this community, and that's awesome. You be you, and you just keep on being you, and you don't care what anybody else fucking says, because in my mind, you're priceless. One way or the other, either you're being funny or you're being real. It's priceless. I'm telling you. I'm sold.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. I got to look up in the tree. Who else in the leprechaun say yeah?
Throw me. I'm throwing you my money. I don't. You need to do stand up because I'm telling you, your bit might be a little long, but it'll work. You gotta just condense it down a little bit more because it's believable. No cuts. You can't do any cuts. We can refine this. We'll get you on stage somewhere. You're gonna be just fine. You're gonna be just fine. I love Cody. I think Cody's amazing. I followed him. I haven't even commented on this yet, but like I don't even want to finish this. Like, I just don't want to, because I feel like if I get too far into this, I'm going to figure something out that I don't want to figure out, and it's just going to be like Cody's not going to be the same Cody for me anymore. So I'm just going to leave it at that and just be like, that's it.
It runs up before Friday.
Fuck that leprechaun, man.
The Cody that used to know.
I love this. I love this guy. I don't care. Somebody said how many followers in common. It says followed. It looks like 54 people we have in common. He's not following me.
I laughed so hard, man. I thought I was going to puke up my breakfast.
Wait, does he have any other videos?
He does, but I haven't clicked on any of them because I'm too afraid to. I don't even want to know. I just want it to be a mystery. I want it to be.
KC, you know, Tendees is calling you out. He's like, the last guy you found us to go follow was the dude that was. I looked on his channel and he was posting pictures of him opening junk mail. Tendees said he put a video of a plane flying over his house. So just bear in mind, we took on one stray cat as a mascot. We're not trying to start a club.
I don't. I like Cody.
Oh, I do too. I want to party with him.
Yep. I'll buy him some drinks. He can tell me stories. And we'll have a good time.
I would be willing to stay up or get up early in the morning and make sure he took his medication when it was necessary.
He's the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy. If I had him out on my yacht, and we were out, and there was about 30 or 40 of us partying down. There's always some girls of, shall we say, questionable morality on my boats. But I would go up to them and I'd just like, look, girls, whatever it costs, $200 a piece for 10 minutes work. I need all of you on him right now. All of you, just all over him, wherever he goes, follow him. Just make him your god for the day.
UPS delivery guy
would lose.
Says, whispers to Cody, invest in calamine lotion.
Who said that? Who said that?
UPS delivery guy.
That was beautiful. Driver, that was the joke.
Calamine lotion. He whispered to me, he said, calamine lotion.
At first I thought, I said, this isn't that funny. What's Casey talking about? I said, hey, the dude's moderate. He's moderately, he's touched. But I'm like, but when he pointed to the, and I thought to myself, okay, at first glance, hear me out. First glance, I said, well, there's some big poison sumac there, but there's intermingled in that is some clover. But then when he panned in with his camera, I said, well, fuck, that ain't clover. That's just baby sumac. And then it just dawned on me. And then he kept going on about it and touching all of them. And that's it. I was cooked after that, man. I was like my eggs were scrambled after that.
Like here's the best part, right? Like imagine, I don't even know what plant that is. Are you telling me that it's an actual poisonous plant?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
And it doesn't look good.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Imagine going so far.
On his video, he's got hundreds of little clovers on his video.
Imagine to go so far in a bit where you're willing to grab poison oak or poison ivy to.
The thing is, if his hands flare up, he's just going to think it's another sign.
So here's the thing that I know about. Actually, I don't know about poison oak, but I know about poison ivy. If you touch it with just your hands, you're going to be fine, provided you wash your hands with good soap and heavy washing. Like, you should be okay, because it doesn't transfer to your hands. It'll transfer from your hands to another part of your body. So you can legitimately touch it and be okay until it's provided that the very next thing you do is wash your hands, completely clean.
You don't want to wipe your ass with it, though.
You needed to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, you can probably even use like an oil-based detergent of some kind that would break down the oils.
First of all, a 5-year-old kid,
if
a 5-year-old kid knows
it's going to be a sign from God.
A 5-year-old child knows that clover has a round leaf, whether 3-leaf or 4. They know it's a round leaf.
He's smart.
He's pointed.
And he's smart. And he's smart.
They're clearly teardrops.
He's smart. He's talking about.
They come to a point.
He's talking about shit that's way out there, and for him to sit there and point at that, like those are like it's.
No, he knows.
Yeah, he's got to know, right? He's got to know.
I think he's no. I disagree with you. This guy's for real. He's the real deal. He's 100%, man.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
Nobody's that good at deadpan. Nobody is that good at deadpan.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There was a lot of cuts in that video, though. A lot of cuts.
Yeah, and because he started laughing. He would start laughing, and he would.
Maybe he's got Tourette's.
I don't know. All I know is I love Cody, man. I want him over here to talk with us, and he can tell us stories. And Cody, you're welcome here anytime, buddy. You show up, and we'll have a good time.
What I want to know, man, is why do the spirit guides whisper to him?
That's what I'm talking
they don't want nobody else to hear. I mean, if I'm going to have a spirit guide,
why you got to question it?
Direction. I want him to talk to me with authority. Like, I want him to sound like rugged. I want him to be like, giving me life advice. I want it coming through 5x5, loud and clear. No good diction, well enunciation. And he's got this magical link to the underworld, but they're whispering, and on top of that, he's got a lisp. And I'm like, damn, dude, all right, I guess, you can't question the magic of the universe, I guess.
I don't know. Cody, though, he's my man. I'm a fan of Cody. I see another video that he's got that's a little bit more recent, and he's talking differently than he was in that other video, or at least I can see he's talking, or it looks like he's talking differently. So I don't know. I don't really care. I just stumbled on that video. And when I
Where
stumble,
is this YouTube? Where's this YouTube channel?
oh, Danny,
Can we
Danny,
arrange?
welcome.
Can we arrange? Can we arrange a? Can we arrange a live feed or one of these calls? You're always talking about these calls you're on. Can we get him and our other mascot, the other guy that was opening
Shut the hell up,
junk
Boomstick.
mail and stuff?
Boomstick, you are not Cody. Shut the f. Oh, because your name is Cody as well. Okay, I got you. All right.
No, the guy's name was Resident Evil. He called himself Resident Evil, the little video game
Oh yeah,
guy.
yeah, no, yeah. I remember him. Yeah.
Can we get Resident? We need to get Resident Evil, and we need to get this
No.
this
I'm not doing
hombre
that.
on the same call, and then let me interview.
No.
We could do like a three-way thing.
No.
Live.
I
get
like
him on.
Cody.
Okay.
Cody's my
Well,
guy.
I do too. That's the whole point, man. I mean, these guys are loved, man. I mean, don't you remember how much Beetlejuice was loved on the Howard Stern show? Beetlejuice has reached worldwide notoriety for just being himself, man.
But this guy's acting.
Nope. See, that's where you're wrong. He's not.
I don't know. I don't even know if I want to know. I don't care.
He's acting.
I like him one way or the other. I like him regardless.
Right? Does it matter? I don't care either
I
way.
don't care.
If he's acting, I love him even more. But I'm calling this thing.
He has talent, man.
Yeah, I love Cody. He's a good guy.
Now, can we fire off questions to this guy? His little YouTube thing there. Do we got to subscribe?
I don't
or something?
know. I don't know.
'Cause I got a lot of questions, man. I have lots of. I need details on about 6 different subjects here.
I mean, y'all. There's already 2
Can't just let
messages.
this-
There's
can't
only
just let
2
this hang
messages.
out there.
Somebody said, unfortunately, the very first message he posted 19 hours later, he says, unfortunately, it's not 4 leaves. This growing on grass, not where you were. I'm a believer, but squeeze will not this week. RK sold option, or I'm not. Oh wait, that's somebody else. That's not him. He says, I am confused by your comment. Yes, it is 4 leaves. There are millions of clovers all around my apartment, including within grass. Also, okay, so yeah, there's not. He hasn't gotten any kind of like major responses that have like been like positive or anything. Or I don't. He might be legit. This might be who he is. That's okay. I'm all right with that. It's fine. I like him one way or the other.
Found it. I found it on Twitter.
Danny.
I gotta look it. Up.
It's like a train wreck. Yeah, it's like a train wreck. People coming up, they're like, "Look, there's a dead body on the side of the road. Don't look. Don't look."
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna write to him. I'm just saying, Cody, man, stay the way you are. I love you just the way you are. Don't change. Just like it's a yearbook.
If I die,
Cody,
would do
love
that.
you
I'd be
the
like, freaked out.
way you are, man. Don't
Have a
ever
great summer.
change. Ever change. Have a great summer.
I'm
Have
telling you,
a
say my spirit guide
summer
has ghosted me. No pun intended. Can you get your spirit guide to reach out to my spirit guide and reconnect?
Don't ever change. Have a great summer.
Yeah, my spirit guide has ghosted me. Can you get your
All right.
spirit guide to reach out to my? Does your spirit guide work out of the same office as my spirit?
You can
guide?
see. You can.
If so, can he?
You guys can see his. You can see his
Like it's
video
a
now
union.
by following my
It's a fucking
replies.
union.
I just want to
This is
know.
the spirit guide union.
What's the very first question you would ask him? Very first.
When was the first time your spirit guide spoke to you?
I'm going to ask him, did you ever get anything from touching those 4-leaf clovers? Did anything happen? Did anything happen or result from touching those 4-leaf clovers at all? Did you get any
Well,
kind of...
you know he picks his nose. You know he picks his nose. A guy
Did
like
you
that
have a
picks
rash?
his nose. There's like a 9 out of 10 chance that guy's a definite chronic nose picker. So as soon as he was done, he was mining for gold all the way back to the apartment. He was going knuckle deep.
No.
He was going knuckle deep. So if anything, you know, his face is swollen up now.
All right, Danny.
First question.
Danny.
First question you'd ask.
Bud, what's your problem?
All right,
I asked him if you ever played cornhole.
Danny, I've got 4 questions for you today, and we're gonna find out if you've ever played cornhole. Are you ready?
Oh no.
Yeah. Hold on a second
Oh
here.
jeez.
Hold on a second.
I don't know if I'm ready.
Okay, I have to write something down real quick here, and
Wait, let me get ChatGPT. Hold
no,
on.
no. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No,
You
come on.
no. Yeah, you can use chat. You can only use ChatGPT for these. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm driving. I can't do that.
Yeah, you're only allowed to use
Kidding. I don't use
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's see here.
ChatGPT.
By the way, am I bad that it's our anniversary tomorrow and I'm thinking about, I gotta go do the anniversary thing, right? I can't leave my wife at home and then go play the cornhole, right?
You know what?
Is it bad that I'm even asking this to the audience?
Yes.
Oh no, you gotta bring her with you.
I think you should try to gaslight her. Just try to gaslight her and tell her she has the date wrong. You could be our hero. If you could make her believe that she has the date wrong, and it's actually the day after tomorrow.
What are you talking
Just stick with it. No matter what she says, just refuse.
All right, Danny.
Bring her with you. Let her get cornholed.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go here, Danny, and I'm going to give you 4 questions. They're true or false. You can just answer true or false on these. They're real simple, and this is going to tell us whether or not you're actually playing cornhole, because these are cornhole terms. All of these are cornhole terms, and you have to tell me true or false as to whether or not it is. They may or may not be cornhole terms that are used for the game.
Oh, no.
Okay. So,
I'm not a cornhole expert here.
well, I mean, you've been playing for a while now, so we're going to find out what kind of cornhole player are you. So,
Yeah, what are you playing with?
We're all going to pretend that he just didn't call it cornhole.
yeah. All right. Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
You're gonna ask me like, is it called a touchdown if you make it in the hole?
No. I'm going to say a word, and you will tell me.
What are they playing with?
You will tell me whether or not the word is true or false. That it's a term that is used in cornhole. Are you ready?
Oh, gee.
True or false?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. Very first one.
I'm nervous.
True or false? Dirty bag.
Oh, old dirty bag. Is that a Wu-Tang term?
True or
I'm gonna
false?
go with a dirty bag. I would say false.
False. Okay. Do you want me to tell you before or after we get done with this?
Just go. Yeah, tell me before.
Before. Okay. Dirty bag is true. When the bag lands on the floor without touching the board, that is called a dirty bag.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I didn't know.
All right. Next one. The next one is felching.
It sounds like no way. Felching?
Yeah.
No.
True or false?
No,
True or false?
It sounds like edging. No, I'm gonna go with false.
Okay, you are correct on that one. That is
Yes.
correct. Yeah, you got that one correct. Okay, and the next one.
What is felching? Is that
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know what felching. You don't want to know what felching.
Don't ask. We're trying to find out. We're trying to find out what kind of cornhole. We're trying to ask. We're trying to find out what kind of cornholer you are here. So don't ask questions. Just answer. All right. Are you ready for the next one? Here we go. The next one is blue waffle.
Felching. Blue waffle.
Mm-hmm.
Sick bastards. I know what that. No, that's definitely not a cornhole thing.
That's not okay. False. That is correct. You got that one correct. You got that one correct. Okay, are you ready? This last one, and I'm not telling you how many were true and false. I mean, it might be an odd number here. This last one is rim job.
Oh no, that might be a cornhole, but I know what a rim job is. No, it gotta be false. But why do I know all the bad ones?
Okay, let the record reflect that all. Let the record reflect that he has answered false for all 4 words. Rim job is truly indeed a cornhole.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's when you miss the hole by so little that the bag catches the hole and the slides around it, but doesn't drop. That's a rim job.
Toilet bowl. It's like a toilet bowl and basket.
Yeah, toilet bowl. I do not have that one on my list here. Should we give you a bonus round one here?
Please.
A bonus. You want a bonus one? Okay. How about?
So should I start using this vocab when I go play? Dirty bag and rim job and.
I mean,
wouldn't it be funny if, because you're playing it like it is a gay bar? I mean, that's the simple fact of the matter. Wouldn't it be funny if, because it's a gay bar, that they refuse to use all these there? It's like it's the one place where they don't use all these terms.
How about this one?
Yes, that'd be ironic. Okay. Yeah.
I had to think here for a minute. So, drag.
Shoot. Drag. These are tricky. Drag? No, that can't. False. Going false.
Let the record state that all 5 questions were falses. And he's, in actuality, 3 out of the 5 were true. Drag is true. Drag is when you pull a bag that's sitting on the board into the hole with another bag, whether a slider or an airmail.
I know airmail. Why didn't you give me airmail? Give me the easy ones.
Oh no, we're talking about words that are going to help you to, or for us to determine whether or not you're cornholing or not.
Wow.
Are you cornholing
And
or not?
I need to study up. Well, okay. You guys got me. You think I'm not going?
I got
there?
one for you, Danny. I got one for you.
Go. Yes.
It is O-phase a cornhole?
What
is it?
What was it?
O-face.
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 O-face, you know.
O'Reilly.
I'm going with false.
He says
sticking with false.
He says false.
They
Yucca?
can't all. Come on.
True or false?
He said false.
False. False.
You're right. I don't even know if it is or it's not. I mean, it could be part of it because if you make it,
Well, I don't know.
if you make a hole, people would say, "Oh."
I'll say this,
Right?
Danny. I'll say this. You don't know your cornhole terms for sure, but you definitely knew the non-cornhole terms, which was very intriguing.
Yeah.
You seemed very adamant
which one's
about 2
more-
of those, and the 2 that you were very adamant about were definitely not cornhole terms. So I don't know what's going on.
Not my proudest moment.
I don't know what's going on, but you
Hey,
don't know
Jason
your
said
corn.
they just filed an 8K for GameStop.
Ooh.
Cornhole.
I know we're running out of time here, but Jason's got breaking news unless he's jerking our chain.
All right. Well,
Cornhole terms?
let me see here.
What are the cornhole clues?
I'm assuming that's for GME.
Yeah.
Let's see here. June 18th.
It's halted.
Looks like they're just showing the voting count amount for each one of the proposals that were made. That's what the filing's for.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I thought it was going to be something new.
No.
All right. Well, we're kind of wrapping it up here for the day.
future reference, what did we settle? What's this guy's name? Are we going with Leprechaun?
It's
Somebody
Cody.
else said Alabama Leprechaun, and I said Alabama O'Reilly, trying to tie an Irish name in.
to me.
I like the Leprechaun thing. Are we going to just go with Leprechaun going forward?
Man, it look like a leprechaun to me. All you gotta do is look
All
up
right.
in the tree. Who else seen the leprechaun? Say yeah.
Yeah.
Want to make sure I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page when it comes to time to bring it up again, because I'm sure it's going to.
Yeah. If Cody's here, man, we love you. Don't ever change. Have a great summer. All right.
So Casey, are you off for JJ and
Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow
my
I'm off.
anniversary?
Yes, we are.
For our
Did you
anniversary?
say, what did you call him?
Well, no, JJ.
It sounded like you
has an
said something
anniversary.
completely different to me. Wow, that's crazy.
Oh,
Okay.
JJ. Yeah.
I heard
It might
something
be my
complete.
audio.
I heard something completely different, but go ahead.
Called
I'm
you
sorry.
Daddy.
I heard.
Was it another cornhole term?
I don't know.
Called you Daddy. I heard Daddy.
I don't play cornhole.
I heard Daddy. Are we off tomorrow?
We are off tomorrow,
Oh,
guys.
Danny. Oh yeah. Oh,
What do you
man.
mean we're off? Like we're not gonna be live streaming?
Nope. There's no trading
Why?
tomorrow. No trading.
What is the holiday?
Juneteenth.
The hell does that mean? It's not even the 10th.
Yeah,
The
okay.
19th.
So we can't all just show up and hang out?
In the back of the big
No.
trip, sure you can. Of course.
Yeah, we'll play cards for 10 hours. 10-hour
Cincinnati
poker.
Yeah, there you go.
tomorrow? Is that what's happening?
Maybe we can get Cody to join us in the back of the big tramp tomorrow, and we can all just have fun and shoot the shit with him.
I'm sure he's a good poker player. He's probably like brain he probably messes up.
He reminds me of like Mikey. Like Mikey will try anything, right? Like he's playing around with those supposed 4-leaf clovers. Like he'll poke it. He doesn't care.
And tomorrow's hump day. Mike, hump day.
Oh man! All right.
Is it corn day tomorrow?
What's up?
Is it corn day tomorrow?
Corn. It's corn whole day tomorrow for Danny. Well, it's his anniversary. It's his anniversary, and he should take his wife out.
I'm not going to corn. Yeah, I'm not going. I'm going and do the anniversry thing. You know, I learned from Casey to be a good husband.
Good.
I got to take my wife out. Yes.
Danny,
Blinker boy, do you have a spirit guide? Tell the truth, Stock Wiz. You got a spirit guide, don't you?
Yeah, it's his blinker.
All right.
No, I don't.
What's your favorite band? Blink 182.
That's funny. That's funny because Blink 182 was almost one of the songs for the day today. It was a Blink 182 song I was going to play.
Oh, really?
Almost. It was very close. Yep. All right, I got to go, guys.
Nice.
It's that time of the day, unfortunately.
All right, Casey.
I will see you guys later. As usual, guys, don't forget that tomorrow is not as usual, but don't forget tomorrow is a non-traded holiday. Meaning I will not be live streaming. I won't be here, so you guys enjoy your day. And as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is not a trading day. We'll be back on Thursday, though. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep. Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. Transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells.
4 leaf.
Coming up on a go
Literally
for auto
every
sequence
single one of
start.
these are 4 leaves.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Boost ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I got a condo in Manhattan. Baby girl, what's happening? You and your ass invited, so gonna get to clapping. Go pop it for a plan, pop it for me. Turn around and drop it for a plan, drop it for me. I'll rent a beach house in Miami. Wake up with no jammies. Lobster tail for dinner. Julio served that scampi. You got it if you want it. Got it if you want it. Said you got it if you want it. Take my wallet if you want it now. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. I'm talking trips to Puerto Rico. Say the word and we go. You can be my flica. Girl, I'll be a flico, mamacita. I would never make a promise that I can't keep. I promise that your smile ain't gonna never leave. Shopping sprees in Paris. Everything 24 carats. Take a look in that mirror. Now tell me who's the fairest. Is it you? Is it you? Is it me? Is it me? Say it's us. And I'll agree, baby. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the
4 leaf, 4 leaf, 4 leaf. Literally every single one of these are 4 leaves.